Today is very simple. You win your games outright, the eChampions League finals, Istanbul, $175,000 away. You lose, the dream is over for another year. The eChampions League knockouts, day 2, start right now.
Great feat. Incredible stuff. Stop it! Nicely done.
Oh my goodness!
Wow, that's what he can do.
The group stage of the eChampions League delivered the drama.
He would have been having nightmares about that if he got knocked out.
He is marching on to the knockouts.
Nicholas's reign as champion still looms large.
Making it look so simple, so silky from Nicholas.
A phenom has emerged and looks to claim his first title.
Anders Vejrgang, the player unbeaten, 5 wins, 0 losses.
It's still early days. The icons of FIFA esports still have something to prove in London.
The eChampions League, it's one of those tournaments that you want to be in the latter stages, you want to be at the grand finals.
Go undefeated and claim a spot in the finals. Lose and, well, things get a lot more interesting.
Go home or play the best FIFA of your career.
That is heartbreaking.
Istanbul is calling. But who will answer? It's time for the knockout stage of the eChampions League.
Yeah! Come on!
That anthem ringing out across the Here East Arena here in London means one thing. Business is about to pick up. Richard Buckley, Jaime Alvarez, you may know him as Gravison, Mike Labelle keeping you up to date with this pivotal day in the FIFA esports calendar. Knockouts, day 2 of the eChampions League. Gravison, this is where heroes well and truly step up.
Definitely, we had some big names qualifying yesterday, but we have some big names out as well. And now we have the names of people like Nicholas, Tekkz. Could you imagine a final in Istanbul without them? I cannot imagine that.
I couldn't imagine it either. Mike, yesterday was unbelievable. Today, we go one step further.
Well, this is where dreams are made of or hope is lost. We're going to have a lot of elimination games and people keeping their dream alive.
Yeah, dreams will well and truly be kept alive. Before we get the gameplay underway, before a ball is even kicked, we welcome you in to the Just Eat pre-game show. This is where we're going to break down all of the players competing, the brackets, and what you want to watch out for. However, before we get underway with day 2, day 1 was magnificent. Have a little look at this. Today, we have the best 32 in Europe.
So many stacked players, so many big names.
One of those players will get the opportunity to do... No, that's not for me to take the joy. The eChampions League knockouts start right now.
Oh my days! We blink for a minute and Tekkz goes and scores!
If Umid and Tekkz is not the featured match, I got to make a phone call, I got to send a text message. That's happening.
Nicely done, he's on 9 of it! We're going to be seeing Anders Vejrgang and Tekkz both in the lower bracket.
This is a loser bracket game, an elimination game.
Does Dolomatik have a
The
chance?
space is open.
Oh my god! Outrageous!
The shush as well to the camera for Dolomatik.
So we're going in to the winners bracket.
One step closer to Istanbul, but another goal he certainly will be. The gaps that are going to appear, power shots, and Italy will be in Istanbul. Antonio Radelha has to be perfect now. Back to R9 with the last kick of the game. 6-6. You score, and you're off to an eChampions League grand final. Up steps Capdevia, and Umit makes it 2 years in a row.
You can't write better games, come on.
The eChampions League knockouts continue. It is going to be electric. Electricity indeed in the air at the ECL knockouts. That is the lower bracket as it's currently shaping up. Mike Labelle, talk me through some of the big movement in there.
Just to reiterate, these are all elimination games. And we've got Vejrgang versus Dolomatik. That's going to jump off the page. The likes of Danny Pitbull could be going home early after winning the E-Serie A. People would be surprised by that. I'm looking forward to Nick Sneb, Rafsu, a lot of emotion on the stage. You see Tekkz, maybe didn't expect him to be in the lower bracket. Guess what? He's there. You also saw Stingray at the bottom, and these guys get rewarded by who?
The thing is, Nicholas is waiting over there. It is waiting over there. Daniel and Antonio Radel as well. So big names and big matches coming up.
If you'd have told me that coming into today, Vejrgang, Tekkz, Nicholas all would have been in the losers bracket. You know what I'd have said? You're lying. You are a liar. Another man who is down there in the losers bracket, Dolomatik. He just can't be put away. He was 0-2 in the groups. He was down to the losers bracket early in the knockouts, and yet he's still alive, Gravison.
He's still alive, but he's not playing that well, considering we're talking about Dolomatik. That goal was a thing, I'll believe it, but then this goal about Peter Crouch. What was this, Mike?
It was the goal of the day for me, the moment of the day in terms of the pop-off, the emotion. You see what it means to the players. The monitor's going to get a love touch. Please show it. There it is, on point, on cue.
And we hope to see that he's calmed down from then. He's joined by Brandon Smith right now.
Thank you, gents. Yeah, we'll save the shushes to the camera for now, but the guys are right. You've just got this attitude, Dylan, of never giving up. You went 0-2 in the group stages in February, still came back and qualified 3-2. And then yesterday, last night, Peter Crouch pops up and scores a goal. Just talk to me about what's going on with you.
Yeah, I don't know. I would obviously prefer to get easy wins, but in the end, a win is a win. And I'm thankful that I'm still in the tournament and I have a pretty tough bracket today, so looking forward to it.
And talk to me about this game. This is the big game. You've got to say the match of the lower bracket. You against Anders Vejrgang. Talk to me about that, because that is one hell of a tie.
Yeah, also we have a lot of history. It's pretty much the two biggest teams in Germany also. So gonna be a crazy game also for the viewers and hopefully gonna be entertaining.
And what can we expect from this game?
Hopefully a lot of goals and hopefully in the end a win from me.
Well, that's what he says, because someone will be going home. Anders Vejrgang or Dolomatik will be eliminated in about an hour's time here at the eChampions League. Back to you guys for now.
Thank you very much, Brandon. Great stuff alongside Dolomatik right there. Another player who is down there in the lower bracket, Tekkz. He's not been plain sailing whatsoever. I feel like we were in this exact position yesterday when I said it's not been plain sailing for Tekkz. He's down there, Grav.
Yeah, I think it's because of the seeding. He actually qualified being the 30th seeding, I think. Qualifying with 3-2, and I think having a potential matchup against Umut that soon was hard for him. So I think the seed played a huge factor. But yeah, we're talking about Tekkz, and I don't think he's gonna be eliminated that soon.
Yeah, and we look forward to seeing what he's up to. Brandon, he's joined by you now.
Cheers, guys. Yes, joined by Tekkz again. Spoke to him yesterday, but since then, you've been on a bit of a run, Tekkz. You know, upper bracket down to lower bracket, a win against Oli Bolly, a loss against Umit. What are you making of your journey so far, and also your game today against Montaxer, elimination FIFA?
I get the hard bracket all the time. First game, Oli Bolly. Finished 2-1. It should have been 4-5-1. Then I played Umit in like a 50-50 game, and he took his chances better than me. But now, first game today, I got Montaxer. I think that's my hardest game of the day. If I get through that one, I'll be confident I can go on and make it. But Montaxer, I'll go a win.
And we were here quite early today here in the Here East. There wasn't many players in the player room. This man was getting in loads of practice games, and we had a joke there. You were saying, I thought there'd be a few more players in earlier.
I don't usually like coming in early, but yesterday I thought, okay, I'll come in early and everyone was here. So I came in early today and no one was here, so I just been watching some YouTube.
There you go, getting some games in and watching a bit of YouTube alongside that as well. Good luck, Tekkz, today. Big games against Montaxer. Will he get into the Champions League final? We'll have to wait and see.
Thank you very much, Brandon and Tekkz right there. These are the fixtures that we are looking at in our opening round. Mike, there's one game there that's jumping off the page.
The first one has to be circled, and you've got a notification turned on. I'm also looking forward to all these matchups, though, and I don't just say that lightly. We've got the likes of Dilo as well, from France, who I've seen make runs. I'd expect him to also make a run late, and it can be great. And then Nick Stev and Rafstu, I'm telling you, I just can feel the pop-offs. I can feel the energy in that game. It's coming soon.
Gravison, what do you make of Tekkz's interview there? Anything you're taking away? Getting in early, wanting some practice?
Yeah, I think he's just getting early, getting some practice, getting to just get the heat up. And I think Tekkz is kind of focused. And when Tekkz is focused, things are happening.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, this is one of our side games right now. It's going to be Footwiz Nixneb up against Rafstu. I'll tell you what, Mike, he is a player that just always seems to perform.
And we always talk about Nick Sneb, and I like to build it with him being so mechanical. And I know that you had a chance to sit down with him, so we're going to welcome our sponsor, Turkish Airlines, widen your world, and I'd love to hear what he has to say.
What was Nick Sneb? I think it's fair to say this season's been a bit of a roller coaster. Some ups, some downs. We're at the ECL knockouts. We've made it into day 2. How are you feeling going into this massive day?
I'm feeling well. Obviously, going into it, you just want to take game by game and just keep progressing as far as you can. Making it to day 2 is always good, because if you don't want to go out on day 1, it'll be over and you sat there watching day 2 and get all miserable. So yeah, we've got a tough challenge today. We're obviously in loser brackets. We've got 3 games to win, game by game, hopefully, and just play with a bit of confidence.
And how would it feel to you to be in Istanbul, to be in Turkey later on this year at the eChampions League finals and potentially lifting the trophy?
Yeah, it's been an awful lot. Champions League is one of the biggest 1v1 events, if not the biggest. And for me also, as a young player, we haven't had too many lands away from UK, so it'd be massive for me to go to Istanbul, new experience. And yeah, it'd be a great experience.
Well, very good luck for the rest of the tournament, and I hope to see you in Istanbul, mate.
Cheers.
Picture in picture. We got Richard here, we got Richard there. I don't know when that happened, and something that he mentions, and I think to a certain degree, we always talk about Ethan, his teammate, and he's overshadowed Nick Stebb in some ways, and this is his time to really break through.
On the other side of it, Grav, a player maybe as experienced as you. More experienced.
More experience.
He'll be on the stage next year. It won't be, because he keeps performing.
Yeah.
Talk to me about Rafsu.
Rafsu is actually a player who speaks English, French and Spanish, which is, for me is amazing. And he's a player who made top 4 back in FIFA 18. I think he only lost against MS Tossary. And then he's coming back, FIFA 22, FIFA 23, performing really good. And I think it's a player who you expect to score like 5, 6, 7 goals at least.
He's just a player that you never want to face. Nope. He's in that bracket, you want to avoid him. It's a tough match.
He has upset capability, and especially in a LAN environment. I've always said that Rafsu is someone that's going to show out in these types of situations.
And he actually bet Nicholas in the Swiss format, so yeah, I agree.
He certainly did. Well, let's go over to our secondary side stage right now. Levi Finn, a player that is quickly emerging as a young talent and one that really could be the next superstar, Gravison.
Definitely one of those players who are kind of coming up in this last year, and a player who's potentially one of the players to watch in Europe. But then we have Danny Pitbull, a player who didn't play that well in the first game, but then in the second leg, he actually won 6-0.
Wow.
So we're expecting big things from him today.
Mike, I want to talk to you. This main game, Dolomatik versus Vejrgang. How would you see this one going, mate?
It's going to be sporadic. There's going to be a lot of goals. Dolan's going to have to be better defensively than what we saw yesterday, because we know Vejrgang and the step-over gang, he's going to go and be very offensive.
Well, there you have it. That's our thoughts on this huge game on the main stage, and nobody better to take us through it than our very own Ryan Pessoa and Brandon Smith.
Thank you very much, gents. Yes, welcome back again to more Knockout eChampions League FIFA here in London. But before we get going today, I decided to treat us to a little bit of a Just Eat delivery.
Oh.
I know you don't mind a Pepsi Max or a coffee, but certainly we've been enjoying a Just Eat or two. I think he's on the way in now. He's a little bit late on the delivery, but here he is. Thank you, mate. There we go. We're sorted for today. Loads of FIFA to get our teeth into, and we will be very much energised throughout it. Let's talk about this big one. Anders Vejrgang against Dolomatik. I think the first question I ask you, Ryan, is how many goals are we going to see in this game?
Yeah, Dolomatik said it. Hopefully a lot of goals. I think, honestly, if this game was played yesterday, when you saw the outpour of emotion from Anders, and Dolomatik was coming off of a high as well, I think it could go slightly different than what it could go today. I think Dolomatik would have come in with a lot more confidence than he is playing with right now. That maybe the extra time for Anders just to reflect on his performance, maybe sort of get over that loss might help a lot.
And the one thing we have to talk about on that as well, Anders Vejrgang is beatable, Ryan. We saw it yesterday. Obran, the Italian, he's booked his spot in the eChampions League final in Istanbul. You can beat him. You can take down Anders Vejrgang.
Absolutely, and I think for Dolomatik as well, he's a very confident person. I spoke to him briefly beforehand. He seems calm, he seemed composed. You spoke with him, in the interview, and he believes in his ability. He knows what it takes to beat someone like Anders at this stage in the competition. And of course, it's an elimination game, so the loser goes home. It's a massive, massive stakes.
And the reason why he's had such difficult matches, Ryan, is because Dolomatik went 3-2 at the group stages, which, if you don't know, is obviously the lowest record you can get. But it's away through the tournament. As we said before, if you qualify for Istanbul, no one will be talking about Swiss. Well, I might be talking about Swiss, but no one will be talking about the Swiss standings. What a game this is. We have to repeat again and again and again. Loser of this game is out of the tournament. They will not be at the eChampions League final. And do you know what, Ryan? If you win this game, you're still not at the eChampions League final either. You've still got to play more games in the lower bracket.
Yep, you need 3 wins in a row today from this position to secure your spot in the final 8 in Istanbul. So we've got Dolomatik's record, of course, coming from 0-2 to turn it around in the Swiss format to be 3-2 to advance to yesterday's stage. Ranked seed at number 32 coming into this. That's bottom seed. He's already played.
Yeah.
He's already played the first seed in Emre Yilmaz yesterday, the first game of the day. And now he's playing at seed at number 2 in Anders, who was 5-0, of course, losing his first game in the competition yesterday. So it's a huge, huge game.
And when I spoke to Dolomatik about the Emre Yilmaz game, he just turned around to me, Ryan, and went, I generally think he's the best player in the world.
Yeah.
I went, oh.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting such a...
Emre Yilmaz,
and applaud it.
He's unbelievable. It showed yesterday. He made Nicholas look ordinary. And I know it ended 3-2, but that game, honestly, for me, was perfect from him. He performed extremely well.
Well, keep in mind, as we said, 4 tickets have already been booked to Istanbul. Emre Yilmaz taking one of those yesterday, alongside the 2 Italians, Jesus and Obrun. And of course, we cannot forget penalty shootout drama from Umit was enough to send him back to another Final 8 in Istanbul. That is what they're playing for, that trophy on the screen, alongside $75,000, which only one player can get their hands on. Wowee, this is an anticipated matchup. One of those games that you look at and go, can it happen? Will it happen? Well, it is happening. Dolomatik against Anders Vejrgang in a knockout game here in the eChampions League. Expect fireworks and expect plenty of goals. Dolomatik kicking from left to right in that focus strip, and of course, no surprise, in the RB Leipzig strip sits Anders Vejrgang. One of the brightest prospects we've seen here in FIFA esports. Still so young, but achieved so much in the short time he's been in this period. Just a quick look at the teams, Ryan, as this chance comes in. Are we looking at a 5-back? It looks to be on the side of Anders Vejrgang. Is it an early start? The ball's bouncing around in the box. Fofana just about gets it down to Van der Sar.
Yeah, I believe both players are utilising the 5 at the back. It could be a 3-4-2-1, but of course, definitely using the 3 centre-backs. Formation has come into prominence a lot more throughout the season. The meta has shifted a little bit, but a lot of players will utilise those formations. A lot more structured in defence. It offers the overlaps as well with the wing-backs. You have a lot of options. This could be a chance as well, driven into the strikers, but I think player personnel would be very similar to yesterday in terms of, for Dolomatik specifically, coming off of a win. Maybe for Anders, he might have changed something slightly in his tactics or his personnel because of his loss against Obrun, but yeah, we'll see how this game progresses.
Well, I know he's not a massive fan of having a coach behind Anders Vejrgang, but I did see RB Leipzig Daniel on the laptop earlier today, just breaking through the gameplay of Dolomatik, trying to break down and find a weakness that they can try and exploit across the 2 legs. Here comes Anders Vejrgang now. Valverde is his right back of choice. If you want to see an attacking display, you are in the right place here. Day 2 of the Champions League knockout stages. Dolomatik with Alawiran. Yesterday it was Peter Crouch who was his hero to keep him in the tournament. I know you were pretty sure that the referee played on the added time yesterday.
Yeah, I was certain that was going to be the full-time whistle as the pass was played into the half, but a slight rub of the green. It made up for the mishap that he made to concede that goal very late on in that game against Mersal. So he's redeemed himself as we look to see the triggered run there with the centre-back, but the run was stopped early on.
Fofana. David Ginola. Looks like he's squeezing some sort of right back at the moment. Fofana finds Yaya Toure. Is there a chance? A brilliant save from Van der Sar.
Those are the runs you have to watch out for, manually defending and tracking the runs there. The triggered run into the box. This could be a goal as well.
Towards the back post. Great save, Van der Sar. And Marquez, of all people, will find the breakthrough. As Dolomatik goes 1 goal to the good.
Felt as if the goal was coming there with the build-up from the cross whipped into Yaya Toure. Sort of a slight lack of composure in shooting to the side where Anders did move, but made the most of it from the corner. Slightly lucky again for the rebound to fall perfectly for the header.
Well, that's what we've been saying. Keep in mind the squad restrictions for the eChampions League. You are allowed to use any FUT hero, icon, or those Champions League promo items in FIFA Ultimate Team. Marquez doesn't always get the shout, Ryan, but for Dolomatik, he's doing more than that. He's scoring goals. First goal, 20 minutes in. Of course, this is not the only game that's underway here. There is more elimination FIFA. Levi Finn was one of the standout players last year in the virtual Bundesliga, playing the current Serie A champion, and he is 1-0 down in that game. Danny Pitbull leading by a goal to 0. Keep in mind as well, Nick Sneb against Rafsu. There's another game. And Kurta Dilo against Van Basten. Those are the 4 matches that are currently underway here in the lower bracket round 2. Massive switch of play. This could be a second for Dolomatik. Alawiran, one-on-one. It's a cheeky chip! And it's a perfect chip! As Dolomatik leads by 2-0.
Wow, green timed as well. The ball in behind for Alawiran. This time he didn't lack the composure in front of goal. Made the most of it, chose the right shot type there. And of course, green timing it adds that extra efficiency in front of goal. And it's 2 goals to the good for Dolomatik. That is a massive, massive start.
What's so key about that, Ryan? The amount of times we always talk about it. Taking the game to your opponent, scoring goals, making it difficult for them. That's what you've got to do against a player of Anders Vejrgang, because you know he's going to score goals, you know he's going to create chances. You're not going to keep a clean sheet against him.
Yeah, absolutely. He's somebody that is very, very dangerous in front of goal. And of course, there are other games going on around here. We've got Nixneb up against Rafsu. We're able to take a look at a replay in that game. You can see the build-up here from the Frenchman in Rafsu. Passing around the area, just twisting and turning. He's given away possession, but he's got given straight back here. Brennan, as we see, just waiting and biding his time. A driven pass and a shot from Alawiran to give Rafsu the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, 60 minutes in that game. Just looked across, by the way. Nixneb has equalised in it. If you're a Footwiz fan. A quickly equaliser in that game. There has been another goal in that game as well. We're here in Nixneb. Rafsu will give it to you when we can. All the games in the first leg. Here's Anders Vejrgang now, looking to get back in the tie. Back to R9, just like that. He's back in the tie within a blink.
He makes it look so easy there, just with the step overs, just stopping and waiting, and just playing that intricate pass there in behind, in between the defenders for Dolomatik there, and it's a quick response from Anders.
Well, was an even time green from R9. Anders Vejrgang back in the tie. We said there's been goals in this one. We looked away for a minute. Nixneb did equalise in the game, 30 minutes in. And again, it's Rafsu that couldn't get out of the press that he found from the Footwiz player. Mechanically, loads of people have been crediting Nixneb in the final third. A brilliantly well-taken goal. Goals galore, Ryan. Looking across the board as well, half-time between Levi Finn and Danny Pitbull. Nixneb back at it again. He leads by 2-1. Here it is, 5 minutes after the first goal, Ryan. Let's have a look at this one. It's a through ball to Alawiran. Was there a cutback available? Yes, there was. R9. What a turnaround from Nixneb. Vejrgang. R9. Elastico! He's building.
Slowly getting into his rhythm as we see the corner here, taken short.
Is there a flick on? Casillas off his line. Recycled back well. Alawiran can't turn his man. Danny Pitbull, Levi Finn, what's the latest there? It looks as if the German has equalised. That's 20 minutes in. FC Hansa, no surprises. R9 scoring all the goals, right?
Mentioned Casillas in goal there for.
What do you make of that?
Dolomatik. It's an obscure choice. Of course, he's got a great item in game, but he tends to always opt towards the goalies that have the highest reach. The taller goalkeepers tend to be favoured in the community, so I'd say it's an odd choice. I'll be honest.
Yeah, Torre. Pull it. Anders just, you can tell, is got a foot in this tie now. Did speak to Dolomatik earlier today, so they have played 3 times, not in any official tournament, so to speak, just online cups, online cash cups they've played in, and Dulon beat him once. Anders beat Dulon on 2 of those occasions. It's a ridiculous long ball over the top again. Back to Alawiran. I mean, it's not the most beautiful FIFA in the world, but sometimes you've got to play ugly.
Just look at the reaction from Anders there. That ball was punted maybe 50 yards over the top of the defensive line there. Again, it's just a triggered run. And it's a very familiar FIFA 23 goal. They're just triggering the run and hitting the diagonal, and it's taken down brilliantly from Alawiran. A shot across goal as well. The goalkeeper movement slightly there, anticipated at the near post, so it went across. And yeah, that's a big goal just before half-time.
Can we argue, Ryan, that if there is a place to exploit on the pitch, it is that right-back area with Alawiren?
So I just love Anders is just giving I don't think it's just like a round of applause there for the goal. But yeah, going into half-time, 3-1. He's down by 2. He can still come back into this, of course, but it's been a fantastic start for Dullin.
You can see Anders Vejrgang there. Finds himself 3-1 down. Still so much time to be played. As we said, 45 minutes and a full second leg to come. Updates around the ground still remain the same, by the way. Levi Finn 1, Danny Pitbull 1, and Nick Sneb leading Rafsu by 2-1 there. All elimination games. Key part here, Ryan. Just keeping him at a distance, Anders Vejrgang, Dolomatik. 2-goal cushion.
Yeah, but it's not even that. I think with the overall performance, it's been very solid defensively from Dolomatik. He hasn't given too many opportunities. And again, when you're nullifying somebody like Anders, you know that in and around the area, he likes to reverse elastico, the L1 stop, the step overs. And he's limited him to probably maybe 2 chances throughout that first half, if that.
Back on the way for the second half. Dolomatik driving. Weaver and Aldinho winning a corner. That's a very mistake. Anders claps. Couple of step overs. No doubt one of the biggest parts of Anders Vejrgang's game in terms of his skill move list that he'll pull out. Keep an eye on those step overs. They are always unpredictable. Just like David Ginola being a right wing back, Ryan.
Genuinely, I know it sounds crazy. He honestly, that might be his position. Yeah, genuinely, he's so good in right wing back in game. I think he probably favoured there in a right centre mid in a 4-3-2-1. Those positions for me are his most favoured.
Well, we've seen a full list of right backs used this weekend. I would have not have put David Ginola on that list. But Dolomatik, he uses Peter Crouch, he uses who he wants. Just offside, Ronaldinho. In terms of a fullback in this formation, Ryan, what are the sort of capabilities you need? Because obviously pace is one. Yaya Toure, here's a chance. David Ginola back to goal. Anders Vejrgang looking for a way round. 3 or 4. Dolomatik shirt. Alawiren back to Hullet again. It's on the volley. No, it's not. But what are the attributes you want in that wing back?
I think, of course, somebody that can offer something offensively as well as defensively. I know Ginola doesn't have the greatest defensive stats, but he has the stature in game. He's tall, he's strong, he's reliable in possession as well. I think those things have to be factored in.
Big switch of play. Dolomatik looking for a 4th. Capdevia. Intercepted by Ginola. The ball just finding its way back to Dolomatik, though. Has to do what he can to make the most of these opportunities. Alawiren down the byline, great feet. Steal R9. Valverde comes to the rescue. It's another massive win from Lucio. Defensively, matching up and answering all the questions that Anders Vejrgang is asking of him. Is there a flick on? No, there isn't. Fofana wins that battle well. Potentially some updates from the other games. Danny Pitbull against Levi Finn. Sounds as if there's been a goal over there. Give it to you when we can. Into the pause menu we shall go. Dolomatik just matching him up at the moment.
Yeah, Dolomatik's performing extremely well defensively. You saw there with the step before you were mentioning with Lucio. I think that's what helps having the 3 centre-backs. You can pull someone out to try and manually press higher up the pitch there. And of course, they can't play around you because the other players just drop into a back 4. So it leaves you with still a defensive unit to try and stop any sort of counter-attack or any type of play around the defence there from Anders.
Super aggressive.
Yeah.
And it works, but you have to time it right.
Yeah, absolutely. I think being aggressive sometimes isn't a great thing in FIFA, but I think in some situations when you force your opponent to make a mistake or make a decision, it could lead to them actually making some mistakes because you forced the initiative onto them. This is
Tell you
just
what
offside.
is this? As we just see a German cross tease there by Hullet. This is our featured matchup. If you have just tuned in, day 2 of the eChampions League. One of these two will be eliminated from the tournament, and they will not be on the plane to Istanbul. R9. Here's Anders. Goal back in the tie. He timed it red, but he still found a way into the back of the net. He's not going to care. He's back in the game.
Absolutely not. Of course, the step overs there to create the chance was fantastic, but the red time, of course, you don't really love to see that one, but it seemed as if it was honestly timed green with the accuracy there and the power behind the shot. But yeah, as you said, you have to take those goals when they do come your way, despite there being a red time shot.
Dolomatik looking for another goal again. That's the player from the back. Final 15 of the first leg. Is he onside? Is this a 3-3 scenario? And this Vejrgang, Ginola back to R9! Just like that, we're all square again. 6 goals, evenly split.
You can see the shake of the head from both of the players there. I don't really think it's based on this goal. I think it's the one beforehand, just it being a red time shot, sort of just to change the tide of the game. But this goal here with the build-up, the ball roll as well towards the outside of the pitch there, just played inwards with a pass to R9 Ronaldo in front of goal there. Now, it's back to CS being in goal. I don't think any other keeper would have been able to save that. So we're level now, 3 goals each in this game.
Well, we're square here. What about over at Levy Finn against Danny Pitbull? There has been a goal in that game, 68 minutes on the clock. It was the current Serie A champion of Juventus, the Zaya, that leads by 2 goals to 1 there. Still a second leg to be played. And all that hard work that Dolomatik has done, Ryan, has been unpicked. We said that he's going to create chances, and next thing you know, he scores 2 goals in quick succession as Anders Vejrgang. Ruthless tackle from Lucio. Anders looking for a winner. Pull it. Dolomatik sort of getting in the way. It would certainly make this second leg a smash and grab if it was to be all square at the end of the first leg. Malawaran back to Ronaldinho. There's the step overs again from Anders Vejrgang. Ginola, Ronaldinho not falling kindly to R9 there. What are you thinking when Anders is coming at you with the step overs?
It's dangerous because, of course, he can exit either side. He could speed boost forward as well. Could play a quick pass just as the exit of the step over happens in game, of course. And I think this game has sort of shifted based on the change from Anders. He's changed to a 4-4-2 there, which is probably something that you associate with him from years back. It's something that he's way more comfortable with down a back 5. And you can see with the way he's attacking, it's a lot more dynamic, and he's creating a lot more chances here. I think there could be one more chance in this game if he's able to get the ball here in behind.
Well, it's Alawaran again with all the pace. I mean, that was brave from Dolomatik, and that'll be the last kick of the game. The storyline is, though, Anders Vejrgang 3, Dolomatik 3. 6 goals. We said expect goals in the game, and it certainly delivered.
Absolutely. I felt as if the game was slowly getting away from Anders there. I felt as if you could see the emotions from him. He was getting frustrated, he was getting a bit angry with his performances, but he needed that little bit of luck just to get back into the game, and he took it, and he carried on leaps and bounds after that.
Well, well, well. This is only part 1 of 2 of this story concluded. Keep in mind that when we get back from this break, someone will leave the eChampions League. Will it be Dolomatik, or will it be the phenom, Anders Vejrgang? We'll see in a few minutes.
Well, they are your first leg results right there. Anders Vejrgang 3, Dolomatik 3. Levi Finn trailing 2-1 by Danny Pitbull. Kurta Dilo is beating Van Basten 5-3. And Footwiz Nixneb leading 2-1 against...
Off, we got Rafsu, we got Nixneb. You see the delivery here. Captavia switching the pitch. A little bit of a resurface. Pass and move. Rude Holik doesn't find the penetrating trading pass there. Overtakes possession. R9, a little step over for the people, and he converts. He's able to finish. You see the instant replay. Rude Holik feeding R9. We're going to talk about that a lot on display today.
Yeah, I mean, the question I've got, defender's a little bit skating. Going left to right, he's all over the gaff. Dolomatik up against Anders Vejrgang. Heading over the top. Good neck muscles. Look at the Aloiran green time dink from Dolomatik.
Oh, that's so lovely.
That's nice.
It has a nice little bit of spice. Green time, perfectly well weighted.
Keeper's in no
The
man's
pause has already been cued. You know what's happening. At number 1, what's topping that? I got to see this. Same game, same situation. Dino, couple of step overs. Beautiful way to beat the offside trap. Janola looking for R9. Feeds the main man. Let him finish for breakfast, for lunch, and of course for dinner.
Look, the only question I've got, where's the linesman? He looked miles offside. 3-3, that currently stands. Great stuff from the first leg of action. And our featured match is locked and ready to go. Back over to our casters, Brandon and Ryan.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, back underway here. I quite enjoyed that poll in the break there. It was
it's a landslide victory there.
Unfortunately, I didn't have my phone on me, otherwise I would have given Richard a vote just to help him out.
I've been one of the very few that did.
Well, I was just trying to do my part for my good friend. Back to the FIFA, though, on display. eChampions League here. Remember, as we said, the storyline is this. Anders Vejrgang or Dullen, alongside all those results you just did see at the end of the first legs. Players will be eliminated from the tournament. Their dreams and hopes of qualifying for Istanbul will be no more. Was you impressed with the first game? We said we were going to see goals from both sides. There wasn't going to be any clean sheets. There was moments of brilliant defending, but a 3-3 scoreline probably seems pretty fair. Yeah,
I'd say so. I think, of course, it goes without saying, come on, go for that. I feel as if Dolomatik would be the less happier of the two. After that, of course, being up by 2 towards the end of the first leg to, I wouldn't say give it away, but just let the lead slip slightly there. So I'd say Anders will definitely be happier going into the second leg. But for Dolomatik, I actually thought he played pretty well. I think he created a lot of chances. He could have had a few more as well if he was slightly more composed, a little bit in front of goal there. But I think if he does more of the same, I wouldn't be shocked if he comes away with a result. But for Anders, he needs to play his game, be a bit more composed in the area as well, and trusting his instincts when he gets into those areas.
Well then, second leg underway. Anders Vejrgang against Dolomatik. Only one of these two will remain in the lower bracket. Janola, back to Anders. Is it going to be a perfect start? It will! And there's the little celebrations. They're coming out now.
The shush has come out. It's a quick start from Anders into the second leg. He gets a goal early on. This could be a massive, massive moment between these two here. It's a great goal as well. He built up really, really quickly. Straight away from kickoff.
What a start. What a start. 4 minutes in. You know what that means. Anders leads 4-3 on aggregate. You heard Dolomatik before the game started. Look, this is a big game as well. 2 German clubs, 2 German esports organisations going head to head. Elimination game of FIFA. This is where the game can change nicely. I think Anders is just going to probably look to try and slow this game down slowly but surely. It's early days. Keep in mind, as we said, 3 other games currently underway. No goals to report as of yet. What's key here, Ryan, is that Dolomatik does not concede again, because I've seen plenty of times online when Anders gets going, you find yourself 2 or 3 down. Big tackle there.
Could have triggered a run again.
Oh my, Aloiran is in a running race against Wesley Fofana. Has he got the legs? Aloiran! Big save at the start.
Those are the chances I'm talking about. Just that little, if he just done something different there, it's easy to say, but he's taken to a corner very quickly there. Didn't result in a goal-scoring opportunity, but there's gonna be a lot more chances created just from those triggered runs specifically anyway.
A hard angle though to score from.
Of course,
very
yeah.
difficult.
I thought he was gonna go for the chip. I felt Anders maybe committed the goalkeeper a little bit too far. I thought we were gonna see a remake of, I believe it was the second goal from Dolomatik in that first leg.
Anders cooking up something special potentially here. Valverde, and there's a right wing back. Does get tackled off the ball. Anders steal, Ronaldinho, there's the step overs, and there's the time green finish. He's back in control and back in pole position.
He loves it. He honestly loves it, as we see. I'll have to take a look at that goal again. Just a driven pass, the step over, the green time, the cross goal. That's what I'm talking about with the composure in front of goal there. Just green timing it, increasing the likelihood of it finding the back of the net. And that is exactly what it does to make it 2-0 in this game, 5-3 on aggregate, Brandon.
Well, as that goal went in, there's been another goal. Levy Finn against Danny Pitbull. Danny Pitbull already 2-1 up in the game. And here's the goal. It's a long ball over the top. Oh. It's a header from R9. Van der Sar in no man's land. So 2-goal advantage for the Italian. Anders feeling a bit confident now?
Yeah, definitely. You can feel it in his gameplay as well. You can see that he's feeling a lot more confident, not just in his celebrations, but just the way he's building up here. Towards the back post, but
are we about to see an onslaught from Anders in terms of attacking FIFA? Long ball over the top. Is it well read? Just about. Lucio gets something on it. Pull it. Back to Alarira, and there's the step overs again. This time Wesley Fofana just does enough. Or not! Oh no, this could be curtains! 1, 2, 3!
He's got every other celebration in his locker. I think we've seen a different one each time.
I wasn't sure if I was watching an Mbappe celebration there or Anders Vejrgang. 3-0. He leads. And what do we say? That's the worst situation you want to be in against the player of Anders Vejrgang's quality, Ryan. Because the mountain just gets more and more harder and higher to climb.
Absolutely, and it was a costly error there from Dolomatik. But as we said, Anders is a green machine in front of goal. He always seems to green time it when he needs to.
And that's the difficult part, Ryan, isn't it? Because if you concede one mistake, you're either hoping out for a miracle of goalkeeper movement. Because he's just so clinical in those areas. Dolomatik praying for a FIFA miracle. He's had a few of those in the eChampions League so far. After being 0-2 in Swiss, he bounced back to get 3 wins on the board. Last night in London, it was Peter Crouch to save the day for him. Now he needs 3 heroes. I'm not sure what for heroes, but he needs 3 goals. Against the player who's beaming with confidence now. There's been a goal, Nick Snebb against Rafsu. Which way's that one gone? As we know, Nick Snebb was in the lead, 2-1. Just on the stroke of half-time, it is the French veteran Rafsu cuts it back. No surprise, David Ginola, the French foot hero, making it 2-2 there. As we said, our other matchup, Curta Dilo against Van Basten. At the halfway point in that one, we saw Curta Dilo was leading. Those are the only 4 games that are currently underway. There's a flick on, R9 did time it green, and so did Yaya Toure. Just looks in control, doesn't it?
He does. I can't really see a way in which Dolomatik gets into this if he sticks with the back 5. I think he needs to push the initiative a little bit more here.
The difficult part is now, you come out of that back 5, right?
You're going to concede a lot more chances. That's the issue.
You're going to be needing to have the best defensive 45 minutes you can have. Unbelievable goalkeeper movement. Just, you've got to be on it to a T. Last chance of the half will fall the way of Anders Vejrgang, who leads by 3-0 already. Added time of 1 minute. And a chance to breathe on the side of Dolomatik, as he has to come up with a plan. Some sort of miracle plan. Otherwise, he will be getting out of this year's eChampions League.
Been a perfect half there from Anders. Of course, making the use of some opportunities that did fall his way through mistakes from Dolomatik. But again, you have to take those opportunities when they come your way. Green timing it obviously assures that when you're in front of goal. But for Dolomatik, as I said, I think he needs to change something going into this second half, because the 3-goal deficit in 45 minutes of in-game time is a mountain to climb.
And when you say change, 4-4-2 or?
You could match him, of course, in a 4-4-2. Obviously, Dolomatik isn't actually playing 5-4-1. He's playing 3-4-2-1, so it is a little bit more offensive. But maybe just having the back four, or maybe a 4-3-2-1, just something just to have that overload against Anders' 4-4-2 could help a lot.
.45 minutes away from the Champions League elimination is Dolomatik. Needs a goal ASAP. Is this the goal now? Hullet trying to do what he can, just bundle him through players, hoping for a bounce to fall his way. This is nice, Marquez. Able to get the ball back, Hullet. Ronaldinho. Keep an eye on that run of R9, last man. Or will it be Ginola's run that is teed instead from Anders? Yaya Toure, back to Ronaldinho, it's R9, there's a reverse elastico, which didn't fall kindly. Goal in the Rafsu Nixneb game, which way's it gone? If you're a Footwiz fan, look away. Because Rafsu has taken the lead, it's a long ball over the top. And how many times is the French forward going to clutch up for the French FIFA player? Rafsu leads 3-2. Now the game has changed over there. Danny Pitbull against Levy Finn. Danny Pitbull still in control in that game, 2-1. If you haven't realised, by the way, for those at home, there is a chance, right, isn't there, that we could be seeing Nicholas Anders Vejrgang in a qualification game for the eChampions League. It could be happening today.
I think it's crazy to say that there's only going to be one of them in the final 8, which is unheard of. Well, I wouldn't have thought that coming into this event for sure. I thought both of those names would have been, I wouldn't say guaranteed. I think that's a bit too...
You can put the game to bed now, Ryan. Back to R9, there's the step overs, luckily. There's the defender in the way, but as we're saying, what a game that would be.
Absolutely. I think it was a perfect matchup in terms of play styles as well. They both play very, very different. I think that would be difficult to call. I'm pretty certain they wouldn't have played before at a live event.
It would be a ridiculous game.
Look at the spaces.
To conclude it now, Ronaldinho just couldn't get the touch around Iker Casillas. Ginola might be able to, though.
Oh, no, at the back post there.
There's the chip. There's the touch. Oh! Somehow just saved the... No, he hit the post, I believe. Oh, not able to find the back of the net, hit the post. It was a guessing game there of goalkeeper movement. But good to see that Dolomatik has had to come out and try and press now. Ginola, if he scores again, game, set, and match. Another wave of pressure, another attack recycled, great feet. Better save from Casillas. Just looks up for it, doesn't he? Anders Vejrgang now.
Oh, I thought that pass would have been played over the top there, but take a look at the last moments in this game. This is live. Danny Pitbull up 3-1 against Levy Finn.
Yeah, that's live, but we're about to get a full-time result in that game. We are the Serie A champion. We'll stay in the eChampions League as he hopes to make it another Italian player there. Levy Finn, the German, out of the tournament. Let's jump back to Vejrgang, Dolomatik. That's one game concluded. And that's another player leaving the tournament. Commiserations to Levy Finn. This has to go. Unable to do so once and twice. Still does keep possession though.
Triggered run as well into the boxes.
Is there a flick on? Not that occasion.
Yeah, this is it.
Here we go. To conclude the game, to knock out Dolomatik from the eChampions League. Is he going to pass it across goal? Yes, he is! Anders Vejrgang will remain in the tournament. Job done.
You see that, you can almost feel the goal. It was going to happen, and of course, this is the last moment. It's in the game. This is live.
It's Nick about to grab an equaliser. Sailing the wire and back to R9. Was offside. By the looks of it there, that's in added time that game. It looks like Rapsu is going to be knocking out. Footwears is Nick. Not sure if there's going to be much more time in that game. Added time of 2 minutes or so on the corner of the screen. For this game, though, the first leg delivered an end-to-end matchup, and then Anders Vejrgang just found his feet. Alongside that, he found a number of celebrations that he's entertained us with. And whoever stands in his way now, you should be terrified. Right, this is the last kick of the game in this matchup, by the way. Corner, is it a corner? No. It is job done there. Rapsu will knock out Nick. And let's just have a quick look down to the lower bracket. Oh wow, these games get better and better. Danny Pitbull will take on Anders Vejrgang in another elimination game. Winner of that plays Nicholas.
Wow.
For an eChampions League grand final spot.
Unbelievable matchups in the eChampions League.
You do not want to miss this. We've still got 4 more places to find in this year's final. That game there, wow. Danny Pitbull, Vejrgang. Whoever wins that plays Nicholas, even better. Dolomatik, fair play, still trying to get himself back in the game. There's just simply not enough time. Commiserations to Focus Clan and to Dolomatik. He has entertained us in this eChampions League through late-minute goals yesterday to last-minute winners in the Swiss rounds. If he scores now, it'll be nothing more than a consolation.
Sort of sums up the game there from Dolomatik. It's a great build-up there, just to get in behind, but again, it's just not green-timed across goal. And of course, that is going to be the end of the run from Dolomatik.
There we have it. We can confirm in the lower bracket, Dolomatik will leave the tournament. Anders Vejrgang will remain in this year's eChampions League.
It's a massive result. He's turned it around. We have to remember he was down 2-0, he was down 3-1 both times, and he showed perseverance, he showed composure to get back into the game, decisive in front of goal, and the young man progresses into the next stage, as you said, up against the recent eSerie A champion in Danny Pitbull. Another elimination game, which is going to be huge.
Yeah, huge indeed. Again, if you missed the headlines there, Rapsu through. Anders Vejrgang through, a big smile on his face as he makes it into a game against Danny Pitbull in the Champions League lower bracket round 3. Big games coming in the Champions League. Keep in mind, we are jumping to the opposite side of the bracket shortly, when we will be seeing Tekkz in action. Just off camera there, you can see Danny Pitbull and Anders Vejrgang have a little hug before their game. What a match one that will plan to be. That coming up in a little bit of time. For now, let's pass over to Richard, Mike and Gravison to break down what they saw there.
Thank you very much, Brandon and Ryan. The eChampions League brings us these moments, brings us these, could say, upsets, these underdog stories, and these favourites facing adversity. Grav, Dolomatik, Anders looked a bit cagey, looked a little bit worrying for Anders in that first leg. Then he just came out.
Yeah, I gotta say, like, Dolomatik's first leg, I think it was his best FIFA of the tournament. He was consistent with the defense, he was consistent with the pressure, and then when he had to equalize and capitalize with it, he just scored 3 easy goals. But then I don't think he stepped up down a bit. I just think
Anders came up.
Yeah, Anders came up and just played the best FIFA team we've seen this day with Emre.
And we took at the other couple of stages as well. Rafsu still doing the business. Danny Pitbull, Serie A champion. He won it, what, 72 hours ago? And
he's the most informed player in theory here.
Are you surprised by those two results? Rafsu
No.
picking up the win over Nick Sneb, Danny Pitbull picking up the win as well?
I think we built that before we got into those games. I said that Rafsu on land is different, and he itches for it. He has that something special that he's able to perform in these big environments. He told me he was disappointed he didn't have the pit. He wanted to stand above his competition. Remember, he's like 6'3", 6'4". He's a big guy. So when he erupts in front of you, you kind of feel his presence. And then Danny Pitbull, as we talked about, is there a player that's in better form?
That's
hard to argue.
That's a question that we'll have to answer. What we've got right now, we've got the best 5 moments from the first round of fixtures. This could be anything. This could be great goals. This could be big mistakes, errors. This is number 5. Let's have a little look at it. Anders Vejrgang, Dolomatik, second leg. Anders leading 1-0. Talk me through it, Mike.
We got space to work with. It's great goalkeeper work as well. And it's got to be said, this game could have been closer. Dolomatik missed some finishes that he didn't maybe miss in that first opening leg. But in the second leg, so much goalkeeper movement at the right time.
What a pass.
Yeah.
Over the top, into space,
And
but he wasn't able to finish.
If this was green time, that was an equalize.
So you're saying it's a mistake?
Yep. And you
heard it here first. Gravison calling out Dolomatik live on the stage. In that same match, 3-3, this is the first play of the game. Anders Vejrgang turning it on.
Just the timing of the passes, the timing of the finishing. It's just, he did nothing special. But, you know, the timing to time the pass and the shot is just something else.
We're going to talk about that more. I'll just leave that there.
Number 3, Rafsu up against Nick Sneb. Second leg, 30 minutes gone. Lovely pass over the top. We've got the pitching wedges out because everything's in the air.
Oh! Not able to get the finish. I mean, the ball is perfecto. But just off the crossbar there and not quite having the drop. If it was green time, I think that drops in.
Number 2, 30 minutes later in this second leg, 2-2 the scoreline.
More of the same.
Yeah, over the top again. And David Miller, when it's green timed, goes into the back of the net.
It's green, it's in. But yeah.
We're watching these games and Gravis hit me with the dinero. You need that green time finish.
Number 1, the best moment from the first round of fixtures. 6-3, Anders Vejrgang with the dagger.
The step over was perfect, the pass was perfect, and then he just had to put the nail in the coffin. Easy work.
Impressed, Mike, by Anders?
I was actually going to say this is his best victory that we've seen in a land environment because he was able to face adversity and battle back. That's something that's always been a question mark. Does he have the mentality? And he just proved that on the biggest of stages and under that pressure from Dolomatik, who is someone that we often give a lot of praise to, where he's able to get results when he's in a LAN setting. I keep building that up because it's just different. Feels different, crowds different, energies different, online, offline, up, down, everything is magnified. It's under the big lights.
What can we say? I agree with that, and I got to talk celebrations. They were on point.
The celebrations.
He had those ready.
Yeah, the celebrations were on point. Something else that is on point is the MasterCard moment of the match. Mike LaBelle picked something out that he wanted to see. And I think we got a tease of it in the top 5 moments as well.
I didn't pick the top 5 moments, but this is one of the early previews. I love this goal, and I just talk about isolating the matchups, and this is what Anders does better than the rest of the competition. He utilizes these step overs or different skill moves in order to find the player at the right time and allows him to take advantage. So you're isolating key matchups. You see R9, he sees that as well. Janola's got players around him, but he's got a lot of space to work with. We're gonna see a couple little skills here into a lock roqueta, which is rare to see, right back to R9. And again, your finishing options, once you're in the middle of the pitch, almost the 6-yard box, you can do whatever you want. Across the body, near post, far post, top corner, low driven. It's all good money from there, and you see the shush.
And is it the pace of which he does it? You said there's nothing special, but it's the speed in which he does it is so dangerous. How do you defend that? Yeah, I'm not going to ask you, Mike, because there's no hope. Gravison, how would you defend that?
Yeah, I'd say space and timing, and you got to player switch so fast, it's just hard as a defender. And yeah, the croqueta is weird, but Emre did a couple of croqueta goals against Nico. It might be a thing coming up in this tournament?
Because we haven't seen them as much this year, if you time them rightly, you can shift the body weight quickly. It's not the FIFA 19 days, but of course they still have value in the mix of different skill moves.
Well, we've had 4 games completed. We now go down to the second half of the lower bracket. 4 more games will be concluded and players will be eliminated within the next hour. Some of these matchups, you've got 2 games already confirmed. Anders Vejrgang taking on Danny Pitbull, Kurtadilo Rafsu, but coming up, look at these games. Tekkz is in action, and what a game it's going to be, Mike.
I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait either. After this break, Donovan Hunt, Fnatic Tekkz, looking to go one step further. He finished 3rd last year. Can he go all the way? The Italian stallion Montaxer is in his path. Leon Ravel, Ryan Pessoa, keeping you up to date after the break. Welcome back to the eChampions League knockout stages. Yes, you're hearing my voice again. Don't worry, I'll let other people have a go soon. These are the fixtures coming up for the next round of action. Tekkz versus Montaxer will be our featured game. Marwan up against Kamal. Gio Bundy against Pepe. And Stingray Jr. versus Danny Visser. 4 incredible games. I'm joined by Gravison. Grav, any of those taking your fancy?
Yeah, definitely. Stingray against Danny Visser, one of the broadcasted matches. Tekkz, obviously, against Montaxer. But I want to talk about Marwan, because he's a Moroccan player. He actually qualified for players with his nation a week ago. I think we haven't talked about him enough. He's one of these players coming up, as well as Kamal, a young German player who's been smashing the online season this year, so pretty much all of them are solid.
Do you feel like the eChampions League is the perfect tournament to get your name out there?
Definitely.
To go, this is me, this is what I can do. Very similar to what Emre Yilmaz did yesterday. Look, we've seen Emre Yilmaz, he's been incredible, but he stepped out yesterday.
I mean, if we talk about Matias Bonanno last year, he was doing a really good job on the online season.
They propelled him to the next level.
Definitely, and I think that's going to happen to Emre as well. So yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Yeah, I can't wait to see these matches getting underway. Your casters for the next round are going to be Leah Ravel and Ryan Pessoa. Guys, when we have a look at this match right here, what are we thinking? This is one of our feature stations, Leah.
Well, you know what? Danny Visser and Stingray actually matched up in the group stages. And that's exciting. But talking a little bit about Kamal and Marwan, I think both great players, both fighting to stay alive, really, right, Ryan?
Yep, absolutely. It's, of course, an elimination game in the loser bracket round 2. We saw there come out winning against just about to get into this stage of the loser bracket. But I think Gravison touched on it perfectly about Marwan and some of the other players that haven't been highlighted too much, but he's had a fantastic year, losing 6-5 to Antonio Redea in the upper bracket yesterday, coming in as seed number 5 as well. So he's a fantastic competitor. But Richard, walk us through the featured match on stage number 2.
I've got a question back to you, Ryan, as well, while we look at this second stage. Would you say that's a nice route, a nice game, unlike this game right here, where we've got 2 killers? Let's be honest, Stingray Jr., Danny and Visser. This is probably the hardest matchmaking you would think in a lower bracket here, Grav.
Yeah, especially in the round 2 of lower bracket. Danny Visser, you probably don't talk about Danny Visser as much because you have his teammates, you have Emre, you have obviously Levy as well, but then he's so strong. And Stingray, a player who actually made the top 8 last year in the World Cup, potentially the match to watch? Well, I don't think so with Tekkz.
Top 2 at the Club World Cup as well?
Yeah, as well. So, yeah, he's not playing as consistent this year, but I think it could be his tournament.
But this is going to be our featured matchup. Tekkz against Montaxer, 2 fabulous, fabulous FIFA talents in their own right. Ryan and Leah, I'm going to leave you with a question before we get off. Is this the hardest first round game on Sunday?
I would say so. I think these are both players that we didn't expect to be in the lower bracket at this point, especially Tekkz. I think both of these players have a lot to prove, and they're also fighting for the life. So
yeah, absolutely. I think it goes without saying how good Tekkz is. We know he's one of the best, if not the best player we've had in FIFA Global Series history. But Montaxer as well is unbelievable. He's someone that I rate really, really highly in the scene, coming to prominence over the years. I spoke yesterday about his desire to always rank highly in division rivals, leaderboards to qualify for Global Series events in Europe. And he's always successful in that, but he's also vying for the top spot most of the time against Tekkz. So they played quite a few times in division rivals as well. And I'll be hoping for Tekkz anyway, he needs to start a lot quicker today than he did yesterday. But he's definitely happy to be in this game on this occasion. Of course, he thrives under pressure, under the lights, on the biggest stage of all. And Montaxer, it'll be interesting to see how he performs against somebody like Tekkz on the main stage.
definitely. Tekkz was actually having a conversation with Brandon earlier and said that this was his hardest match of the day, and if he gets through this, he's confident.
Yep, absolutely. I'll take you through the stats here of Fnatic Tekkz. His average possession is 53%, quite low compared to some other competitors. We saw Duxley yesterday with 61%, so that's quite low as well. You saw the average goals scored, the average XG 1.28 per game. Again, sort of relatively low if you compare Tekkz of previous years. Of course, you have to factor in, of course, the game is different, the formations utilized are different as well, and also play styles. Of course, Tekkz has been phenomenal throughout the years. It goes without saying. He's an eChampions League Invitational winner. He's finished top 4 at an eChampions League before as well, so he's got the history. As we take a look at Montaxer's stats now, average possession of just 46%, and the average XG slightly higher than Tekkz of a 1.58, total shots 19, and a goal difference of just +1. So he seems to be scoring a lot and also conceding a lot of goals as well.
Definitely. Well, Montaxer winning his first match against Peixoto and then losing to Nixneb on pens to drop to the lower bracket. Exciting matchup. This could be match of the day. We see potentially Nicholas and Anders later, but we want Tekkz in that final. I think he wants to be there too.
This is a massive game. Of course, the countdown going into this loser bracket round 2. The loser is eliminated. The winner progresses into the next stage. Of course, it's key to mention the players have to win 3 rounds in a row from this position in order to solidify their spot in Istanbul in the top 8.
We are underway for the first leg of this lower bracket on Sunday. Like Ryan mentioned, the winner will have to win several more, but the loser, unfortunately, goes home. Like you mentioned, Ryan, Tekkz looking to start quick, but Montaxer as well. Both, like we said, very good players, very proven players. Tekkz obviously being one of the most experienced in the FIFA competitive scene. Very well known, very confident despite his young age.
Absolutely, just giving away possession there from Tekkz. Montaxer can progress up the field here. Pay attention to the run in the box. It's going to be a player lock or anything. It's not, it's a ball row in. A green time shot near post. Potentially anticipating some goalkeeper movement, but it's a bright start from the Italian.
Montaxer obviously wanting to start strong as well. Could he have a chance here from Ginola? Tries to get the shot away with Rudhulit, but read very well by Tekkz. Montaxer didn't have an easy day yesterday as well. But both still alive through to Sunday. Did you expect to see Tekkz in this lower bracket?
It's hard to say because, of course, you can't really guarantee who's going to win every single game, but of course anticipate Tekkz to be one of the players.
Tekkz here, R9 through to Ronaldo, but woo! Easy, no celebrations. Montaxer, a little bit of stress maybe on his face. Great start from Tekkz this early in the game.
It's a huge start from Tekkz. A driven pass back towards Ronaldinho, just about onside, and a pass across goal into R9 Ronaldo. A finish there from Tekkz to start off with a great lead here up against Montaxer. Just speaking briefly again on Montaxer, and of course the Italian scene, we spoke about it yesterday. It's come on leaps and bounds across the last couple of years. We've already seen 2 Italians secure their spot in top 4.
Well, this match is 1-0. Taking a quick look at the match between Kamal and Marwan. Marwan going up 1-0 as well.
But here, just a step over, a little pass back, and again, similar to the first goal we saw in this Tekkz Montaxer game, just played across goal. Of course, as you mentioned, Marwan takes the lead against Kamal. This could be another goal here from Tekkz.
Lots of space from R9. Can he get the shot away? Quick, easy, almost outside the box. 2-0 for Tekkz.
Wow, I'll be honest, I can't believe the keeper has not saved that. It's not been green time, so you can see the shake of the head and the grimace there from Montaxer. Moving the goalkeeper back is what you normally do. It's a poor save animation there from Van der Sar.
It's frustrating.
You expect that to be saved then. A pause has been cued. Because we do have another featured game going on. Be able to provide updates when they do come our way. Stingray up against Danny Visser. We saw Danny Visser on main stage yesterday, but we haven't really spoke much about Stingray. Richard spoke about him being a runner-up in the Club World Cup, top 8 in the World Cup last year as well. He's a fantastic young player in the UK scene. One of the very few players left from the UK in this competition. We've only got Fnatic, Tekkz and Stingray left. Of course, the elimination earlier on from Nixneb and yesterday in Exel Tom.
Like I mentioned before, Danny Visser and Stingray matched up in the group stages. Sting winning 5-4, and then both having quite the rough first match yesterday. Obviously, Danny Visser playing against Anders, Sting playing against Emre.
This attack here, just a little passes around the edge of the box here. Quick passing. It's good defending there from Montaxer. He needs to brush up a little bit, because this game could get away from him. But I'm sorry, there's been an update in the game we were just mentioning between Stingray and Danny Visser.
Finding some space with Alawiron. Can he get the shot away? He does. Quick, easy, top right corner, and Sting takes the lead just like he did in the group stages. Tekkz still leading 2-0. I imagine he's very happy with the lead, with everything on the line for these 2 players. He's over the top ball there to Yaya Toure. Not looking to rush anything. Rudhulit in to Ginola. Can R9 get the shot away? Defended really well by Lucio and Montaxer. Ball given away there. Back to Tekkz on the attack. Maintains possession. Being pressed very hard by Montaxer. The ball goes out.
This is a great start from Tekkz on the front foot of this game so far. We've only seen just under 30 minutes left, or 30 minutes played so far, sorry, of this first leg. But he's shown his intent early on with the way he's keeping possession, not rushing his attacks, waiting for the space to open up for those driven passes into the strikers. And of course, when he gets the ball to the striker's feet, he's arguably one of the most dangerous players in the game.
A little update from one of the other games. Kamal has actually equalized Marwan 1-1.
See the ball there, the through ball into Rudhulit, green tide across goal there into the bottom corner. And of course, it is 1-1 between Kamal and Marwan.
All very close games.
Bit of triggered run here from Ronaldinho. Pay attention to the back post here. I think the run has been slightly marked there. Well done from Montaxer, but it's fallen right to the edge. Tekkz tries to do an elastico pass to defense there of Montaxer. Kind of roar there as well across the stage. Is interesting to see if we get an update on where that goal has come from.
Montaxer looking to break into some space, has a little bit of room, but Alawiran can't quite get the pass squared to the top of the 6-yard box. We were just talking about some updates. Stingray has actually scored to make this game 2-0, bearing in mind that in the groups he won 5-4. A great lead from Stingray.
Absolutely, you can see there the heel-to-heel drag in the box there. The shot managing to find the corner there to make it 2 goals to the good for Stingray up against Danny Visser. We come back to the Tekkz here with the skill moves in the box, the passing, the dribbling. Just waiting for space to open up here.
Mistake there from Tekkz. Montaxer is hoping to take advantage, be on the attack, but Tekkz still leads 2 goals. I say this a lot, and it's crazy as someone that I would say is a more casual FIFA player. Being able to do almost 10 things at once, wherever on the pitch, is unbelievable.
Absolutely, I see the way Tekkz manages to defend here. The whipped ball in, it headed down as well, and the shot across goal, and it's just about saved there from Van der Sar from Tekkz. I thought we were going to see a goal back just on the brink of half-time, but he still has a chance. Montaxer building up from the corner.
Maintains the possession, but is unlucky to have the whistle blown there, I would say.
I was going to say, if he played back there, because there was no added time, the whistle would have blown, and that is exactly what happened. We end the first half, 2 goals up from Tekkz, up against Montaxer. And as I say, I think it's been a complete performance so far from what we've seen from Tekkz. Defensively secure, he hasn't given up many chances around the area. He looks dangerous as always.
Well, this is what the infamous Tekkz looks like. It's likely what we expected from him coming in today. He had a chance to rest overnight, have a sleep on it, you know, regain his focus for day 2, and he's looking to get to that final, and as is Montaxer. 2 goals is, you know, I said what I said. I say it all the time, 2 goals is not a lot, so.
Absolutely, I think in this competition for Tekkz this year anyway, he's used to playing those all-important games where if you lose, you are eliminated. Of course, coming from a 2-2 record in the Swiss format to win the last game, to make it 3-2, to reach the stage, losing yesterday in the winners bracket against no other than the world champion in Umut. Nothing to turn your nose up against as well, because of course Umut is an incredible player. As we see a triggered run here from Montaxer, trying to look to push the defensive line back for Tekkz.
Tekkz obviously making it to the semi-final last year of the eChampions League, losing and going out to Nicholas 99, who ended up going on to be the champion. Tekkz here looking to find some space, almost has the ball through in that space, but those passing lanes read well. And Montaxer on the break here with Alawiran, green timed, 2-1.
That's the chance he needed just to get back into the game, as you said, green timed across goal there to increase the likelihood of that finding the back of the net, and that is exactly what happened. Alawiran seems to be a key player in a lot of the squads here today. And he brings the game back to just a 1-goal deficit now for Montaxer.
Obviously, this is anyone's game at this point. 1 goal is hard to maintain, but easy to come back from. I imagine that would give Montaxer some confidence.
Yep, absolutely. I think it would help to boost that confidence.
An update from our other match. Kamal leading Marwan 2-1. As you know, Marwan was up 1-0, so he's come back and now leading.
Ooh, that's a difficult goal there to watch. I thought as if the passes could have been intercepted.
Chance from Tekkz here. R9 green timed. Cross keeper. 3-1.
It's a big goal from Tekkz there to restore the 2-goal advantage. A cross goal, as we said, the green time shot. At this level, you need to be timing those shots in and around the area just to guarantee that chance to find the back of the net. Tekkz responds very early on after conceding the first goal back from Montaxer. So it's now 3-1 in this game in the first leg. Of course, 30 minutes still left to play. And this second leg, as it stands though, we said this is an elimination game. So Montaxer, if he doesn't manage to find a way back in this game, he will be eliminated. And I think for me, that is going to be a major upset coming into this eChampions League event.
You've obviously played Tekkz a lot, I'd imagine. How do you think he's setting up for a game like this?
It's very difficult because I think FIFA at this level, a lot of it is down to play styles. You could have some players that you feel more comfortable playing just because it sort of fits into your game style, the way you play the formation, the way they defend against your attacks as well. But I think this game, these two players have played before in recent times, and of course not a competitive format in terms of an event, so they kind of would know what to expect. And of course having the luxury of being able to know who you're playing the day before, so you can just look at their games, you can see what worked well for Tekkz yesterday. You were able to see a lot of his games broadcasted, of course, from Montaxer. Similarly up against Peixoto and losing to Stingray on penalty. So you're able just to see how their games went. The driven pass played back as well. And that is a fantastic goal from Montaxer. You see there, the driven pass in the first time played straight back to Ronaldinho. And shot in at the near post to make it 3-2 now. You say quick passing in the box, just driven passes, and it's kind of hard to defend those situations. You can't really play a switch in time to intercept the pass, but...
Pause queued up here. Again, 1 goal is separating these two. I think that's a great place for Montaxer to be going into the second leg. The game's not over. Lots of time for him to come back and equalize.
Absolutely. You see the formation briefly that he was using, the 4-1-2-1-2 second variation, obviously the narrow, what we call it, in the FIFA scene. Really the only player I'd say playing this formation in game at this event. Of course, it's very, very offensive, and it's something that he's very comfortable using, but it sort of would explain a lot in terms of the chances that Tekkz is trying to, or having the luxury to create.
I think it's interesting too when formations are so consistent. We see the same one, generally speaking, over and over and over. So do you think that it obviously plays an advantage in this case, but do you think that sets people up for a disadvantage as well?
I'll quickly answer that after this attack as it's building up here. The pass in behind the defense, the goalkeeper movement wasn't enough there, and it's Tekkz responding straight from kickoff there to make it 4-2.
Montaxer scores, Tekkz responds, Montaxer scores, Tekkz responds.
Montaxer's not happy with that as well. Moving the goalkeeper in the correct way, you'd expect the keeper to maybe do something. He's dived the opposite way, or he's sort of fallen.
Listen, I'd be queuing a pause and subbing manners are off, honestly. Taking a quick look at Kamal and Marwan again.
See there, look at the run trigger there. It's whipped in, and it's on the volley there with Rudhulit. Green time to make it 3-1 for Kamal up against Marwan. There, of course, has been another goal. Be able to update you when that comes through, because that is going to be interesting to see which way that has landed.
Marwan obviously leading in that game, 1-0. Kamal responds with a vengeance. Chance here from Montaxer. Tries to look for R9 at the back post. But Tekkz was there.
This is the goal I was talking about, and it's falling the way of Marwan, representing Bordeaux. Building up here. Just waiting, biding his time. Driven pass, slightly fortunate to bounce back to him, but that finish into the corner there. It's a quick response there to make it 3-2. We've seen a lot of goals across the stages so far. The featured matches, of course. Stingray still 2 goals up against Danny Visser. We just saw Marwan down 3-2 against Kamal. And of course, this main stage game. There could be another goal with this building up here from Montaxer, but great defending from Tekkz again.
A lot of bodies in the box for him there. Unlucky to not be able to get the space and the shot away. I'm surprised with how cagey a lot of these games are and how many goals we're seeing given elimination games.
Yep, absolutely. There's a lot at stake here. See the triggered run there. Wasn't played, but just pushed the defensive line of Montaxer. He's got another player in support here in Yaya Toure, operating in the right back position here.
Iron tries to get the shot away there, but Red well, defended well. Tekkz loses that possession, but regains it quickly. So we're nearing the end of the first leg. Tekkz obviously looking to maintain that possession, perhaps get one last chance.
I think this is the maturity, the game management from Tekkz. Unless the space opens up for a guaranteed chance. He's just going to wait and bite this time just to kill the minutes down on the clock for that last attack. That moment, if he could just get some space here, but it's good defending from Montaxer. We've still got a few minutes left. If there is going to be 1 minute of added time here to potentially see if there's going to be space or a chance for Tekkz to push forward. He has to go forward now to try and get another goal.
This could be the chance that he needed. Janola in the box with the croqueta. Can he find the space? He can't, and that is out. Tekkz leading 4 goals to 2 after the first leg.
Absolutely. I think that's a fair scoreline in the grand scheme of things. Of course, there were some goals that Montaxer, rightly so, should be upset about, I'll be honest. I think his goalkeeper could do a lot better in some situations, but there's still a lot to play for going into this second leg. Montaxer just down by 2. Be hoping he could still maintain his spot in the eChampions League, of course, with his fellow Italians doing extremely well yesterday. And of course, some still in this competition as we prepare, of course, for the second leg. There's still a lot to play for.
Lots to play for indeed. But before we get into that second leg, we are taking a quick break. Don't go anywhere. No matter what you call it, football transcends all languages and unifies us. The UCL Global Native Jersey stands for exactly that. The jersey will officially launch on April 25th, and you'll be able to also collect this jersey in EA Sports FIFA 23 Ultimate Team. Make sure to pick one up at stores or in-game and share the moment using the hashtag #GlobalNative to unite with other fans of the beautiful game. You can now pre-order the jersey exclusively on the official UEFA Champions League online store by scanning the QR code below.
Welcome back to the eChampions League knockouts. Before we get into the results, Ryan Pessoa getting 3rd place in the best FIFA player. Ryan had finished. Right, you finished 4th in a 3-way race. They're the results from the first set of matches. Tekkz 4-2 against Montaxer. Marwin 2-4. Kamal is leading. Gio Bundy making it look simple against Pepe, and Stingray leading 2-0. I'm joined by Gravison to break down these first leg matches. Some good, impressive performances there. Gio Bundy doing the job, Stingray doing the job, and Tekkz and Montaxer, a great game.
Yeah, great game. Loads of things happening.
Up against Stingray. Stingray doing his thing in the corner, Grav, you would say. What's he sort of looking for you? Just the feedback?
Yeah, the easy pass and the... That
skill
was something,
well.
yeah, the skill move was something else. The heel to heel, I don't know. Great goal.
Are you scoring that?
Yeah, definitely. But Leah is scoring it as well. She won.
Yes, I am.
It's not a comedy show, guys. Kamal, this is up against Marwin. 2nd best goal of the first round of fixtures. Oh, he's got a score.
Oh, no.
He's not greened it.
You jinxed it. You jinxed it, man. We call that in Argentina, they call that the mufa.
What's that?
Jinx it.
Okay.
Kind of.
It's a great save on its way through. 87th minute as well. The best moment from the first set of fixtures. Tekkz versus Montaxer, and this is the 2-goal advantage, Grav.
Did you see this pass? I didn't see it.
Oh!
Yeah, the goalkeeper moved it. That should have been a save.
Keeper's got to save that.
Yeah. What Van der Sar has against Montaxer, man?
Someone make an inquest, because he has to save that. Tekkz is back down in his seat. Montaxer is locked and loaded, ready to go. Back over to our casters for the second leg, Leah and Ryan.
Thank you, guys. Listen, I just want to say, I won in that Pro FIFA poll, okay? So I should be on that stage, right?
That makes you sleep at night. We'll go with that. Why not? No, we'll go with that.
It's the pause for me, by the way. It's the pause.
Yeah, as Rich said, I feel as if Montaxer has been a little bit unlucky with the saves from Van der Sar, but still only down by 2 goals. It's 4-2 up for Fnatic Tekkz going into the second leg of this knockout game. The loser bracket, of course, the loser goes home. Winner progresses into round 3. So of course, they still, from this position, need to win 3 rounds to progress into the final 8. So there's still a long way to go. We saw the update as well from the fixtures. Gio Bundy, someone we haven't spoken about as well, a fantastic player representing Assist Esports. 3 goals up against Pepe. That is a huge result as well.
A lot of upsets, a lot of unpredictable scorelines we're seeing. And that's what makes a great FIFA tournament, so. We are back underway in the second leg between our featured match, Tekkz and Montaxer. Tekkz, obviously, as we mentioned, leading 2-0, but Montaxer, potentially a response here. Incredible defending from Tekkz.
Thought that was going to be an instant goal there from Montaxer. See the corner still being worked around here.
Ooh. Unlucky deflection from Van der Sar, but Montaxer capitalizes. Great way to start. He's coming out hot.
Absolutely, it's a perfect start here. It's Van der Sar, the rebound falling straight back to Arnhem Ronaldo. A little bit fortunate, but he needed that. I think he deserves that luck, if I'm being completely honest. And you saw the side there from Tekkz. Not the start you would have hoped for in this second leg. But from Montaxer, it might give him that little bit of confidence, that momentum in-game, just to show that there's still life left. And there's still a chance for him to complete the turnaround.
Yeah, I think he deserved that luck too, if I'm being honest. Because his Van der Sar several times did him dirty. Previously, we've seen an almost immediate response from Tekkz, but that over-the-top ball and cross, and what a goal from Montaxer.
Wow.
Listen, he has come out in this second leg.
Oh my God. Tekkz is looking around. That triggered run there. I need to see that again.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, that triggered run, and then the first time crossing, Rudhullet, of course, he's managed to trigger both of them. Rudhullet's found his space into the box, and I think that's why Montaxer tends to use the 4-1-2-1-2 second variation there, just an onrush of players supporting the attack. And there's a lot of options going forward, but it's a fantastic response there from from Montaxer against Tekkz. Be interesting to see if maybe Tekkz changed anything with his pause.
An update from our game between Danny Visser and Stingray. Danny Visser starts the second leg strong from the looks of it. A first-time shot from Ronaldinho to take that tie, 2-1. Stingray still leading, but as we know too well, 1 goal is not a lot to come back from. I'd love to know, though, what Montaxer has in that water bottle, or what he did between those 2 legs to start like this.
This is in.
This is in. Alawiren can get the shot away. Van der Sar does well. Listen, Van der Sar is on Montaxer's side this time around.
It's a shocking touch there from Alawiren in on goal. I thought Tekkz was about to take the lead again. Blistering start to this game. First 15 minutes or so, I've already seen 3 key chances in this game. But just look at the amount of triggered runs there from Montaxer. Every time he gets possession, just tapping L1. And this is the problem, though, the negative, the drawback of triggering so many players, the counter-attacks you were liable for. Tekkz tries to pin the defensive line. Look at the runs over the top here.
Green time shot, but possibly not enough power on that as we anticipated. In our match between Kamal and Marwan, Kamal leading a 4-2 on aggregate, and now leading 1-0 in the second leg, taking that lead to 5-2. This is like a different Montaxer that we're seeing. Maybe he was keeping it under wraps until the second leg.
I think just being a lot more confident going forward.
You can see the difference in his confidence from his gameplay. Good run from Yaya Toure. Some step overs from Tekkz, looking to find some space. Misplaced pass from Marquisio. A foul? Definitely a foul. Tekkz doesn't think so. Is all square between these two. It's anyone's game at this point, but one of these two, one of their nights ends after this. Tekkz looking to be decisive here. Good attempt at a ball through there by Ruud Gullit, but
See Tekkz there, trying to manually track the triggered runs over the top. This game has opened up. You can see there's a lot of space. It's sort of more a back and forth. I think that's going to be just offside there. First time ball over the top there, trying to put Alawiren in behind. Of course, his blistering pace. Not many in the game that can stop him when he gets in behind.
99 pace is wild, to be fair. I think at this point, Montaxer is happy to be all square against one of the best FIFA players. Can he get a chance here? That's a good over-the-top ball. Not quite the space he needed for Ronaldinho to get that in on goal, but Tekkz, I think, will be relieved that he hasn't conceded there.
Relieved to say at the least. I thought that was almost certainly going to lead to a goal to make it 3-0 in this game and turn the tides in Montaxer's favour. He sort of had 3 or 4 options to choose here. But now Tekkz pushes forward, looking for that driven pass into the attackers, and it's intercepted and possession regained for Montaxer. Oh, we saw the idea again. It's very similar to the attacks he's created already in this game, just triggering the run there from Alawiren in behind, building up on the other side of the pitch there, and it's the first time over the top. But for those at home wondering why so many runs being triggered, it's very effective.
Chance here from Ronaldinho. Not timed at all, but Tekkz takes the lead. Montaxer, a little bit of frustration, but I think, listen, who do you back?
It's tough to say, but that is an important goal at an important time for Tekkz to just take the lead again in this game. 5-4. There's been a lot of chances so far. Of course, the other feature match is going on. Stingray up against Danny Visser, still 2-1 on aggregate for Stingray. We'll await some updates in the other game between Marwan and Kamal.
Montaxer looking to respond the way that Tekkz responded. He's got some of those triggered runs we've spoken so much about. This could be a chance here. Tekkz defending for his life. Montaxer maintains that possession. With Fede Valverde, or Real Madrid's midfield maestro. A nice tackle there, regains some possession. Has some space in the middle with Ronaldinho. Ginola, can he get the shot away? He tries, he green times it, but out for a corner. Oh, unlucky.
I suppose the end of the first half in the second leg. Tekkz narrowly ahead. Of course, he was up in that first leg, 4-2. Montaxer brought it back to 4 goals apiece, but then that goal, of course, with R9 Ronaldo for Tekkz to make it 5-4 on aggregate. There's been a lot of chances, though. I've said it multiple times in this game. It's all stemming from the triggered runs from both of these players. And as the game progresses, it's just going to be a bit more nervy. I wonder if maybe Tekkz might change something in terms of formation if he gets later on into the game. Just to try and solidify it a little bit more, because there seems to be a lot of space for Montaxer in this game. He's creating a lot of chances, but likewise for Tekkz, he's also creating the same.
Well, what I can tell you, because I was #1 in that poll, is that I would make some changes pretty soon if I was either of them.
See the triggered run there, whipped in there. I saw the run from Fofana. For Montaxer, he still wins the header in the air, but defended well from Tekkz. Centre back out of position, but the pass didn't make it through. Again, look at the runs. The Valverde being triggered there, whipped over the top, but surely the keeper.
Ooh, a little flick on there from Texas defender. And a foul that goes the way of Fnatic Tekkz. Montaxer pressing hard. But like you said, once he pulls people out of position, that opens some gaps and allows a lot of space to be able to utilize for his opponent. Rude Hullet here on the ball through to Ronaldinho. Yaya Toure with the Trivela.
We've seen those before. We saw that yesterday with Tekkz, with Ronaldinho, of course, this time falling to Yaya Toure. Does have it in his locker occasionally, but that wasn't one of those situations to find the back of the net. Again, just look at the runs, and it somehow slipped past Rude Hullet there. A bit unfortunate for Montaxer. This player seems to try and run back into position.
This game could go anyone's way at this point, but a chance there, perhaps tipped away from the defender of Montaxer. Was narrowly missing that chance.
Oh, it's gone over Yaya Toure's head here as well. Look at the back post run there. It's been manually trapped from Tekkz. You have to be aware there's so many options what you can do there. You could ball roll inside or ball roll outside to play it back in for a driven pass to one of the runners in the middle of the pitch. You can whip it to the back post as well. So you have to cover all of the runs, as well as, of course, just running directly to the byline. The Tekkz on the attack here.
Ronaldinho with some space. Another Trivela that narrowly missed the back of the net again. Tekkz still on the attack. Quickly defended and cleared by Montaxer. Some updates from our match between Marwan and Kamal. Ooh, Marwan goes up 2-1, but then Kamal responds almost immediately to equalize this match again. Quite the cagey affair as well. We spoke about triggered runs probably every 30 seconds, and that was one of those there. Speaking of triggered runs, we have one at the back post here from Tekkz. But Montaxer isn't looking to concede anytime soon. Fede Valverde through to Ginola, to R9. Alawiran being pressed by literally 4 of Texas players. Can Ronaldinho find some space? He does.
Oh.
A quick shot from that left side.
Huge fair play there to Montaxer. Just to build up there, that was great building up composure until the very last moment. I think the goalkeeper movement sort of made up the mind for Montaxer, but he was sort of premeditated that shot already before it reached the attacker's feet there and just shot directly into the keeper. If he had shot the other side, it was a guaranteed goal. We've seen some occasions where players it's a common thing. It's very easy to say that you should have shot this side, but sometimes when you're in that situation, you just think, all right, I'm going to go for what the normal thing to do is, and that is to shoot across goal. But the goalkeeper movement from Tekkz was enough as he builds up and pushes forward to try and get the goal to end the game or make it 6-4 at least. There's still 15 minutes left to play. Montaxer gets the ball with his goalkeeper and plays out from the back.
Montaxer looking to take advantage of the fact that a lot of Texas players were up, but doesn't quite get that ball over the top. Regains possession there from a misplaced pass. Jonola finds the space through to Alawiran, shoots, equalizes. Montaxer, Tekkz, all square in the latter stages of this second leg.
That all came from the high pressing there of Montaxer, pushing a lot of bodies forward there, and Tekkz turning into trouble. This time he makes no mistake. I spoke about shooting across goal being the normal thing to do, but he waited for the goalkeeper movement and just put the ball into the back of the net. The goalkeeper is not going to be able to get there in time. And Montaxer levels the game again now. It's 5-5 on aggregate. 3-1, of course, taking the lead in this second leg.
Another very close game. At this point, I think we'd both be shocked to see either of these players go home. Neither of them want to. See Montaxer locking in. Can we see extra time? What do you think?
It's hard to say. It's looking that way, of course, if you're just basing it just off the current scoreline. But I wouldn't be shocked if there's going to be a few more chances for either of these players. And I think if it was to fall somebody's way, I wouldn't be shocked if that would be the end of the game. But as I said, anything's possible in FIFA esports. We could see penalty shootout, we could see extra time, we could see a couple more goals left in normal regulation time.
I think it's even perhaps crazy, for lack of a better word, to see players like Tekkz, like Nico, like Anders in the lower bracket of a FIFA competition when we've seen quite the opposite in the past. Some roars from the other side of the studio, so I'd imagine we'll have some updates for you relatively soon. Before that, someone is looking to come out a winner in our featured match. Tekkz with possession right now, has that chance all the way through. I'm shocked that that ball's gone all the way through to Alawiran.
It's a massive goal there from Tekkz. Just building up towards the byline, you can see just patient there. I think the pass, if I'm being honest, was played to Arnhem Ronaldo. It manages to find its way through to Alawiran, and of course a finish there into the bottom corner. Again, another quick response from Tekkz, not allowing Montaxer to rest on his laurels. We're going to get another pause there. And of course, we heard a roar you mentioned, Leon. It is the game between Danny Visser and Stingray. Was Stingray 2-0 up in the first leg? But there's been another goal in there, and the goal has fallen in the last moments for Danny Visser. This looks like it's going to be a mistake from Stingray. Passed across as well. The defender tackled and put it in the back of the net.
That is a rough one to concede for Stingray, but I'm sure Danny Visser would love to have a goal like that to equalize that game on aggregate that will, at this point, send them to extra time.
Wow, that is
unlucky.
That's on the same levels that we've seen of some goals we can see. We saw yesterday Dolomatik making that mistake against Tawe. He cleared the ball directly onto the attacker, gave him an easy goal to equalize. But for Stingray, he just needs to remain focused, remain calm. But for Danny Visser, that's a huge goal at a perfect moment to equalize.
Well, speaking of equalizing, Montaxer is going to want to do exactly that in this game, nearing the end of the second leg as it stands. Tekkz is continuing on, and Montaxer is going home. Good ball through to Alawiran. It looks that Montaxer has sent all of his players up, which allows for the space. Tekkz is going through to the next round of the lower bracket, unless crazy things come from Montaxer.
The first time we've seen any sort of celebration from Tekkz across the eChampions League. He gets the 2-goal lead now with the dying moments left in this game. And it looks as if, as you said, we're going to be seeing an elimination for Montaxer. It's devastating to see one of the best players we had in this competition, in my opinion, coming into it in a rich vein of form as well. He's going to be eliminated by Tekkz, representing Fnatic, who seems as though he's done enough to progress into the next stage, of course, into round 3 of the loser bracket.
I think that's the unfortunate thing at this stage in the game when you have to push a lot of players up. You have to go constant pressure. It makes gaps. It makes your lines a little more vulnerable, as we can see here. And that concludes the tie between Fnatic Tekkz and Montaxer. Tekkz going through to the next round of the loser bracket. Congratulations to him and commiserations to Montaxer, of course. Moving over to the match between Stingray and Denny Visser. As we know, this game is all square at 2-2 on aggregate in extra time. Mendes through. Kocha to R9. Defended well by Stingray. Some players that we haven't seen often in squads. A great ball from Stingray, but not quite the distance he needed on that.
Of course, we saw Tekkz defeating Montaxer, and we also have confirmation Kamal has defeated Marwan, which means that will be Kamal versus Tekkz in the next round of the loser bracket. You see an attack building up here for Danny Visser. He's going to be able to find some space. He's not. And that will be the end of the first half of extra time. It's still 2-2 on aggregate between these two players. I think there'll be a slight bit of anxiety on the side of Stingray, or maybe some anger or frustration in terms of conceding late on.
Definitely, I think they both have an advantage as they've played each other in this tournament before. You can see some nerves in Danny Visser. Poor guy's trying to drink out of his water bottle and his hands are shaking. Not a lot of time left in the second half of extra time. If this stays square, we go to pens.
Huge tackle there, high up the pitch there for Stingray, trying to play a lock to bring players back into position from offside runs here. So you see the triggered run there from Hullet, but it's a good defensive press there from Danny Visser.
Sting clears that to reset the play. Has R9 through. Can he find one of the few bodies in the box? He does. Alowyron takes a shot, but defended well. Danny Visser needs to defend like that at this stage of the game. Are looking to find one of these bodies up front. We see the triggered run from Hullet, has a little bit of space, didn't expect him to pass it through to Ronaldinho, but maybe should have taken the shot with Ruud Hullet. What do you think?
I think that's another situation of a premeditated attack there where he sort of knew he wanted to head it down, but I think in retrospect he didn't realize that chip across would have given him so much space there with Ruud Hullet. He could have maybe turned down and done a different option there, but is Stingray going to be pushing forward for the attack, or is his colt, Zach Moore, behind him, going to be telling him, just wait a little bit, just keep the ball. We'll try and play for the last attack. There's 3 minutes left to be played in this game, plus added time.
Possession of Stingray. Pulls a few bodies of Denny Visser out of the way to create some of that space. It does look like he is going for that last attack.
Giving it away here. Danny Visser could get the ball high up the pitch as quick as possible here. So you can see he's trying to manually track the runs here. He's left a bit of space for R9 to exploit, and it's going to be played into a Koch who's managed to get fortunate. He's just done enough here. His keeper going to make a mistake, but Stingray manages to clear it out, and we are going to head to a penalty shootout between Stingray and Danny Visser. Loser goes home.
First is saved by Denny Visser. Denny Visser up with Ronaldinho. Can he score this to gain that lead? He doesn't. It's saved by Stingray.
It's a huge response. So we see Peter Crouch here.
And
it's saved again.
What's going on?
Stingray misses. Can Danny Visser respond and get his first shot or his first mark here? And he does. He's up by 1 goal in this penalty shootout.
Sting looking to respond immediately with Ronaldinho. He does. Van der Sar diving the other way. Danny Visser up again, looking to respond. Again, he does, still leading.
This is a huge moment for Stingray here. Needs to score this. He's gone straight down the middle. For Danny Visser again, this will be a key moment just to restore the advantage. JJ Okocha, and he goes to the right, and Stingray saves it.
All square again. Ruud Gullit up for Stingray. Keeper dives the right way, but still a goal. And this could be. And Danny Visser takes that one.
Heading into sudden death now. Stingray with the penalty. Goes down the middle again, and it's a huge save for Danny Visser. This is potentially the deciding penalty for Danny Visser. Goes to the left. Stingray with a huge save.
Unbelievable. Still in sudden death. David Alaba steps up, takes the shot, scores. Danny Visser will have to score this to stay alive. If he misses, he's gone. He scores it, still alive.
It's going to be Stingray with the penalty. To the right he goes, and he finds the back of the net. And we need a response for Danny Visser if he wants to keep his hope alive in the eChampions League. He goes down the middle as well. It's still sudden death.
Stingray up again. Now we're into center backs. Saved by Danny Visser. If Danny Visser scores this, he is going to the next round. Saved by Stingray.
It's a huge save. Can he score with the centre back down the middle for Stingray? Can he save it again? It's Danny Visser with the penalty to the right, and Stingray saves it. The celebration to the camera as well. Ice in his veins, calm and composed, and of course a massive result there for Stingray. Huge commiserations to Danny Visser. There is no worse way to be eliminated in a tournament than to lose on penalties, but
you can see what it means.
Massive result.
You can see what it means to Danny Visser. Like you said, I wouldn't want to go out like that either, especially after saving what, 4 pens each?
Yes, of course. Penalties has that element of luck. It's just about if it's your day or it isn't, and of course the day is Stingray's as he progresses into the next stage of the eChampions League. The smile on his coach behind him. In fact, well, that was a huge moment. It felt as if the penalties could have gone on forever, honestly.
Literally, we almost saw goalkeepers.
Yep, exactly.
Unbelievable. Well, again, commiserations to Danny Visser and congratulations to Sting. We still have 2 Englishmen alive in the competition. Wow. Amazing. Well, you guys, what an exciting round that was. But let's hear more about those goals and those matches from our boys on the stage.
Whoa, what on earth is happening? You've got to go round and round. I thought the GKs were going to get involved.
3 times he could have won it.
I thought we had the GKs. Incredible.
What was it, 10-9, I think?
We never
like
see
that.
penalty kicks bouts that go that deep when we had so many misses and saves and opportunities.
As Stingray had that celebration ready from about the 4th penalty in battle as well. He had that locked and loaded, ready to go.
Wow.
Incredible.
Wow.
Genuinely incredible.
You might have heard us
game.
on stream. We're over here reacting everywhere.
Yeah. Mike, so many great moments. It's time for the MasterCard moment of the match. However, I think we've got MasterCard moments because we've got 2.
There's 2 different goals that really stood out for me in the Tekkz match, and I wanted to give love to both of them. So we're going to start out with vintage Tekkz here. We often glorify a lot of the skill moves and the extracurriculars, but at the end of the day, his intangibles, his passing, his forming of triangles is phenomenal, and that's what you're going to see here. You have the drop-off, you put players into the right positions, allow them to be successful on the pitch, and it still comes down to the basics. We often talk about being a pro player, and we love the razzle and the dazzle and all the fakes and the flicks and the tricks, but at the end of the day, great passing is going to open up lanes of space. That's the first goal. Tekkz goes on to win this. Congratulations. This is one of my favorite goals of the day. Wait till you see this passing. I'm talking precise, pinpoint, fast pace, accurate. If you are a fan of tiki-taka, just wait for this beautiful, beautiful moment. And I wanted to give some love to Montaxer because I thought he played really well in that matchup. He battled back, and look at this. 1, 2, 3. Another freeze for the people. He's going to drop it inside, and then he's going to have an extra pass. Ronaldinho on the back end, and it's just a tap in. But you just don't have that in your locker. This is that pro-level passing. You see the vision.
It's great. Almost central striker play as well. I know people often say Mike, aka Mark Viduka. You'd have been proud of that one.
A B-tier Mark Viduka.
Into the striker, pop it off. Great finish. Grav, are we surprised that Tekkz pulled it out? Because it looked a little bit cagey for a little while.
I mean, we're not surprised because we're talking about Tekkz, but I just gotta give it to Mike because I really love triangles as well in FIFA. You know, that Pep Guardiola, that tiki-taka, that passing system. And we saw it in with Tekkz, but we saw it with Montaxer as well. So no, not surprised with Tekkz going through, but Montaxer, whoa. He played really well with narrow formation.
It was an incredible game and an incredible round of fixtures here at the eChampions League knockouts. Here are the top 5 moments from round number 2. What has made it into the biggest countdown list of the weekend? Number 5. Here we go. Mike, let me see. Let me hear what you see.
You have the switch of the pitch, the takedown, a lot of space to work with, an early cross. Who else? Pull it, send him through the midfield. Let him do the business.
That's so tight, that space.
Yeah, maybe Van der Sar. I don't know about him. For the whole weekend, he's been missing spots. Should we be talking about Iker Casillas or Michael, maybe?
Van der Sar's on fraud watch. I'm putting it out there right now. Some of the misses of save. This is the number 4, the best clip from the second round of fixtures. The skills again.
What a save.
What a save.
You just talked about Van der Sar. Put some respect on his name, Gravison. And the build-up here is also pretty special. You're looking at some of the player lock. You're going into that new heel-to-heel, opens up the lane. Everything's done right. Just a tad bit of goalkeeper movement.
Such a tight game as well.
Yeah.
It's these moments that really separate the small margins, Gravison. This is 0-0. Stingray's leading to 2-0. We come into the second leg.
Tackle.
And Danny Visser does this.
Oh, that was unlucky because the tackle from Stingray was on point and the timing was really good. But you gotta react to the rebounds, and that was what Danny Visser did. Really nice goal from the reaction. Pass, 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 easy tap in.
Still a lot of intricate play there too. You gotta give credit. That's not just a mistake in an overtaking a possession or something along those lines. He makes the most of it.
You're gonna love this one, I'm telling you, because Stingray kind of messed it up a bit because he's gonna see the pressing from Danny Visser, but no, wait.
What? Was that no goal?
That was no goal.
I've got to get close to the screen. Oh, he slide tackled it in the back of the net.
How is this not the top one? What's the top one?
Well, we'll find out. Gravison. Mike LaBelle,
We're
number
going back
1.
to the Tekkz and Montaxer game. You've got Tekkz, great passing, through ball, elite level usage of Ruud Gullit. Send him through the midfield, let him gallop through there, takes up space, freedom to run, convert, and Grav is not happy. He doesn't want that at number 1. He doesn't like it at number 1.
Have you seen the own goal? I mean, that's not a top one.
Not skillful enough, not good enough. What's all goals at number 1? Someone woke Gravison up early this morning. That is the bracket as it currently stands. We are 1 game away from those qualifying matches. However, maybe the biggest games of the tournament thus far.
I can't wait. We got Vejrgang versus Danny Pitbull. We've talked about that. We've built this different styles of approaches there, which could lead to an interesting matchup. And Nicholas is waiting. You got Dilo and Rafsu, the French affair. You got Tekkz going up against Kamal, who hasn't really been talked about that much. And the same with Gio Bundry. We haven't really built that storyline. And Stingray, who just built that momentum, he's starting his narrative, and he might face off against Gravison's Neat, depending how that result gets down.
And after this, we have got those pivotal matches. Danny Pitbull up against Anders Vejrgang on the main stage. And you know what? I've not commentated this weekend. Mike LaBelle, get us in that booth. Myself and Mike will be keeping you up to date with all the games right after this break.
Did somebody say just eat?
League knockouts. Round 3 in the losers bracket. And you're joining myself and Mike LaBelle in the commentary booth for this huge round of fixtures. Anders Vejrgang up against Danny Pitbull. You can see it just behind us. That is our featured matchup. We've got 3 other intense and electric games that we're keeping you up to date with. Mike, feels good to be in here.
Oh,
what a game
nice.
as well.
We haven't had the chance to share this weekend. Now we're here. We've moved from over there. We walked over. We act like it was a long walk. It wasn't a very long walk, but we're here now. And I actually feel the intensity of each and every game is going to be escalated a little bit now because the money's a little bit bigger. You're one step away from getting yourself into a closer position to get yourself to Istanbul. You know what the competitors here. They came with a goal, and every time you make a move, you start feeling it's possible. The dream is getting one step closer.
Absolutely so. We bring in Brandon Smith to the conversation, who can help us in hyping up these huge, huge matches. Brandon, what a game this is. Stingray in action once again. He just beat Danny Visser on pens.
Yeah, I mean, where do you start? I think there's so much history in these round 3 matches, Rich. What's so interesting about this one, they played in the Swiss stages back in February, where Gio Bundy did beat Stingray, so a massive chance for revenge there, Rich.
Yeah, the man with all the facts, B. Smith Esports. How do you feel like Sting's going to bounce back from this? Look, he just came out of penalty shootout. It's a huge sort of mental warfare. Mike, you first. You've got to calm down and then go back again.
If I'm Sting, I'm starting to feel that this might be my tournament. If you recall, watch that penalty kick shootout back. He had 3 chances that he could have lost it, really, or could have won it if you're on Danny Visser's end. And you start saying, maybe this is for me.
I think as well, to back Mike up there, I would want to keep playing. You just come off the back of a win. You don't want to stop. You don't want to slow down. Keep playing. On the opposite side, Tekkz in action against Kamal. It's the first time these two have matched in the Champions League, but still, what an opportunity on that side of the bracket for Tekkz. Again, fresh off 2 wins, and so is Kamal. That's a game to keep an eye on. Yeah,
and it were a great performance as well from both players, winning out their games, beating Marwan for Kamal, 6-4 in round 2. Beating Montaxer was Tekkz. That's a huge, huge feat.
And earlier on, if you heard Brandon's interview, Tekkz said, if I get past Montaxer, I'm feeling good for the tournament.
Just want to say as well, backing up, there's a game that's not on the main stage. It's happening in the back room right now. 2 French players who were former teammates last year. Kurt Adalo against Rapsu. That's an E-League clash. One of those will be being eliminated from the tournament. But we have to keep an eye on this one, gents. Ooh. What a game this is. Do we have to remind people at home, Rich? The winner of this plays Nicholas in a game to qualify for the eChampions League final. So whoever gets through, that is going to be a blockbuster matchup.
Just when you think you couldn't get any bigger, you've got Nicholas waiting for a chance at one of these two to have a crack at the eChampions League finals. Massive.
Yeah, what a reward. You've been playing
You've just
incredibly.
Won. Go and play Nicholas.
The reigning champion, we should add. And I think last year was maybe one of the biggest steps we've seen for the Argentinian FIFA scene, with Matias Bonanno, of course, coming in, moving over, becoming a European. If you talk to Nicholas, he said he's a Londoner now, spending his time here. And for both of those players, the only 2 Argentinians taking part in eChampions League, to make it to the finals, to face off in the finals. And we had a bracket reset as well. I'm talking elite level competition, and then Nicholas carried a lot of that momentum into the FIFA World Cup, of course, as well, where he came just short.
On the other side of it, Danny Pitbull, you see his stats right there. Anders Vejrgang. It's not been easy for him. It's not been plain sailing. These two matched in the Swiss stages. Anders went 5-0. Danny Pitbull, 4-1. Who did he lose to? Well, do the simple maths. The man on the screen right there from RB Leipzig. He's been a phenomenon. There has been periods where he looks beatable, and he has been beatable. What Anders are we going to get today?
I mean, we said that, but even with Anders going up against Dolomatik, I think Dolomatik maybe played his best game and only got a draw. That's kind of the takeaway there, and it shows you that Vejrgang can face adversity. That's always been the question mark. We haven't really seen him in a lot of land settings, but you see the goal difference. It's unbelievable. He can score for fun. He's got the celebrations planned out, step-overs for everyone in the crowd. Anyone who wants a step-over, you can get a step-over from Anders.
I'm just having a look right now. We've got the beauty to be, what, 12 feet away from the players. Danny Pitbull looks cool, calm, composed. On the other side of the screen, Anders just raring. He's like a caged animal to get into this game.
And we should mention, too, with Danny Pitbull, last time they faced off, Pitbull's already added another bit of hardware.
He has, yep. Silverware.
A little silverware for the people. He just won the E-Serie A, like you were saying a few days ago. That does a lot for your confidence.
the eChampions League knockout stages. Round 3. You win this game, you are 1 match away from the finals, from Istanbul, for eternal glory, for $75,000. Unfortunately, for Danny Pitbull or Anders Vejrgang, the story ends. This feels massive.
It is massive. It doesn't feel massive. It is massive. Every one of these games, and we've talked about it just as a quick preview. We've got, of course, the main stage here with Pitbull and Vejrgang, but we've got Dilo and Rafsu in the French affair. We got Tekkz and Kamal off to the side. We've got Stingray and Geobundry off to the other side. Quality matchups.
Everywhere you look, FIFA esports action is must-see, cannot miss. Anders Vejrgang, he'll be kicking from right to left in a full white strip, and in the Juventus pink from left to right is going to be Juventus Desires. Danny Pitbull. This could be an early chance for Anders Vejrgang. And speaking of early goals, Tekkz getting off the traps with a bang. Beautiful cutback to the edge of the box. The pass back into Ginola, and he dispatched it at the near post. Danny Pitbull looking to create, a little bit nervy around the back, but Vejrgang does well.
Dangerous play out of the back, and we talked about it with Tekkz, with those dump-off passes, the extra passes, finding the target man. That is his bread and butter. And again, I know that we build up all the skills and those big moments that we love to relive, but his intangibles are the best of the best.
Tekkz is leaving absolutely nothing up to chance right now. 2-0 up inside 13 minutes. This man is on a mission, and that mission ends in Istanbul. And I'm Ronaldo looking to reverse elastico past Danny, but can't quite do it.
And it's more of the same, Rich. You see the dump off, you see the triangles, you got the vision, the extra pass. You can't miss from there. 1v1 paradise.
Ronaldinho with a nice little player lock fake, getting to the byline. That driven pass intercepted by Fofana. However, the chance still alive from the corner. It was very good. I was in Italy from set plays, just making every minute detail work to his advantage. And it's flicked up in the air, and Ruud Gullit defensively in the right place at the right time. Chance isn't over. R9 recycled into the box, and that'll be Danny Pitbull off of the corner, keeping the chance alive, going 1-0 up.
I'm not sure if it's the curse of the commentator or maybe a little bit of a blessing there. Overtakes possession from a set piece, extra pass. R9 can never miss from there, does not matter with the goalkeeper movement, keeps it low into the corner. A true striker finish.
Anders frustrated, visibly.
But we saw this as well against Dolomatik. A little bit slow to get going, but once he had everything figured out, the way that he has that fluidity going forward, it's a problem.
I would argue that he is probably the best player maybe I've ever seen when he gets in his flow state. When he gets going, you're going to concede 5 or 6. The English boys making all the noise, it seems to be, here in the knockout. Stingray over the top. Geobundry can't quite get there, and it's green timed with precision and power past the keeper.
It's got to be said, very Route 1 football there. A little different than some of the highlights we've been talking about, but if you catch that back line, if they're flat-footed, sometimes the one over-the-top through ball, especially if you're sending these runners through the midfield, you can make it work.
Looking for that over-the-top through ball once again. Doesn't just seem to be an English thing. The Italians picking up on it as well. Danny Pitbull over the top. Got to say as well, 2 of our 4 finalists confirmed for Istanbul, already Italian. Hezers, Obrun, there, booked. They've signed the travel documents. They're on their way.
I said it yesterday, it is the most improved nation, from underrepresented to having maybe one of, if not the strongest nations. The players that get to events, they're not just taking part. No, they're breaking through, they're making noise, they're in that conversation.
Vejrgang answering back. The build-up play, quick on the edge of the box, and he slots it past the keeper.
And I was just going to say, with Danny having that lead, he's got to limit the mistakes. He had a couple iffy decisions out of the back. It's easier said than done. But of course, Anders is able to capitalize. A couple quick passes. You didn't even make him earn it necessarily either. You didn't have a lot of those silky extra skills.
It's a giveaway though.
Big error.
Yeah, middle of the pitch, giving away possession, and he will always capitalize when you give him space.
A brilliant touch pass as well. But as we were saying with the Italians, what they've been able to achieve, and I feel that it's a big part of their community, from the creators, from the live streamers, from the pro players. Everyone's coming together to make this initiative. They said, we got to be involved in competitive FIFA. We need more representation.
There's also been a direct correlation with the introduction of the Serie A to these Italian players now performing week in, week out, month in, month out. Geobundry creating a chance here against Stingray. A lovely La Croqueta to open up the box, and that will be a 1-1 scoreline to the game. To my left, Danny Pitbull trying to push his way back in front. Yaya Toure finds the defensive Yaya Toure, but Ronaldinho will pick up on the scraps. R9, reverse elastico, creating a little bit of caution. However, Vejrgang defends well.
And a reason that the reverse elastico is so popular is sometimes you get a nutmeg, but it also just gives you that moment of uncertainty. And that's what you're trying to create when you're on the edge of the box. You want your opposition to maybe slightly drag a player out of position or just take a half second to think about it.
So this is something that I identified 4 days ago. I was watching Danny Pitbull lift a domestic trophy in Italy. He will use the offside trap so much. He plays that back five, but they are constantly moving, squeezing, pushing high up the pitch. That is how you potentially can get at him, as that Ronaldinho strike forces a save from Van der Sar. Just watch the back line, the pink shirts in that back five, constantly adjusting. Short corner, looking to work something in the box, but only runs into David Ginola.
What a creative setup there as well from the set piece. Gets the ball in with Ronaldinho, stops the ball very quickly on the dime, and then you can go into a skill move left or right. It just gives you more options, more versatility, more room to be a little more unpredictable.
Jason Park getting the call up, looks like a right wing back.
We love to see it. The right wing back or even the left wing back positions have had more versatility than ever before.
Well, especially in this 5-back meta, that's where all the chances come from. The wing backs create the width, they create the overloads, and typically that's where the cutbacks are played from.
Therefore, you're needing more of an authentic winger than really a wing back. You need someone who can play enough defense.
David Ginola were playing right wing back for a few players.
I think he's the best right wing back.
I'm not sure about that.
If you're playing a 5 at the back, put that man into the business.
Oh, Jason Park with a pass from the heavens, but Rude Hully can't force Danny Pitbull back in front.
Per our conversation.
Yeah,
there's a proof of concept.
From. Yeah.
Because you need the extra passing, the extra curvature. You need that wing inclusion.
Whipped into the box. It was green timed, however, a white head rose high above the rest. But already a couple of different set pieces that he's looking to exploit. The one at the front post, he went to the back post on that occasion.
And I'd be interested to see whether it's halftime or after the first leg, we see some changes, some adapting. Because right now from Danny Pitbull, you're seeing a lot of the offside trap, but also the counter press. He's making opportunities off the counter press. Sometimes he's sending those deep through balls, knowing that he's going to be able to press you in there. And if you're Vejrgang or part of Vejrgang's camp, you can sit there and try to make adjustments to that. Whether it's your outlets being a little more wide or just being a little bit quicker with some of those early releases.
Final chance of the half will fall to the Dane. Just as I say that, he gives the ball away, and I don't think anyone's going to be registering anything worthwhile. Ronaldinho pops up to silence me. Whip to the back post. David Ginola, what's he got in the locker? Great save.
Wow. I can't believe Van der Sar gets to that. I thought he was out of position.
We're in added on time at the end of the first half here. R9, left-footed strike. Cannons into a defensive player, and that will do us for a truly fantastic first 45 minutes.
And there are so many elements going into that game. Even if we just revisited that 45th minute, I don't know if you saw, but Vanders had already moved the goalkeeper, or Anders had already moved the goalkeeper over. It did not matter. Van der Sar is getting a rebrand with Anders. We have Vanders, but he would have saved that, and he's already 2-3 steps ahead. And that's the showcasing the anticipation from both these competitors with the pressing, the counter press, the offside traps, some of the quick passing, the overtop through balls. You're looking for all these different options and different ways to penetrate the opposition. And even though it's 1-1, there was a lot happening. That's what I'm trying to really paint that picture.
I think for both of these players, it's just getting out of reach of your opponent. For Anders, if he can go a goal up, even 2 goals up, I expect him to go and get 4 or 5. If Danny Pitbull can keep it tight, if memory serves me correctly, a few days ago when he was victorious, he won the final 3-1, he won the losers bracket final 2-1. So he's not winning 2-legged games of FIFA by huge margins. He is just out-performing over the course.
I would even go as far as saying outlasting.
Yes.
I often look at FIFA sometimes where you're creating margins, and if you're someone like a Nicholas or a Danny Pitbull, you're building a house. And you need all the parts, but it takes time to build that house, and you often don't have the same mental stability to outlast these guys that are able to sit through adversity, to have those additional possession plays, to switch the pace of the game. They just change the rhythm and the tempo, and that's one of their competitive advantages.
Danny Pitbull, nice prolonged possession here. Fed out wide to Jason Park. Yaya Toure, now Ruud Gullit. Tiki-taka passing, trying to spin away from Yaya Toure, but not on this occasion. Good defensive stop from Vejrgang.
And that's all about matchups as well, knowing that you have Yaya Toure, you've read some of the turning there, not the most agile of players. It's a good time to step in and take a risk, because we're always looking at measuring risk to reward defensively and offensively in FIFA.
Speaking of Yaya Toure, he punches the ball into R9, and Anders Vejrgang expect a couple of step overs potentially to come out here. La Croqueta pass does find its way back to R9, the reverse elastico, so close at sticking it through the legs of Lucio.
And I can appreciate the reintroduction of the La Croqueta. We saw it for many years, and it took a couple years off of the FIFA scene. Just didn't have the same versatility, accessibility. Maybe
really
not as meta, but now we are seeing that incorporated once again, quite frequently as well, just from that quick execution.
Alawaira. Nothing comes of that attack. Tekkz looks like a man possessed right now. He's 3-0 to the good. This will quickly make it 4. David Ginola, the beneficiary of a little bit of unfortunate mistake at the back there. Alawaira goes through on goal. Danny Pitbull on the left-hand side of your screen, just having a chance, doesn't come of anything. They said Tekkz masterclass right now. 5-0 up. The game is pretty much done. Kamal just simply cannot find an answer. R9, the lovely pop-off pass, near post, 6-0. Tekkz is one step away from the eChampions League finals.
And you see a lot of that free flow, that fluidity. And he manifested this. I keep dating back to the interview. He said, if I get past Montaxer, I got this. It's in the bag for me. It's a lock. I see myself in Istanbul. And that plays a factor with confidence.
It certainly does. A man who needs no extra confidence is Anders Vejrgang. 2-1. He now leads.
He's almost playing a game of chess there, manipulating the pieces to get the extra passes, the overlapping runs, the dummy runs, and then finally finding your target man. A lot of time to work with. Near post, far post, you have decisions that can be made, but you have the options in hand. Look at all these players moving here. It's so hard to defend against that.
That touch to take it away from the defender. He didn't shoot first time. He took a touch. How many people at home, they fire it in across the goal, you press circle straight away and you hit the defender?
They're not going to do it. You're watching this saying, I would do the same thing. You're not going to do it. The composure is different.
You're a liar. 2-1, Anders leads, and right now, this is where it potentially could get dangerous for Danny Pitbull. So when Vejrgang gets rolling, the momentum just is something else. Dispatching Dolomatik in a flash, looking to do the same right now. Up against Danny Pitbull, but the Italian, known for his hard defensive capabilities, won't let it be easy in the slightest.
I agree with you as well. I don't know that we've seen a player that is more dangerous or more fluid with having that momentum shift. Once you get one, and it can quickly become 3 or 4.
It's just a wave. He just rides across the wave. He gets his surfboard and rides. Danny Pitbull. Just had too many options.
I think he was trying to line up an elastico, but again, he hesitated in a key moment. And just the way that Anders goes forward, it just puts you under pressure. I keep talking about it, but it's very easy to watch and say, oh, maybe it's not that bad. But when you're standing or sitting in front of it, just bodies on bodies on bodies, and they're pushing an agenda.
Oh, through his legs there. Oh, get it in the top 5 goals. Do what you want with it. Ball roll scoop turn.
Sign that up, clip
through
it.
The legs. Oh, that's disgraceful. Turn it off.
Absolute
Turn it off.
filth.
Turn it off.
Look, 1, 2, see you later.
And then the Travella as well. Oh, that's good.
And he looks off the other players. He goes to defend the pass. It doesn't matter. Dino's already opened up. One of my favorite items. That new Ronaldinho, I'm so happy to see him in all the competitive teams. He does everything right.
I mean, look, there's a reason he's one of those 3 icons selected. He just ticks so many boxes. He's probably, I would argue, maybe even more impactful than R9.
You know what it is? His expression and his animations are a little bit different. I date this back. This is a Mike opinion, but I date this back.
Mike's going to tell us that he got a celebration in FIFA.
Stop it. That did happen. That did happen. If you're throwing it back to FIFA 14 days. But with Ronaldinho being one of the cover stars, he had all these motion captured animations, and I think he just moves a little more unique.
David Ginola, someone who's unique in his own right. I'd like to see a shot there. I'd like to see maybe a Travella green timed. You've got space, and Anders has sort of gave you that space because he's so confident that you're going to hit the cutback. Chance for Vejrgang to go 4-1 up. Alowairan linking into Hully, driven into Ronaldinho. Is the bounce going to fall nicely for him? Not on this occasion. Danny Pitbull holding on. Right now in this losers bracket round 3 matchup. Stingray Jr., we've not heard a lot about this game for a while. Up against Gio Bundy. Gio Bundy 2-1 to the good. Stingray did answer right back 7 minutes later to be precise. Ronaldinho getting down this byline, whipping the ball in, and Alowairan rising highest.
Hey, that's what it is. You talked about Ronaldinho being one of those selections or a must-have player. He's just deceptive with how he does a lot of the skills and the activations. He's now got that pace improvement, so you can kind of burn a back line or a chasing midfielder. You create that degree of separation. And then the passing, talk about being precise or pinpoint. You want some extra whippage in your life, you're good to go.
A
no
fourth
limits.
goal would almost kill this game off. Borrell scooped from Ronaldinho. He's looking for something else. Vejrgang, he leads 3-1, and the frustration from him, because he knows that was a huge chance to go forward up and simply kill this game off.
And he might have overdone it just a tad bit, already had the angle.
He's got the confidence from the last goal he scored. He's like, I've got to Borrell scoop turn every single time. Danny Pitbull, work to be done, Mike.
And good luck. You see the frustration on his face. It's a tough one to adjust. It's not a position anybody wants to exchange with. I don't want to sit in that seat because Anders is building in confidence. And then when he has a certain level of flexibility and freedom, you got some goals in hand, it allows him then to take more risk. And this is just not a player you want to go up against that is going to be able to have a lot of these pressing and going for these chances and double teams and micromanaging. The way that he moves players around, both defensively and offensively, it's impeccable.
Danny Pitbull and his coach have a huge 3 minutes in front of them because the eChampions League journey could be coming to a close. Anders Vejrgang is a man on a mission. The second leg will be joining you right after this break.
welcome back to the Champions League knockout stages here live in London. Myself, Brandon Smith and Lee Ravel guiding you through what you may have missed in the first leg, and it's safe to say the goals have been going in these elimination games. Our key matchup, as you would have saw, Anders Vejrgang, after being 1-0 down, leads Danny Pitbull 3-1. In the all-French matchup, Kurt Dilo 4-1 against Rafsu, and plenty of goals in the other games, Leah.
Yeah, 8 goals in that match between Tekkz and Kamal. Not surprising, and all square between Gio Bundy and Stingray.
Yeah, I was surprised about that one. As we said, they're both matched in the Swiss stages. Well, these are the top 3 moments from the first leg. I don't know what moments we'll have because there's been so many goals. This is moment number 3. No surprise it comes from Tekkz, who scored 6 goals in that first leg. Hullet plays it into Ginola, back to R9, and a bit of a trademark Tekkz there, Leah.
Wow, not bad at all. Finds the space that he needs to find. What was that, probably like 4 of 6, 5 of 6?
I wonder how many R9 scored as well, timed it green. That was the first moment, here's the second one.
Let's see what we have here. Danny Pitbull and Anders 1-1 all square. Anders ended up winning 3-1. And this is one of Danny Pitbull's goals. It looks like he, wow, is this it's not a goal because it was, wow, that would have been an important goal for Danny Pitbull to score.
It would have been something very special indeed. You may just see a little bit of the goalkeeper movement there. He teased left, jumped back inside on the right. That is what Anders Vejrgang was able to do. And this is the moment of the first leg. Of course, we're including all 3 of our featured matchups here. We heard lots of roars in the stage just in front of the hosting area.
Oh my God.
Gio Bundy was able
Okay.
to do a little la croqueta there, I believe, from David Ginola. From right to left, easy as you like. Out of all those games, any of the score surprise you in the first leg?
I don't think so. I mean, I think 8 goals in an elimination match is impressive and maybe rare. But obviously, Danny Pitbull being the most recent Serie A winner, trailing a little bit is surprising, possibly.
Well, look, he's still got plenty of time to pull this one back. So with that in mind, let's head back to Richard Buckley and Mike Nabel to guide us through our featured matchups.
Thank you very much, Leah and Brandon. Some of the best moments from our first legs right there. That chance that he missed, Danny Pitbull, how things could be different. He'd be 2-1 up at half-time, maybe can address the game differently. Van der Sar saves Anders, and now Danny Pitbull has it all to do, trailing 3-1.
And maybe we're not giving Danny Pitbull enough credit. I was looking at his gameplay. It's very structured.
Yep.
He has a little more of a measured or orderly approach to a lot of his build-up, but the chances were there. And there's just those small margins in those moments. And I got to say, if we review the top 5, at number 1, oh, that is gorgeous. Crispy, clean. La Croqueta all in one motion with the finish. A hopscotch past the defender and a conversion. You love to see it.
Yeah, great finish. Just having a look behind us, the eChampions League trophy in all its glory, and 2 players, but only one of them can be there in Istanbul. Anders Vejrgang, 90 in-game minutes away from having a date with the reigning defending ECL champion, Nicholas 99 FC, to look forward to. That's crazy that they both won't be there.
And in some ways as well, that kind of is your I've arrived moment. Beating the likes of...
Look at the press straight away, by the way. Sorry to cut you off there, Mike. Anders just flying out of the blocks. I think he realizes that there's blood in the water. And like a great white, he is jumping on it.
Never seen a great white jump, but I believe it could happen.
Fast swimmer. Short corner comes to nothing.
Definitely smells blood.
Absolutely.
There's what we were looking for. We're getting there.
Oh, that's a lovely ball over the top, though. And David Ginola, not the quickest of in-game items. Lucio just comes across, and the recycle of possession from Danny Pitbull just not quite clean enough.
That's another reason that David Ginola has been pushed out wide a lot more, is he doesn't have the same breakaway pace as some of your other attacking or striker options.
That's a lovely pass from Danny Pitbull. Activating Yaya Toure, 1-on-1, green timed!
It's got to be said, what Anders is doing with some of the goalkeeper movement is spectacular. He's playing a game of cat and mouse. He's moving, grooving, offset, and it was time green. But because the goalkeeper already scooted a little bit, I think it actually adjusted the shot, even with the green finisher. Maybe just over slots it, over aims it.
And here is Vejrgang up the other end. Oh, Van der Sar jumping down on the goal line. This has been an unbelievable opening 12 minutes.
Nervy times. Nervy times. This could easily be 3-all in aggregate.
Absolutely. The small margins. It's the phrase that we always say. And where will they go this time? Will it be a third Italian potentially booking his place? into the Champions League finals.
And what I was saying before, and it might be early projecting here, but these are just stats or facts if they do happen. We look at Vejrgang would have beat Dolomatik. It would beat Danny Pitbull, who just won Serie A. And if he were to beat Nicholas, you're beating the previous champion. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not only qualified to the top 8, but you look at yourself as a favorite then.
That's a lovely pass from Danny Pitbull. It's red time. Just one too many things.
Oh, he fluffed the finish.
Not going for him as Anders just holds the ball. I like that from Anders. Didn't rush it out, he thought, and probably realises I should have conceded at least one here.
It's got to be said. You got to be really frustrated if you're Danny Pitbull because you've made the opportunities, the chances, the right places, right times. Just haven't had that final touch.
Lovely dink into the path of Ruud Gullit, defended well on this occasion. Danny Pitbull has started this second leg really, really well. Link-up play from Alowairanen, R9 Ronaldo. That tiki-taka passing that we always talk about.
I think you see Lucio involved in every single team. My favorite center back of the year. He's been excellent from day one. Any of the versions or iterations, just spectacular. Able to do everything. It kind of has this sense of just being able to gravitate towards the ball or the interception.
He's just so quick, so strong, can pass, can dribble out of the back as well. He's at the heart of every single player's defence here at the eChampions League knockouts.
I'd say this is smart from Anders as well. Just changing the pace a little bit, slowing it down, recycling, a little more possession play. Maybe not liking the tempo, not liking the opportunities that Danny Pitbull has been able to create.
2 big chances in the opening, 17 minutes? Definitely should have scored one of them. Anders, great turn. Green times, no mistake from Vejrgang. 4-1 up.
See the double step over there, protects the ball for just a half second. You have the 5-star weak foot, not quite the same celebration. Green time finish, this time converting with that. And that's really been the difference, is being clinical versus not being clinical. I would say they both created about the same amount of chances.
That is the difference.
What you do with them. You always say the superstars are going to rise to the occasion. This is the eChampions League. The creme de la creme.
And Vejrgang is rising. Danny Pitbull is falling, but can he fall with grace?
Still got time to work with. If Danny's able to get one more back at halftime, there's still a lot of room. We've seen the constant press. We know how the double teams and the matchups kind of work. You can cause problems relatively quickly in this FIFA.
And look, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody, but if Danny Pitbull can get a goal, maybe 2 back, might start to unravel for Vejrgang on the pitch. There might be more opportunities there. However, when it's 4-1 and Anders are in this flow state that we were speaking about earlier, that's just not going to happen. You have to make him uncomfortable and then try and capitalise on the short period of time you have. But when he's playing like he is right now, it's a real tough puzzle to solve.
He just looks comfortable. He looks cozy. It's almost a second home at this point. And we've talked about it, but he's got that ultimate free form. He just unsettles an opposition or another competitor. He's able to do things a little bit differently around the edge of the box. And if you allow him to get there with ease, he's going to cause problems.
I think one thing that he does so well, Danny Pitbull, you see him right now in the 5-4-1. A lot of these balls over the top is where he's looking to be dangerous. R9 just can't quite get away from Capdevere. But Anders is unapologetically himself. He will play his way, he will play his formation, and if it doesn't work for him, we see what happens. 9 times out of 10, it works. David Ginola up the other end here for Vejrgang. A 5th goal would certainly seal this tie. Ronaldinho, great first step. The Bikini cancel doesn't fall for him. Tekkz leading 7 goals to 2 on aggregate. Kamal 7-3 right there, equalising in the second leg. However, still got 4 goals to turn around if he wants to be in the latter stages of the eChampions League knockouts. R9 brings it down, cuts it across, and with a fist bump, does Anders know that he's game, set and match?
I'd say he's wrapped that up. No denying it at this point. If anything, Danny needed the goal before half, not the other way around. It's beautiful reading of the game. Interception in the 45th minute. He has the awareness. He knows where we're at in terms of game management. Throws it forward. R9 has a bit of a 1v1, a 50-50. Wins that takedown, makes the extra pass. Dino steps through because that's what he does. Might have a bias here, but I like seeing him in a Leipzig jersey, and he converts. He's never going to miss. He's never going to miss from that position.
Very professional second leg, but it's just those small opportunities. Danny Pitbull timed it red. That's a guaranteed goal. He timed it green. Sometimes things don't go for you.
I think he overclocked it. He hit it green, but I think he overclocked it when he was aiming.
So that's 2 goals right there. We're back on level playing field. It's 3-3.
We had a couple misreads as well in the first leg where Danny Pitbull maybe should have shot this way or made the extra pass. There's some goalkeeper movement that happened in favor of Anders. Either way, those opportunities weren't converted. FIFA's kind of ruthless. You have to be clinical. It can be a cruel game. We've seen a lot of counterattacks. We've seen penalty kicks being saved. We've seen extra time. We've seen players try to hold the ball and have a mistake, which has enforced a different scenario.
Well, 2 of our 3 featured matches are relatively one-sided, you would say. Vejrgang leading 5-1. Tekkz was 7-3 up the last time we saw it. I believe Stingray and Giobunde still a really closely, tightly knitted affair. Let's have a look at this game. Live shots from Giobunde and Stingray. In behind, Giobunde, 2-2. Can he make it 3? He certainly can, slotting it past the goalkeeper, and that is where that tie currently lies.
And I was thinking about this earlier today. You know who Anders reminds me of?
Go on.
The old school gorilla. When we're dealing with the FIFA 14s, the FIFA 15s, even 16, as he adds another goal. Just why not? Just scoring for fun. But when you talk about being unapologetic, playing the way that you want to play, in a lot of ways he reminds me of the original gorilla in some of those glory years with FIFA, where he put so much pressure on all the opposition or all his opponents that they had to adjust to him. And I feel the same way with Anders. You have to adjust to what he's doing, that he's going to dictate the pace, the rhythm. He's taking the risk. He's putting bodies forward. He's just making it uncomfortable at all times for you.
And there's a few players who are like that. I think Tuga is another one. You know exactly how he's going to play. You know he's going to be solid defensively. He's not going to let you have a lot of chances. And you've just got to match it. If you don't match it, you're probably going to lose. With Anders, if you match it and you go one-on-one in a high-octane game of FIFA, I don't know if there's anyone on the planet who can keep up with that offensive threat. Maybe he's sat over there to the right and plays in orange and black. Fnatic Tekkz, potentially so. We're not going to see it on this tournament. Danny Pitbull does get one back. Is it a consolation? 6-2. Anders irate. You're winning 6-2.
Well, you see the difference. That's sometimes what it takes in terms of being the best in the world. Having that competitive edge.
Never happy with what you're seeing.
You're more upset losing than you're happy winning.
6-2. 4-goal swing needed for Danny Pitbull. He does win the ball back from kickoff. Comes forward, doesn't quite execute it right there, with Anders leading 6-2 with only 30 minutes left to play. We are going to switch our focus. Giobunde and Stingray Jr. currently underway. This is 3-2, and this is a live shot of this current match. Giobunde will be kicking from right to left in that black and orange strip, and all in white from left to right. It's going to be Stingray.
And I would argue that Giobunde's been the dark horse of the competition. Really hasn't got the exposure. We haven't talked about him as much on broadcast, but here he is in a position to see himself in the next round and 1 win away from being in the top 8, guaranteeing Istanbul. And it's a big payday. It's got to be said. You're guaranteed $10,000.
With a potential 75.
Yeah, correct. Yeah. Hefty cash flow.
First leg finished 2-2 between these two players, and now we're back underway. Stingray with a chance, just falls behind Rude Hully. He wasn't able to execute on that. That looked like a good chance. Lovely through ball. Giobunde opening up the pitch. Alowiron into Hullit. Quick one-touch passing. That's outrageous, that ball through the gap. There was no space there, and he just fired it through.
I think that might come back to bite him. Giobunde's got to convert there. Very risky goalkeeper movement as well from Stingray. Kind of stays put with Van der Sar. Doesn't go for the across the body. It works out for him, but you don't want to be in that type of position. Still a lot of time to work with as well from Stingray.
I mean, we just saw him win on penalties in the last round. Could be an over the top, just offside. So he's used to leaving it to the last kick of the game to solidify a win.
Yeah, and if you're new to the competitive world, the big breakthroughs.
Bounce? No.
The big breakthrough season for Stingray was last year, of course. He's been in the scene for a few years, but really didn't have those big moments or those margins that were needed until last year, where we started seeing him in the big finals, making a real name for himself. And I think a lot of us coined him as next up from English Got Talent in terms of the FIFA scene.
Well, Gio Bunde, he's a player that we've known about for a long time. So much quality, such a young age, and again, just a player that the genuine talent on display, mechanical brilliance. It's hard to comprehend when you look at these younger players who are bursting onto the scene. Gio Bunde, keeper's off his line, dinked it to the back post, Alawaran's up and leads 4-2. He's let a dagger blow for Stingray's ECL hopes.
You can see Stingray's reaction, not happy about that whatsoever, but he also knows not only the lead or the deficit gets more difficult, but he's running out of time. He's running out of clock, and he's going to have to start going for it.
I mean, keeper in no man's land. They brought him out, tried cutting down the angle. You probably expect
maybe Yaya to get stuck in a little bit better.
More there at the back post.
Put a shoulder through him. Put a shoulder through him. Make some contact.
Alawaran was up for it and leaped higher. We've got on the clock 22 minutes for Stingray to save his ECL journey.
And outside of maybe Lucio, you got to argue that that's the best hero in the game. Maybe you could make a case for Yaya Toure. I just think there's more versatility, or you have additional dynamic center mids that you can interchange that will still be at the similar level, where some of these other positions you don't have that capability.
There's no one like Alawaran with that pace.
It's just different.
Yeah.
It's just different. That's a smart play, over the top through ball. It's going to come back, it's going to get pulled back, but either way, he would not have allowed Stingray an easy counterattack.
Next goal in this game truly is everything. If it goes the way of Gio Bunde, he will be one step away from Istanbul, from the eChampions League finals. If Stingray gets it, well, strap yourselves in, because we've got a potential unbelievable final 10 minutes. He is onside, Capdevilla. His pass, no real player that he was aiming for. Too many bodies in the way, and Gio Bunde comes down the other end with a clear purpose, and that is to go 5-2 up. Green timed. Great tackle to keep Stingray alive.
A little bit rash, but it gets the job done. You're going to have a corner kick. And I'd go as far as saying Stingray really needs to score next possession. If he wants to make this interesting, he wants to put some additional pressure, wants to stir up the pot a tad bit. And again, shout out to Gio Bunde. We just have not really given him a lot of the credit, a lot of the airtime, and he just keeps getting results.
Keeps getting over the line. And he's 13 minutes away from seeing a huge game in his FIFA esports future. An eChampions League top 8 finish within touching distance.
Seeing some of the game management here. It's a great turn from Ronaldinho. Options are open. Ruud Gullit, the extra pass. Give us a finish then. Oh!
He called it.
Magnificent.
Game, set, and match. Gio Bunde, 3 goals. Leading with 10 minutes left to play. I just look over my left-hand shoulder and I can see a full time between Danny Pitbull and Anders Vejrgang.
What a touch from Ruud Gullit, that little flick.
Again, beautiful.
So precise.
He knew exactly what he was going to do. As soon as that ball got sort of crossed into the front post, flick, flick, shot.
And even before taking the shot, he kind of waits just to make sure he times it, see if the goalkeeper's going to scoot and boot. Lovely finish. Congratulations to Gio Bunde.
Stingray up the other end, puts himself potential striking distance. That's going to be a 2-goal deficit with 7 minutes on the clock. R9 right place, right time. Should I say R8?
I don't know if I like that.
Take it back. Surely not.
Again, the clock's going to be his enemy here. If you're Gio Bundy, you really just have to resurface, recycle a couple times, maybe a couple switches of the pitch.
87th minute, probably. You can't concede off this play. If you concede off this play, well, don't know what to say. He might not concede though, he might score. As Ronaldinho holding the ball in the corner, couple of step overs, keeping things pretty clean at the back. However, possession is given up, and Stingray will not do a lot with it.
No, it had to be there. It had to be there.
Capdevilla, player lock, faking it out. Ronaldinho. Alawaran does well defensively. It's getting a little bit scrappy at the back. Stingray does have possession, but can't do anything with it, and that will do us, Mike.
Again, quality play. Play the percentages. A little bit unlucky there from Fofana, knocks it out, but send it deep. Let the reset work for you in your favor. In this case, he keeps possession as well, which might be a little bit of Stingray taking his foot off the pedal, realizing that he doesn't have enough time to make this happen.
Gio Bundy with a huge victory, eliminating Stingray Jr. from the eChampions League finals. 5 goals to 3 as he turns to the camera, points to the mental. Did he win the mental battle?
He closed out the game well. I think it's safe to say that. You often look at tactics and some of those changes, and it allowed him to be able to slow up the game. It allowed him some of those deep outlets, those wing outlets. And if you lose the ball down the wings as well, you don't give up free counterattacks. So I think he's done a great job with the mental side and the coaching staff over there.
Commiserations to Stingray. He'll come back. Still got plenty more to play for domestic league and later on in the year. I'm sure this won't be the last time we see him. Tekkz, I think minutes left. Just have a quick look there. Is that 87 minutes, I believe? And
is it 4-3 for Kamal?
But
in the second leg?
9-6.
Yeah, it's not going to matter with the aggregate. Remember, maybe unfortunate for Kamal here. He had a very poor early showing in the first leg, and it was too big of a deficit to...
That's classic Tekkz, though.
Well, I would actually say usually Tekkz plays a better second leg.
But in the aspect of he saw there was something there for the taking and just didn't let his foot off the gas. He went and went and went and went and finished the first leg, what, 6-2 up?
I mean, I might be manifesting here. I might have a bias, but I look forward to, and I hope that it happens at some point where we get Tekkz and Anders 1v1.
Could be an ECL final.
I'm not mad at that.
Could be a loser's bracket final. We'd have to wait and see. Tekkz looking to make it 10, R9, just offside, and that will do us. Fnatic Tekkz, 1 game away from an eChampions League final. He's got another match to come up, but just a performance that was really sort of finished in the first leg, Mike.
Again, you talk about free flow, and we've been building this with Anders. I mean, Tekkz is the original of that.
Yes.
And I would still consider him. It sounds crazy saying this because he's such a young player, but
he's
kind of the OG in terms of results, consistency, having continuity, adjusting play styles, being able to pivot on the fly, and then offensively having that awareness.
Well, he broke onto the scene in FIFA 18. He's been arguably the biggest name in the scene for the last 6 years. Like 6 years on top of the mountain. Gets a bit lonely up there.
And sometimes we forget about it too, because we had a couple-year period where everything went online and we weren't seeing all the LAN events.
Commiserations to Kamal. Just let that game get away from himself in the first leg. Sometimes what can happen on the biggest of stages. A good performance from him, and I'm sure this won't be very similar to Stingray the last time we see him here in the FIFA 23 season. An incredible selection of matches that we were able to provide the commentary for right there. Let's head over back over to the stage where Ryan, Leah are joined with Brandon.
Thank you very much, Jeds. Great cast of that game, and also great to see that is pretty much the end of Elimination FIFA for the time being. What it does mean, though, is we've got 4 massive matchups. I mean, the pick of the bunch, I'll come to you first, Ryan, has to be Nicholas against Anders Vejrgang. We're yet to see that game in FIFA eSports, but we are going to be seeing it.
Yeah, that's a massive game. Honestly, both players you'd associate being in the upper bracket, let alone in an elimination game in the losers bracket. So it's going to be a big game. I want to see a lot of goals, a lot of celebrations from Anders or from Nicholas. So yeah, looking forward to it.
And also, Leah, Tekkz, he's one step away from getting back to another eChampions League final. He'll be playing against Daniel 7 of Hamburg.
Another good matchup. I think that, you know, Tekkz made it to the semifinals of eChampions League last year. He's going to want to be back, so a lot to play for both of those.
Yeah, cannot also forget on top of that, Antonio Redeja will take on Curta Dilo, the Frenchman, and last but not least, Gio Bundy Neat. Those are all matches for the eChampions League. Let's have a look at the top 5 moments from that last round that we saw. Ryan Pessoa, take me through number 5. We'll go from 5 to 1. Let's see what the guys in the backstage have chosen for us to take a look at.
As you said, I'll take you through the 5th moment. So, of course, Anders up against Danny Pitbull. The current scoreline is 3-1. And it was a ball in behind for Danny Pitbull. In on goal, and I believe this was the green time shot that found its way past the post.
I think that should be named as moments to forget.
Yeah, honestly, that should be a goal here. I think it's a bit unfortunate for Danny Pitbull, especially given the circumstance, the scoreline, he needed that goal. And yeah, number 4.
Yeah, that was a terrible moment. We're still focused on this game now. I'll take this one. This is moment number 4 of 5. It looks like an Anders Vejrgang goal, R9 with a step overs. That's just trademark Anders Vejrgang, isn't it, Leah?
Incredible, incredible. Quick, easy, calm as you like. I mean, like we said, the last game that we saw, 6 goals, insane. Taking a look at number 3 between Gio Bundy and Stingray. Gio Bundy looks to have this one. Quick over-the-top ball in miles of space, green timed, easy.
How often, as well, Leah, just to say that, how often are we seeing those balls over the top?
Often. I feel like, listen, I am number 1 in the poll, so I know everything about Pro FIFA. Meta, I would say.
Very meta, Ryan. Take me through this one. Last but not least, it's another long ball forward.
Yes, it is, of course. Gio Bundy up against Stingray. Gio Bundy currently in the lead as well. It's a green time, but it's a slide tackle there. Great bit of defending from Stingray. Dying embers of the game there. He needs to make that tackle to prevent the goal, which 100% would have cemented the loss there. And I'll lead you to take the last one, Brandon.
Well, it looks like we're loving Gio Bundy because we're looking at his highlights again from this game. I'm not sure what we'll get. A tackle, a finish, an offside trap, or maybe a goal we might be blessed with from those in the gallery. Oh, it's acrobatic FIFA. David Ginola. Wow. I mean, to be fair, that deserves to be a moment of the match. Gio Bundy, haven't spoken much about him, guys. Ryan, I'll come to you. He's one game away from an eChampions League final.
Yep, an incredible player, as we said. He's one of the few players we haven't spoken a lot about, as you mentioned already, representing Exist Esports. He's a fantastic player. I would say this year is his year of prominence, coming into the scene a lot more. He's made a household name, performing well in qualifiers as well. Yeah, definitely something to keep an eye on.
And how do you think, Leah, for those players that have not been able to play today, we're speaking the likes of Daniel here and Nicholas on that list as well, they haven't played all day. They've just had to sit here and wait for 3 or 4 hours to get going. I mean, how do they come into this game feeling warm? Sure, they'll be sort of having a few practice games backstage?
I think it gives them the time to kind of reflect on their gameplay, meet with their coaches, see what their game plan and their tactics are going into this. Like you said, they're probably in the back practicing, but just kind of focusing. I think it's nice to have different people potentially going to the final. Obviously, the big names are on their way through, but I'm looking forward to seeing who gets there.
Well, let's have a look at the lower bracket if we can to take you through what you may have seen or what you may have missed. This is the storyline now. There are 4 tickets left to Istanbul and there are 8 players vying to get them. Nicholas against Anders Vejrgang will be our next game, our featured matchup. Antonio Redeja against Curta Dilo will also be on main stage here in the Here East in London. Daniel 7 takes on Tekkz and Neat will play Gio Bundy. As we said, who will be joining Emre Yilmaz, Umits, Hezes and Obrun? Only time will tell. We're back after this break with the biggest game we may see all year. Nicholas against Anders Vejrgang. You do not want to miss this.
Did somebody say just eat?
Hi, I'm Nicholas 19SP. Read my interview in Champions Journal.
Champions League knockouts. These are qualification matches. Yes, tuck yourself in for a good night because we are going to deliver. Nicholas 99 FC up against Anders Vejrgang. That will be our featured game. However, off to the side, we'll be keeping you up to date all the way through. Antonio Radelha up against Kurt Dilo. Daniel 7 versus Tekkz. Neat also in action against Gio Bundy will be coming up very shortly indeed. Our commentators for this game, Brandon and Grav. Grav, I want to come to you first. Quick comment. Antonio Radelha, he's been sitting around waiting a whole day. Does that mess with your head when you see all these other players coming up and winning and winning?
Definitely. That was just Nico told me that it's a bit in his head that he couldn't practice a lot because he could just practice with Nid. I think Antonio is the same. He could just practice with Daniel. But you are playing against players who just played 2 back-to-back matches. I think it's difficult for you because you're not warmed up enough.
And Kurt Dilo, Brandon, on the other side, he's just been going about his business quietly all day long, just dispatching Rafsu. He's a man on a mission.
It would have been, Rich, and he has been, sorry, I should say, just taking down a former teammate there in an elimination game. You know, the only French player left in the competition now. What chance he has to get to his first ever Champions League final? Yeah, I can't wait. That's going to be an unbelievable game. I think it'll be high scoring. I think it's going to be sort of back and forth all game long, Gravison.
Yeah. I think we can expect a lot of goals, and we're not talking enough about Dilo's kind of run in the lower bracket. Player who's been playing consistently good for 3 or 4 years. But yeah, let's jump to the big match, Nicholas, Anders.
Oh, jump to the big match. Jump to the massive match. Jump to the biggest game, maybe of the FIFA 23 season. It's an eChampions League qualifying game. Nicholas, the Iceman, against the Wonder Kid, Anders Vejrgang. It doesn't get bigger than this, Brandon.
It doesn't, and what makes this game so much more special, we haven't seen this matchup yet, have we? We've not seen the Iceman. The way I describe this game, it's ice against fire in the play style we're going to be seeing. Nicholas, so calm and collected. Anders Vejrgang, so animated, offensively. He's going to be offering so much going forward. I can't wait for this one, Rich.
And he's making him wait. Anders nowhere to be seen. Nico's on the stage. He's been up there for probably 4 or 5 minutes. And Anders playing the mind games already.
Yeah, it's the thing you gotta do to mess up with your opponent for a bit. And you know, Nico told me before, you know, we were doing the kind of hopping in between legs and stuff. He just told me like, don't do that with me, eh? Don't do that with me because I'm not saying a word. I'm just focusing on the.
Just imagine me walking up. Nico, quick comment.
No, I don't want to talk.
Okay.
But the big story here, Rich, look, he is the defending eChampions League winner. He lost in the grand finals of the World Championships last year. This man has done everything pretty much in FIFA eSports. This was last year's grand final in Stockholm, where he lifted silver, getting the trophy off Kaka, by the way.
And let's not forget last year, he lost the first game. Mateus Bonanno reset the bracket and was leading after the first leg. Nico came out, showed his clutch capability, and I mean, this tournament, the stats back it up. He's just been getting the job done, Gravison.
Yeah, he's been having possession. He's been getting good passes, and here we have Anders coming in. He made Nicholas wait for him long enough, but he's coming back with his coach, Terminator. And I cannot believe we're going to see this match in a couple of minutes.
Yeah, he's lacking the music though, Rich. No ring walk music on that one.
We're going to go for a fist bump, but I didn't want to get aired live on TV. What a game. I mean, there'll be a lot of people watching this game with huge anticipation. This could be the passing of the guard. This could be the passing of the torch.
It could be, but I mean, Nicholas is not gonna...
He's not gonna lie down.
No, definitely. And I think Nicholas has a potential to be fired up against a player like Anders, you know?
You know him very well. You've spent time with him, you've been in his company, Nicholas. How motivated is he? Especially when it's these young talent coming through, potentially to take his spot. Does he even get more motivated for that?
Yeah, I think he's extra motivated because he's he's one of the best players in the world, has been for the last 6 years. And you know, to be the best, you gotta beat the best. And to beat the best, you gotta beat Nicholas.
And I wonder if Nicholas has been speaking to Obram backstage because he has
lost a game. Anders Vejrgang. Yes, he's ranked seed number 2 coming in stats. That's because he had an incredible Swiss record alongside Emre Yilmaz, not dropping a single game. On the flip side for Nicholas, it might not be the best Swiss route. You know, he went 3-2, he just got it done, but he's in the knockout stages, and as you can see, Rich, 1 minute away from this hugely anticipated matchup.
And these are the games where Nicholas thrives. The big 50-50 games. He always comes out on top. Fellas, enjoy this one. It's going to be an absolute cracker.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Richard Buckley. Well, well, well. What a game we have in front of us right now. Please keep this in mind. Winner goes to the eChampions League final. Loser is out of the tournament. They can forget about boarding a plane to Istanbul. The only way they'll be boarding that plane is if they're going on holiday. They will not be going to the eChampions League. Gravison, these are matches we dream of when we see the players here in Europe, the players in the eChampions League. It is happening as an elimination game of FIFA. It is the Iceman against one of the hottest prospects in FIFA esports. It's ice against fire. It's Nicholas against Anders. Winner goes to Turkey. What on earth are we going to expect from this game, Gravison?
Fireworks stuff. We're gonna expect goals. We're gonna expect some vamos. We're gonna expect some gomno as well. I can imagine myself watching in a few minutes time, just Anders going full vamos on Nicholas, because he's so passionate about the game. So
I see this game going in 2 ways. Anders comes out flying and scores goals, similar to maybe what Emre Yilmaz did in some ways, and really unsettled Nicholas, didn't allow him to play. Or we see Nicholas contain Anders.
Yeah, but I think their game styles of Emre and Anders, they're different, because Emre is kind of a more consistent build-up 4-3-2-1 player. Anders is just kind of a 4-4-2 step-overs attacking kind of player. So Emre's playstyle suited him a lot against Nicholas. Let's see if Anders can do the same.
Well, well, well. It's the big one in London. Nicholas, the current eChampions League winner, up against the new kid on the block. A very special, talented young man. Anders Vejrgang with a point to prove after dropping down to the lower bracket yesterday, suffering defeat to Obron. eChampions League awaits one of these two.
Right from the start, 5-4-1 against 4-4-2. And I think obviously Nicholas pretty much spoke to Obrun, because that's what worked up against Vejrgang, the 5-4-1. And Vejrgang trying some formations till he found the 4-4-2. He just stick to it for the whole tournament.
Is there an advantage here that Anders has just played so much more FIFA today?
It can be an advantage because it builds up momentum, but it could also be a disadvantage because you just get tired. So, but I don't think Anders is the kind of player who gets tired playing 6 games of FIFA. Especially with those Foot Champions runs he did back in the days.
Can Anders unpick the Iceman? Here's Ronaldinho! It's the first shot fired towards Nicholas's goal. Corner played quickly. Pull it. Back to Ronaldinho. Little scoop turn ball roll. Looking for a chance. This could be a gift. It's a bit messy at the back. Nicholas able just to regain possession. He's a big fan of Roberto Firmino. There's not the biggest use of Champions League items in these teams. When you have got so many foot heroes and incredible icons within your arsenal to use. Nicholas backs the Brazilian forward of Liverpool, alongside quite a few other Brazilians you might know. There's one on the ball now. R9, back to Ronaldinho. Nicholas spreads the play nicely out to Parji Song, who comes as a conventional right back. Down the byline, Capdevilla will do well and win a corner.
It's interesting to see how Nicholas is going to play, because we expect that Anders to just do step overs, build up the play real quick and be really mechanic, but I don't know what to expect from Nico.
Let's check across to the other matchup that's also underway here. Antonio Redelha against Curta Dilo, where we've seen our first goal in that game. It is Olympique Lyon's Frenchman that leads by a goal to nil. That's a qualification game as well for the eChampions League. 20 minutes played here. Anders Vejrgang looking to create another attack. Has to have a new level of patience to try and break down Nicholas. Fist into Ronaldinho, who's just offside.
I think we are seeing Anders being a little bit more patient.
He has to be, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think so, because he's not building up his play as quick as he usually does. But you're right, he has to be, because he's playing Nicholas with 5 defenders at the back. How are you going to be able to pass that defense?
Park-ji-sung, all the way from fullback. Down the byline, this could be dangerous. Lucio comes across for Anders. How clever can Nicholas be from these moments? Towards the front post, all it is there. We'll get a second bite at it. One of the best players from these moments is Nicholas. Set piece played again. Hullit's there in the air! The Iceman strikes first in this one.
1-0, and it's the 3rd goal we've seen from Nicholas in 4 matches in set pieces. That plays such a difference in these kind of 50-50 battles, and that's one of the reasons why he always wins these kind of matches.
He's one of the few players, Gravison, that could have 0 chances in the box from normal play, but from set pieces he can go and win a game.
Definitely. We've seen it last year.
He did it in the Champions League last year, didn't he?
Against Matias Bonano in the final. He's doing it again against Anders in an elimination match. So yeah, those clutch moments, set pieces, make a huge difference.
0 reaction as expected from Nicholas. He knows there's a long time left to play in this one. A tournament that he knows only too well. And how much he'd love to be back in the final 8. The biggest tournament that Europe has to offer. FIFA players could only dream of lifting that eChampions League trophy. R9 does get intercepted, Fofana wins it well. How quickly can Anders reply? He's going to need to have some really creative efforts to try and break this back 5 down. Just can't find a way. I mean, I don't know where Roberto Firmino is in that. Is he a centre mid? He looks like he's doing a job there at the moment.
It looks like it.
Chance to break for Nicholas, but he's not going to speed this. He'll calm it down. Huge switch of play, finds Capdevila. We're checking again what's been happening in this other matchup. That one just goes over the bar. 36 minutes in to this game here. I think there was a mistake. Oh no! Antonio Radelha is 2-0 down in that game. Curtadilo getting a real slice of fortune. He's not going to complain about that. 2 goals to the goods.
That's a huge mistake you can't afford when you're playing these elimination matches, but it makes sense as he's just his first game of the day. You're kind of cold, you didn't practice enough because you didn't have players to actually practice with.
There's so much time as well, Gravis, just to get in your own head about the game, isn't there?
Yeah.
3 or 4 hours, you're thinking, oh, who am I going to play? You're watching the bracket, you're looking at the loser bracket, oh, it could be this player, it could be that player. And suddenly you have to try and prep with 50 minutes left to play. Here's Nicholas. Fortunately runs out of play, but nearly Gravison. There was a play a lot there, teased from Nicholas. Potentially could have been 2-0 up.
And I remember last year we had 4 players. We had like this year, like 4 matches to qualify for the tournament. And actually the 3 of them that came through the winner bracket and lost in the round 3 qualified, and just 1 who did a long lower bracket run qualified. So that just shows, I think it's easier to make it if you just play 1 game instead of 4 or 3.
Firmino will twist and turn. Oh, Nicholas teasing us all at home with a power shot. Can Anders break down all these shirts? It's a one-on-one race. Whoa. Was that last man? Is Nicholas in trouble here?
I think it's a yellow one. Yellow card.
And it looks, I'm going to guess it's a yellow card.
From that reaction,
Of Anders' reaction, I think he might have thought it was a red. It looks if it's a yellow card. But how different of a story that could have been. Last chance of the half, and Lastico somehow into the back of the net with a huge Komnu. Anders Vejrgang levels it up on the stroke of half-time.
We're going to expect some Komnu, we're going to expect some Vamos. That's the first one. Yeah, huge set piece. Crazy goal.
I mean, it looked like it just trickled in through the legs, and then Van der Sar just couldn't get a hand on it. I mean, it takes a certain FIFA player to get Nicolas saying anything. If we see a few Vamoses, we can tell he's up for it.
Yeah, it was a really good goal. The elastico into the driven shot. It was a nice opportunity.
I mean, hindsight's a beautiful thing, Gravison, because you've imagined there if Nicolas got a red card and then conceded. I mean, it would have been a terrible way to enter the half-time break. Half-time between Nicolas and Anders Vejrgang. The score is 1-1. Keep in mind, 2 legs of FIFA to be played. This is only the first leg. What have you made of the first 45 minutes so far?
I think it's kind of what we expected. We saw Nicolas keeping the possession, maybe 60-70% of possession, because he just kept the ball with a 5-4-1. And then Anders not building up too quick the play, because he knows he's playing against Nicolas. And then 2 set pieces, a free kick and a corner, and 1-1, all even.
Well, well, well. Guess what, people? You've still got 3 more halves to watch. The blockbuster matchup. The game of all games in the eChampions League. What a way for them to match. 2 names that you wouldn't have predicted to be in the lower bracket. You'd thought they may have had it done in the first day, Gravison.
Well, both of them. I would put them as favourites in the top 4 winner bracket, but...
Here's Anders now, Alawiran, who's been causing nightmares for everybody here in the Champions League. Should be offside, R9, and he will be. You are wondering how they both did find their way to the lower bracket. Anders did lose to Obron, the Italian, who booked a ticket to the Champions League. That was in a huge matchup yesterday, and it was Emre Yilmaz that was able to defeat Nicolas. Down to ground, referee plays on. Capdevia with a huge chance for Nicolas. Still someone when possession, could go down to ground, stays on his feet. Ronaldinho Hullet. Can he turn? Ginola, Elastico tries to open up some space, and Anders just been able to regain.
That's nice defending, nice player switching, nice tackling. A really good defensive play by Anders.
Ginola. And it's his turn. Show Nicolas what he is all about. Look how organised that midfield line is, that defensive line is from Nicolas. There you go, another big win again from Lucio.
It's interesting that Alawiran worked so well for Obrun. And it's interesting that Nico is not using him and using Firmino instead.
Well, let's check into the opposite game. Kurtadala was winning 2-0, the Frenchman. Is there a way back, though, for the German that may have been caught sleeping? There is the goal back there for Antonio Radelha. And then back into the second half. Kurtadala then extended the lead one more time. 52 minutes played there. And a chance for Anders Vejrgang to go forward. Alawiran. He's got Yaya Toure chasing him down. Back to R9 on the edge of the box. There's the ball rolls. There's the scoop. Turns. It's typical Anders Vejrgang. Back inside to Ronaldinho. Massive save, Van der Sar.
I don't think Nico's comfortable.
Corner. Just about makes it out to R9. Wins a free kick to Anders. What can we see from this? Step overs again. Is there a one more pass inside? Yes, there is! And there's another big reaction from Anders Vejrgang as he takes the lead in this game.
So 1 for Anders, yeah. 2 set pieces, played them short, step over, easy pass. And actually Nicolas moved the keeper, but it wasn't enough because he shot in the first post. And yeah, 2-1. And I don't think Nicolas is comfortable right now because he's not switching pretty much in defense as much as he usually does. So I think Nicolas is not comfortable enough at the moment in defense, which is kind of weird because like Nicolas is not the most offensive player, but in defense he's usually comfortable. I don't think he's comfortable now.
When you say the word comfortable, what does that exactly mean from Nicolas? Just not in control?
Not in control, you could say, yeah. Not tackling enough, not switching to get aggressive with the centre backs. yeah, you could say not in control, yeah.
So far, Anders Vejrgang's game plan is working out well. Tried to disrupt one of the calmest players in FIFA esports. Final 20 minutes to be played. Anders looking for a third in it. Ball roll. R9, reverse elastico. Somehow just does get stopped in his tracks by Lucio. You can just see Anders Vejrgang's pulse there. Just how much he might be feeling the pressure in this game and how locked in he is. Massive opportunity to get to an eChampions League final 8. R9. Back to Hullet, Nicholas with Bobby Firmino. That was flying. If it wasn't for Hullet. We have to remember as well, Anders Vejrgang just simply was not old enough to play in this tournament last year. That's why we didn't see him. There's been a goal in the opposite game. It looks as if Antonio has got himself back into the tie just a few minutes before the end. It's a lovely pass into R9. That game is certainly not done yet, Gravison.
Certainly. 3-2, still loads to play. And this is a good chance, maybe.
Hullet gets the right side. And both Lucio and Captain Villa. Last 10 minutes here of our first leg in this qualification match here at the eChampions League. Fofana, clever, back to R9. Ronaldinho, couple of step overs. Nicholas looking for a cut back or just an option. So coming together between the two players. A corner. Keep in mind, Nicholas just did score from a corner in the first half. Keep an eye on Hullet. R9. And Hullet getting bundled between a few players. You just see Anders Vejrgang point to his head there saying, I knew what you were doing.
I saw it from the beginning.
If that was me, I wouldn't be putting my controller down.
I love how he plays with his tongue when he's concentrated.
There's not many players that celebrate every part of the game. You know, a big tackle, a clearance, goalkeeper movement. Nicholas, another chance, last half. Back inside, Ginola! With the most perfect of goals for Nicholas. Timed it green, you know what that means. Straight into the back of the net, game on, 2-2.
As you said, 2-2, game on. What a green time finishing. That's especially hard to do when come with a pass in the byline, the driven pass. Wow, what a definition by Nicholas. What a play by Ginola. And still, I think we are going to have Anders having the last play of the game. But yeah, that was an important goal by Nicholas. And how good is Nicholas in those margins, those last minutes of the game? Because this goal is important. Makes such a difference going to the second leg. With the 2-2 result, it's there for 2-1 and Anders feeling comfortable.
There was a couple of times there, Gravison, wasn't there, where Nicholas was just trying to enjoy having the ball with Ronaldinho on the left-hand side of your screen. He was trying to get down the byline. Eventually, all the stars aligned in the form of David Ginola, being the brightest star of them all with an unbelievable finish into the top corner. Half-time between the two. Anders Vejrgang, he's not happy with it. It's not done yet. It's not done yet. Still another leg to be played. 2-2 is the scoreline. And I tell you what, Gravison, this game has got so much more to give.
Yeah, definitely. Anders is a bit frustrated. We see Fer trying to calm him down a bit. But yeah, he conceded a goal in the last play of the first half, a corner, and then he conceded a goal in the last play of the second half with a good play by Ginola. So obviously he's frustrated, you can see him, but still 2-2, another leg to play. So let's see if Fer can calm him down for a bit, because it's still all to play.
Still so much to play for. The key thing is, though, Gravison, neither player has let the game slip away from them. They've always stayed within the tie. Two other people's thoughts that I'll be interested to hear is our very own Richard Buckley and Mike LaBelle. Gentlemen, what have you made of the game so far?
Thank you very much, Brandon and Grav. It just doesn't get better than this. It doesn't get better. We're going into a second leg, evenly poised, two of the biggest names in FIFA esports on the planet, going back and forth. Mike, incredible.
You couldn't have set the stage better. It's got to be said. When you're talking about two of the best competitors in the world and everything to play for going into leg 2, and both of them kind of playing their game.
Yeah, these are the top 3 moments of the first legs right here.
Oh, I love this. I can't believe there's 2 above it. Elastico, through the legs, nutmeg, goalkeeper, can't react, 45th minute. Give me all of it. Tasty.
Very, very tasty. I wonder what it tasted like.
Well, I just had some noodles. It was better than those.
Just so good.
Look at the
in around the
replay.
box,
Oh.
the elastico, the finish past the keeper as well. This is the second best moment. We're sticking with Nicholas and Anders Vejrgang. A couple of step overs, breaking the line inside the box and just pinpoint into the near post.
Kind of in a battle of set pieces here. A give and go, your step over's taking the space, extra pass made, near post opens up, goalkeeper can't react, Anders can react, he's got tons of energy. You heard it in the arena, you heard it in the room, there was a pop-off in the crowd. This is the battle of the set piece. I didn't know that was gonna happen.
Really
I didn't
is.
expect that between the 2 of these gents.
Yeah, the small margins. And this was the best play from the first leg. Oh, what are we doing?
The biggest mistake
what are we doing?
of the first leg for
fellas, get to Dilo. Got a present. It's not his birthday yet.
It's a little
Step overs out the back, passing it straight to him. You can't. That's
a little early for Christmas. I'm just gonna throw that out there. I mean,
you can't.
That's easy.
You can't do that. It's a qualifying game.
Mm-hmm.
Ridiculous.
Shows you that big stage pressure.
Yep, absolutely. Anders Vejrgang, Nicholas 99 FC, locked and loaded, ready to go to battle on the main stage. 2-2, everything to play for.
I feel a little energy in the room as well. I can't wait. You can see the tension on both competitors' faces. This is where Nicholas' career has been made of, these types of moments. The 50-50, the close affair.
Well then, the second leg. I see the players getting ready. Settings being completed. Brandon, Gravison, enjoy this one, chaps.
Thank you very much, Rich. We certainly will. We were treated by 4 goals in the first leg, evenly split at 2-2. Jaime Alvarez, we teased it, didn't we? This game has still so much more to give.
And who wants a break when we're having Anders and Nicholas matching up against each other? So yeah, let's go for it. Let's go for the second leg. Let's see if we can expect some more come news. Second leg between Anders Vejrgang and Nicholas 99 FC, starting now.
Win, and you're off to Istanbul. I wish it could be so easy to win, though. The players that stand in your way. Anders Vejrgang kicking from left to right in the RB Leipzig strip. And we've killed esports. Very own esports kit in the game. Nicholas 99 from right to left. The player that currently has this trophy in his house. He won it last year in Stockholm against a fellow Argentine. What was a ridiculous final. He wants to be amongst those 8 names that will travel to Istanbul. Firmino kicking us off underway. Parji Sol, Nicholas looking for the first real chance of the game.
The player switching by Anders has been insane. He switched up the play like, I don't know, 20 times in just 5 seconds. The player switching is insane.
Massive win there by Lucio. A couple of seconds ago was really aggressive from Nicholas. Firmino. What's the power shot all about, Gravison? Nicholas is loving that.
It's all Juanma. Juanma actually showed me a couple of clips at Guild's headquarters, and they go in. They go in a lot of times. Let's just say every 3 times you actually try it, once it goes in. So it's a good percentage when it's not like that clear of a situation.
And sometimes you don't even need to take the power shot. You can sort of fake it, can't you?
Yeah.
Player bites into the tackle, you find the one more pass around the corner. Next thing you know, you're in the lead.
Especially with the zoom in.
So far, Nicholas has had all the ball. This is where he's dangerous down these areas. Capdevia down the byline, teasing Anders Vejrgang. Oh, 9! Oh, Van der Sar just stealing the ball off the Brazilian's boots. And Anders had something to say about that one.
I think he didn't like your screaming.
I think he was just saying to his keeper, pick it up. Stop fumbling around, pick the ball up.
But yeah, Capdevila is doing his thing, the wing. That Capdevila-Ronaldinho combination is working out well for Nico.
Well played, Lucio. He's been the star of the show at the back this weekend. Such difficult players to deal with. That foot hero has been a blessing into FIFA 23.
Oh.
That could be dangerous.
Keeper? Yeah.
Just does enough, Lucio. Speaking of the player, keep in mind this isn't the only game underway. There is also Curtadilo against Antonio Radelha. Winner of that qualifies for the eChampions League final. Last time we heard from it, it was Curtadilo in the lead, 3-2. Still so much to come from that one. If you are wondering, Tekkz is in action after this game. 4 more players still to compete. Gio Bundy against Neat the Spaniard. Daniel Seven of Hamburg will take on Tekkz. All for spots in the eChampions League final.
Nothing really happened in the second half, apart from that R9 chance.
25 minutes in here, Gravison. Nicholas, all the ball so far. He'll be happy with this. You mentioned about being in control, feeling happy. He should be happy so far, Nicholas. He's resisted and denied any chance. Back inside, Ginola. Oh, stop it! A perfect combination, a little La Croqueta. He'll be saying mercy to David Ginola.
And he'll be saying mercy to Van der Sar as well, because he moved the keeper well, Anders, but it wasn't enough. Van der Sar should have actually kept the ball in that one. But yeah, we're seeing a lot of La Croquetas, actually, because we've seen what? Anders is scoring La Croquetas, we've seen Nicolas is scoring La Croquetas, we've seen actually Emre scoring a couple La Croquetas against Nico as well. It's actually an underrated skill at the moment, I'd say. Do you agree?
Do you think it's because of what pros are used to in terms of reverse elasticos? And I mean, step overs are so hard to predict regardless. Is it just something different in the box?
Yeah, the thing is, you don't change your direction when you're doing a La Croqueta, you're just winning some time. So when you're expecting a step over, you're expecting the ball to progress. And if you do La Croqueta, you're kind of faking it in a way. So it makes sense.
Anders struggling to get possession, let alone chances. 30 minutes played here. As it stands, Nicholas booking a ticket to Istanbul to be amongst the best 8 players in Europe. A match we've never seen before in a 1v1 environment with so much on the line. Here's Anders now, keeping on the run of R9. Again, it's Lucio, but he's out of position. Needs to trap back, he will. Can Anders make something happen here? Alawaira and R9 all queuing up on the edge of the box. That last man, Yaya Toure, Ronaldinho. There's the step overs, there's R9, there's Anders Vejrgang! And it's an own goal!
It's an own goal. It's an own goal. What?
I'm not too sure what happened there. You can see it again on the replay. It was a time green finish originally. The step overs into the exit was great, and it's just very unfortunate. Very, very unfortunate. Wesley Fofana knows nothing about that.
Whoa. I mean, let's just pretend that that didn't happen. It was a direct goal from R9 because he deserved the goal with the green time and everything. But yeah, if I were Nico, Fofana is getting on the bench in a couple of minutes. That's a big mistake by Fofana, yeah. There's nothing that Nico could have done different.
Well, we spoke about earlier when we saw him, Gravison. Something that's been very interesting about Nicholas's back line. Playing a back 5. Yaya Toure has come in as a centre-back. And a couple of concerns for pros about having centre-backs that can just catch up with the likes of R9 or Ronaldinho. Here's Hullet for Nicholas. This time Wesley Fofana not scoring own goals and defending well for Anders. But back to the point. A bit of an unconventional back 5 line, isn't it, from Nicholas? Yaya Toure in there, Parchi Song as a right back.
Definitely, and Nico was using Yaya Toure as the center back, as the one in the middle, and now against Emre, and now he changed it up as he's using it as the one on the right. I think it's because of the German crosses, but I'm not 100% sure. Last play of the game, maybe?
Last chance. The first half of this second leg, it will fall to Anders Vejrgang. Little triangles won't come to anything. Nicholas might be in trouble. Very, very well done somehow there from Nicholas, playing in the smallest of errors. Areas, I should say, with the smallest of errors. There you go. Nicholas, very, very calm there. Half-time, 45 minutes away. Still nothing to separate the two.
And the thing is, how good is Anders pressing, because you don't see that from Nico a lot. Just like wasting a build-up in the defenders because of the second man press from Anders, which has been insane with the midfielders, with the strikers, and I think he's making Nico uncomfortable on the ball.
We have to say, I know there was a mistake from Nicholas, but you have to be insane to play the ball around your box against Anders Vejrgang, who is pressing you like mad. Only certain players can do that, and Nicholas is one of them.
The thing is, if you pass it to your midfielder, he's gonna press with his midfielders, Anders ones. So you're gonna be stuck in a situation where you cannot move. So you gotta be patient, you gotta pass it around the back with the center backs, with the full backs, with the keeper. But the thing is, Anders changed up his pressure, his pressing system, and it's working out for him, as we are seeing. So we're kind of seeing tactical changes and the way they're playing. And that's what we love about FIFA and competitive FIFA, how the game could actually change from the start of it as it goes on.
Well, look, Gravison, 45 minutes away. This is the time to play your best FIFA. Nicholas from left to right in this last 45 of Guild Esports. Anders Vejrgang looking to unsettle the storyline, to rip up the script of stopping a potential back-to-back eChampions League winner. Keep an eye on R9's run there, bottom half of your screen. There's a left back available, lots of space for Anders, doesn't want to use him as of yet. Big switch potentially on. Instead, happy to play out this way.
Whoa.
Big win, timed it right.
You see how he presses with Yaya Toure and Gullit. Anders, that's why he passes the ball backwards to the centre backs.
Nearly. Nicholas. Dispossessed, Yaya Toure, the stronger of the two in that battle. And here comes the onslaught of RB Leipzig shirts. Look at R9, bottom half of your screen. Ginola in the box as well. Anders Vejrgang, cut back into the path of David Ginola. 4-3. The Danish wonderkid leads.
It's just perfect FIFA. How he actually managed to run the byline with Ronaldinho. He had the chance to actually cut the ball away and do a step over against the centre backs. He did not. He started running. He had the chance to pass it twice to the forwards, but he did not. He just patiently waited till the pass to Ginola was there. He did it. He tapped it in. 4-3.
Well, I was saying it on commentary yesterday. You can count on, I think, two hands the amount of times that Nicholas has come back into games. World Cup finals against Mo Alba, penalty shootouts. It still haunts me, that Luka Modric header back in London at the O2, where Nicholas came back from the death against Obram. Last kick of the game, Cristiano Ronaldo at the back post. It's just what he does. Has he got another one of those moments in his locker? Because eChampions League FIFA depends on it. There is so much time left still. 35 minutes. What'll be interesting here from Anders, does he go and find another goal? Or does he just try and settle? If that's even possible against Nicholas. Toure, Ginola, Nicholas looking for an equaliser. It's quick FIFA, it's beautiful FIFA. It's a great save. Corner, played quickly. Van der Sar, two hands on it.
4 defenders at the back for Nicholas now. Some tactical changes. We're maybe going to see the 4-3-2-1 now. Maybe the 4-4-2. But Nico is being more aggressive now.
Just see as well, keep an eye on Nicholas. So locked in, he always has been. Certainly will not be cracking a smile until at least can turn this game on its head. Ginola. Anders Vejrgang looking for that killer blow, that knockout punch in the form of a goal.
And that's what you got to do against Anders. Just keep it calm, build the play slowly.
Huge switch of play. Parchi saw against Capdevia, the two for heroes in a race. Ronaldinho, R9. This is the chance to equalise and tie the match up again. This is toe-to-toe. Two giants in the FIFA world. I move, you move. It's checkmate again from Nicholas. But how many more times can we keep doing this, Gravison?
I think he's running out of lives. He just equalized for the second time in a row, but I don't think he will be able to do it if Anders actually scores again. But yeah, the build was amazing. And now, do you think Nico is going to change to 5 defenders at the back again? Or is he going to be playing with 4 still? Because he did play well the 2 plays he did.
Let's see, Gravel, if he has changed something around again. Keep in mind, I know this game is brilliant, but there is another game that is also underway. Any Antonio Radelha fans or Kurt Adilo, we'd simply apologise. We'll keep you up to date with what is going on. There has been an update in this game. Kurt Adilo leads by a goal to nil. That is 4-2 on aggregate. He's 20 minutes away from an eChampions League. Any French fans watching, you may have some representation in Istanbul.
Oh, this is good.
Anders keeps it in with Ginola. There's the trademark step-overs. Back to Yaya Toure, very fortunate. Keep it on the far side of your screen. Bobby Firmino made one hell of a run there. No Parchi Song inside. Step-overs from R9. Does enough to sell 1 or 2 defenders. Oh God, this has got extra time all over it. Oof. Massive game. The sand timer has started and the time is lacking. Nicholas defended well by Anders. Loser eliminated from this year's eChampions League. Winner will be amongst the best 8 in Europe. 7th of June is when they'll all go to battle in Istanbul. Who will be there? Anders. Can he do it? Back to R9.
Oh.
Lucio, what are you doing? Well played. Nicholas gets himself out of that spot of danger of a second. Now he has a chance to counter-attack.
I'm speechless at the moment. I don't know what to say. Oh.
Final 6 minutes. Has he still got ice in those veins, Nicholas? Anders again stopped in his tracks by the current eChampions League defending winner.
And I would say this is the last play of the game. Nico.
Surprise, surprise, if it falls to Gravison. Nicholas. Last roll of the dice, maybe. Massive switch of play, finds Capdevia. A chance to send yourself to the eChampions League final. Or not.
Oh, he was lucky.
Free kick. Will fall the way of the Argentine. Great turn, sends 2 players away. Ronaldinho, Hullet, Nicholas. Within normal time, looking for the last big chance. We'll be patient, we'll wait to strike for the perfect time. Is it now? Parchi Song back inside! And if that was not blocked, that would have been flying into the corner. Quick corner to be played though from Nicholas. Last kick of the game for an eChampions League final spot. There is Hullet. But so is Fofana. And I think we might be going to extra time unless the referee plays one more chance. Strap yourselves in, people. Extra time is on the way.
Jesus, I got goosebumps all over me. What is this?
There was a moment, David Ginola. He timed the shot green, Grav. If there wasn't a player in the way, we could be saying, Nicholas.
Oh.
Have a breather.
I need to breathe. I need to catch my breath. I need to catch my breath.
Oh, wow. Wow, wow, wow. 8 goals. Still
Nothing to separate the two. These are two of the best players you're looking at in the world. Forget Europe, the world.
Ander has been playing consistently good, but yeah.
Well, this is the last moments in this matchup. 88 minutes on the clock. Antonio Vejrgang will get a goal back through David Ginola. But is it enough? He did this yesterday against Umit, if you remember rightly, Gravis, and we commentated on the game.
Still, he has one more chance. He has one press. Wants chance to recover the ball. And as you said before, he did it against Umut.
He sat in that exact seat as well, Gravison. I believe, by the way, our feature matchup might be back underway. Nicholas against Anders. We'll go back to it as soon as we can, as there is a pause in this game.
Obviously, Jose Antonio rocking the 4-2-4. Keturdio rocking the 5-4-1 at the back. And there's going to be just one press now. There's one press, one chance to recover the ball, and one chance to equalize the game.
Well, here we go, side by side. This is it live now. We've already nearly played 10 minutes of extra time between Anders and Nicholas. Who is leaving the tournament? Who is booking a ticket into the final? It's Anders Vejrgang. We'll keep an eye on the right-hand side of your screen. Coming forward with a chance. Defended well. On the left-hand side of the screen, very quickly. Any time to come any second now is Tekkz about to put France on the map. Keeper's out of his goal, by the way.
Shoot!
Antonio's doing anything just to get the ball back. We'll win a corner. Thank you, Nicholas, for keeping the ball, by the way. It lets me just commentate over the opposite game as it comes to an end. Right, full time. Tekkz is in the eChampions League final. Congratulations to him. LDLC and Olympic Lyon. Commiserations, Antonio Vejrgang. He is out of the tournament. Tekkz is in the final 8. Last chance of the half here in extra time. Will fall to Anders Vejrgang. Ronaldinho, back to Ginola, back to Ronaldinho! Oh, 9! Maybe! With the goal of all goals!
We have his mom on camera, we have Fer on camera, everything showing up for him. What a crazy and important goal for Anders.
I'll tell you now, this guy has been on one hell of a journey. It was a couple of years ago, he was travelling all across Denmark, playing in sports halls for consoles, headsets. Now he's in a tournament for $280,000. If you're someone that's watching at home thinking, what if, what could be? Pick up the controller and get playing.
I think this is going to be the end, yeah, first half, but still, 15 minutes more to play.
15 minutes away. Have to keep reminding people at home, he simply could not play last year. He wasn't old enough.
The same thing 2 years ago, same thing 3 years ago. He's been playing competitive in Denmark and in amateur atmosphere since he was 12, 11
Ridiculous.
years old.
I still remember it, still to this day, other than the incredible foot champion streak, but just this wonder kid from Denmark that just kept on turning up to these tournaments across Denmark and just winning everything in sight. I mean, I'd hate to see in his house how many controllers and headsets he's won, because he won quite a lot in those years before he was eligible to play here. Have to remember, back to the point again, his first involvement really in Pro FIFA was the virtual Bundesliga, was club champion last year with RB Leipzig. Then we saw him in Copenhagen briefly with the E-Nations Cup. And now this has been his first real year in the FGS. 15 minutes away from knocking out the current defending eChampions League winner in Nicholas. 15 minutes, Nicholas. Show us another moment of magic. Is this it now? Needs to be perfect defending, Gravison. the next 10 minutes. Ginola, if he scores now, he could put the game to bed. Keeper teased off the line. I thought that was going to get ugly for a minute.
But that was a nice tackle for Nico by Yaya Toure, and still 10 minutes to play.
Massive switch of play. It's a double up on Capdeville. That doesn't come of anything. Where Nicholas is having to put bodies forward now. There are gaps that are starting to appear. Lucio wins it back for Nicholas. 6 minutes to play. Still a lot of time for Nicholas to find a comeback. Ronaldinho, Park Ji-sung, Nicholas looking for a 5th goal in the tie. Chances still alive, back to Hullet. Does well, does Javid Ginola. It just takes a deflection on the way through. It's in his hands now. The game is in his hands. Keep the ball and you're in an eChampions League final. It is Anders Vejrgang's to lose. Nicholas. One more go. Here he comes. Perfect FIFA from a perfect FIFA player, unless there's a win there. Massive win from Valverde, who has been in at right back all weekend long. It will be Anders Vejrgang in the eChampions League Final 8. There will not be a back-to-back defending eChampions League winner. Nicholas knocked out the tournament. And at just 17 years of age, Anders Vejrgang, congratulations, you are amongst the best 8 in Europe.
How quickly things can change. You remember 24 hours ago, Anders was crying because he lost against Obrun. 24 hours later, crying, but tears of joy after qualifying for the ACL.
Moment on camera. You can just see Anders' mum here, who's been on the journey along with him. That is what it means to be in the best 8 in Europe. RB Leipzig won't have one player there, they'll have 2. Umit on your screen, he'll be there. They'll be sharing a flight and a plane ticket to Istanbul this year. Massive congratulations to everybody involved. It is simply much more than just a game there. Massive congratulations. Grav, what a game. Last final thoughts.
No words needed. FIFA competitive.
No words needed. FIFA Esports at its best. That is it from the commentary booth for now. 2 more players in the hat for Istanbul, but still 2 more to find. Richard and Mike, over to you.
Thank you very much, Brandon and Grav. Truly outstanding. Just the adjectives won't do it justice. Watch that game back 2, 3, 4 times. Anders Vejrgang just had to be the best that has ever been.
Well, that's what I told you as well. That was premium Nicholas. Like, top line. That feels like a final watching that as well. We now have 6 of the competitors, of course, from the final 8. And there was back and forth, there was battling, there were ins, there were outs, there was tension, there were moments, there was emotion. It wasn't really a calm fixture. I felt different in the room. The room felt different this weekend for that match in particular. You felt like you were watching the champs or the future champs. And I guess in theory here, not even in theory, you had the previous champion.
Got very loud.
Oh, yeah.
The support was there for both.
The room was divided.
Oh, it was. There was Anders Vejrgang, and a lot of the current pros. He's a fan's favourite, he's a pro's favourite, is Nicholas. Just incredible stuff. I can't compliment Anders enough because he faced adversity. Something that we've said all tournament long. What's he like when he faces adversity? And he has done the business. He is qualified for the eChampions League finals. RB Leipzig will have 2 out of the 8 players there. Without any further ado, we welcome him onto the stage. Anders, come and join us because you deserve it. What a performance. Come on in. I mean,
wow.
How are you feeling right now?
I don't know. I mean, like, it's the first time I feel like this. Like, I feel like I'm dead. I can't think. I don't know what happened. It's like I haven't any feeling in the game. Like I just played and I won. It's hard to explain the feeling.
Do you feel as though you've silenced a lot of doubters and haters, beating Nicholas, the champion, here today?
I mean, people say that I can only play online, and people call him the Iceman. And even in extra time, I showed that I was more ice. I showed that I was more ice than him today. So I'm very proud of my performance. But I would also give him. He played really good, and I could easily have lost. Like for sure, when I scored in 105th, I was still nervous because I know how good he is in the last moments of the match. So I'm just really happy that I kept the nerves and managed to win.
Well, congratulations, of course. Let's walk through some of the highlights. Let's revisit a lot of the goals, a lot of the moments. I know you had so many different emotions. Tell us what's happening.
Talk us through what you're doing here, Anders.
I have to see. I can't remember. I mean, he's really good in defense if you play like really slow. So I just tried to do some step-ups on the wing, and then I saw there was some space in the middle. So it was a good pass, and he's really good at this, like doing sending the right back and just doing a cross, and sometimes I don't see it, so it was good from him. But I also feel like it was really bad defense. So I could have done a bit more.
And in extra time, this is where you pulled in front. Talk me through what you're seeing here. The step overs coming out, and you just got that extra bounce.
I mean, I have to say he should get the ball like 3 times. I feel like, but again, like I feel like if I shoot not passing the extra pass, I feel like the keeper will save it. So I just hope that the pass will go through. But of course, he's so good, so he read it as well. But finally, I was lucky this time, and I got the ball with me.
Yeah, look, nobody has deserved it more. When you look at the run, Dolomatik, I mean, Nicholas to qualify.
Well,
is this the moment for you?
Like your whole quest, like every game you had was some of the best players in the world. Even the game you lost against Oberon. Oberon's obviously qualified, and I would say a favorite going into the final 8. And you've been able to get through all these different players and battle through. How does that make you feel? Because you had to face all that adversity. That was the question as well.
I mean, I haven't had an easy bracket at all. I've played like so many good players, but yeah, I lost against Oberon yesterday. I feel like I should have won, but I lost. And going into today, I might say that I was feeling like I'm already out. I didn't trust that I could win all 3, but like match after match, I managed to win. I think all 3 matches I was down 1-0 on some corners. I couldn't like defend it, but like slowly when I get into the match, I feel like I'm better than my opponents.
Anders, you did it. Top 8, guaranteed. We'll see you in Istanbul. It's been a joy watching your games over the weekend, and have a good trip back home.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mike.
Wow.
Talks like a seasoned veteran.
He was real calm there compared to on stage. I'm telling you, if you rewatch some of the celebrations or just moments, even when nothing happens, a big tackle, some sort of interception, a bad bounce, a good bounce, you can see it on his face. He's leaving everything out there. It's so entertaining to watch. You could probably cut that up into some sort of highlight package.
But it wasn't just Anders who qualified for the eChampions League Grand Finals. We did have another match going on, and it's our pleasure to welcome onto the stage at this time Curta Diallo. He did the business against Antonio Rodea. You've made it. You qualified. Firstly, how's it feel?
I feel really happy, really proud by what I did today, all the weekend. And honestly, it was one of my goals at the start of the season. And now I need to keep playing like that and maybe win the trophy in Istanbul.
And I wanted to give you this moment. Did you want to say anything to all your supporters maybe back home, send a message to the French community? Because you're one of the leaders in that community, and this is a huge result.
Yeah, I want to thank everyone. I know I'm here like now for my 4th year in competition, and I train every day. I do my best, and a lot of people support me, so I want to thank them too.
Let's have a look at your highlights from that clutch game against Antonio Rodea. Talk us through what you're doing here. How did you get the win? Talk us through the game in your eyes.
Yeah, I played 5-4-1, and my coach said if I'm good in defense, I'm gonna win this game, and I make a really good defense, and I scored my best opportunities and win the game.
And you just kept it so calm as well. We didn't really see a huge celebration until you won. Is that because you were trying to keep calm mentally as well?
Yeah. Sometimes I lost my calm, but I try to do my best to stay calm all the game.
Yeah, incredible stuff. Anything else, Mike, for
I really
Curta?
feel like you kept your composure well. You started and you were able to put your opponent under pressure. So congratulations with
Thank
that.
you. Thank
And
you
we
very
look
much.
forward to you competing in Istanbul.
We'll see you there.
Thank you.
Very well done, my friend. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Two the
two players
calmest
left.
guys ever for interviews. Let's go.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I'm really, really excited, Mike, and I know you're excited as well because you get to tell everyone at home what the MasterCard moment of the match just was in our previous matchups.
We might be doing moments because I actually got a couple of different goals that I really like. This one in the 45th just changed all of the types of energy and momentum in the room. You got a set piece. Talk about Nicholas set pieces. Well, Vejrgang scored a couple, and what he's done here is he realizes he has a 1v1 matchup where it's manual defending, so he's going to challenge him. And when you see that happening, if you use skill moves is what you're looking for, a little bit of that bread and butter. You see the elastical R9 opens up. In this case, I think it's R8. He's rebranded him, and he's able to score that 5-star weak foot. It's just brilliant, and I feel like you saw the belief, you felt the belief when that happened. And then this has been Nicholas 101. You see a bait and switch where the goalkeeper's coming out. He's really going to go back to goal. Anders has been doing this, but what a fantastic pinpoint, precise pass. You see a couple options. You go for the harder option, and he has to hit this first time. It's a green time finish, hits the back of the net, but that's where Nicholas was able to have some competitive advantages, really working those end lines. Anders talked about it when he was up here, the overlapping runs in the width. He was really struggling to stop them. So congratulations, of course, to Anders. And also, you have your head up high if you're Nicholas. I know he always expects the best, but he played really well in that game.
Yeah, they were the moments of the match presented by MasterCard. And here we go. 2 games remaining. 2 more matches of the eChampions League knockouts. Daniel 7, HSV Daniel, up against Fnatic Tekkz. Neat, the Spaniard from Dux Gaming, against Gio Bundy. 2 outstanding games that you will have the privilege of watching. Tekkz will be in the featured matchup. Ryan Pessoa, Leah Ravel after the break, giving you the thrills and spills of the eChampions League knockouts. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the eChampions League knockouts. This is where 2 more players will book their place on the plane to Istanbul, Turkey for the eChampions League finals. And it's my great privilege to bring in everybody in the arena, basically, to this conversation because we've got 2 games left. Mike still joined with me, Ryan, Leah, and Gravison to break down these 2 huge matches. I'm going to start with Gravison. I feel like there could be a slight, or ever so slight, Bit of favouritism.
I wouldn't say so.
Coming into this featured match on the side stage, Gio Bundy up against Neat. How is Neat feeling, first and foremost? Graveson's just having a couple of issues with his mic. Ryan, I'll come to you.
Yeah, I sort of echo the statements Graveson was making about coming from the loser bracket is often difficult. Often difficult if you're playing the games on the same day. But for the players in the winners bracket, further on in the losers bracket, I should say, they've had a long break. Whereas these players have had 3 rounds in a row to perform, to get into the swing of things. Even if you're practicing, it's not the same intensity, so you often find it hard to bounce back and to kick into gear.
And on the other side of that, we saw Gio Bundy dispatch of Stingray. How do you think he's feeling coming into this game?
I got a proposal for the room. I'm going to put all of you on the spot. Are we going to see a dark horse get through? Because up to this point, the 6 of the 8 names that have qualified, I know all of them. I've seen them compete before. They've had credits to their name. There's not that many surprises. There's been some battles between some of the biggest pros and the biggest names, but could somebody upset Tekkz? Could somebody upset Neat? They come in with the bigger names. But Gio Bundy's gone under the radar. Daniel's gone under the radar. It has to be said.
Leah, what do you think? Do you think we'll see... There's 2 favourites in these, I want to call them finals.
Let's call a spade a spade.
Final matches. You'd expect Neat, you'd expect Tekkz. Do we see an underdog go through?
I think it wouldn't be the first time that it happens. I think if there's any opportunity for it to happen, it's now. But I think, like you guys said, there's favorites for sure.
This is a very on-the-fence answer.
It is. It's a politically correct answer. I think that if we would put money on it, we would do the players with the most experience, but I don't know. I'd love to see a...
I'm going to give an answer.
Thank
right?
you.
Let me give an answer.
We're
being around the bush a little bit, right? I'm back in Tekkz.
Okay.
Straight up. There's a bias.
Yeah.
But cause some problems with your neighbor.
There's a bias, right?
Tell me on the other side.
Now, this is the tricky one.
You're listening to this, right, Grab?
This is the tricky one because I'm next to Grab, but honestly, I'm going to back Neat. But Gio Bundy is incredible as well. That one's the closer one. I know Daniel's really good as well, but Tekkz is just... He's too good.
Speaking of Tekkz, we can have a look at his stats right there that have led him to this point in the tournament. You know him quite well, Ryan. You would say you're good friends with him. You've played a lot against him. Does being in a match like this phase him at all, or is it just another game?
He seems to... In the tournaments where, of course, the importance is higher, the latter stages of them, he kicks into gear every time. We saw him in the previous round against Kamal. The game was over within the first half. He sort of stepped into gear, and always against the opponents where you'd expect him to win. Very rarely does he not actually win those games. We saw last year in the eChampions League progressed into the top 4 as well. He's won the eChampions League Invitational online. He's won multiple FUT Champion Cups as well. So I think for Tekkz, he knows how to perform on the biggest stage. And of course, his opponent as well is one of his rare occasions here.
And on the other side of that, when you're coming in as an underdog, like you did in many of your games, Mike.
Here we go again.
How do you deal with that? You're not expected to win.
Yeah, I was going to say, you kind of are playing with house money. Because you don't have that expectation, and that means you don't have that pressure unless you put that pressure on yourself. And I also agree with Ryan. I think the matchup that's going to be very debatable here is going to be the Gio Bundy versus Neat. I think there's going to be a little bit of a back and forth there. There's room for an upset. I think Tekkz, after scoring 9, 10 goals, tough to beat.
Well, 45 seconds left to go, guys. Enjoy this, because they've got 2 games left of the eChampions League knockouts. Your casters, Lee Ravel, Jaime Alvarez, and Ryan Pessoa.
Thank you, Richard. Well, 30 seconds in between us and the final match of the day. As Richard had mentioned, 1 player is going home and 1 is booking their flight to Istanbul. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Tekkz is coming in as the favourite. I think he'll embrace that as well. I think obviously there's going to be pressure on Daniel, but I don't think it's going to affect his performance that much because he's coming in as the underdog. There's still pressure, but there's less pressure, significantly less, in my opinion. And I feel as if Tekkz will set a mark early on in this game, as he did in the matchup against Kamal. So, yeah, it's going to be an interesting game.
Definitely. Well, we are just about to kick off. Ryan, question for you. Obviously, we mentioned that Neat and Daniel have not played today. They've had the most time in between their games. Both of you as players, would that affect you positively or negatively?
For me, negatively, absolutely. You can look at it both sides. You have the ability to check over your opponent's gameplay. You can see the tendencies they build up in their attacking gameplay, the defensive routines as well. However, just having that that break-in play often negatively affects it. We saw Gravison as well. Nicholas losing, he had that long break as well. So again, it seems to be working against the play so far.
Yeah, 2 out of 2, it worked out bad for them because like 2 players who actually played their first game lost. So I agree with you. Just facts don't lie at the moment.
Well, we are underway, 5 minutes in to this match between Tekkz and Daniel. An obvious favorite, but we love an underdog story.
And Daniel has been playing consistently good throughout the online season. He's been playing good as well here. He just lost the match. So you can't count him out, especially using the 5-4-1 at the back.
Well, both players looking to play this one safe, as it's do or die. Do you think we've seen a lot of very cagey affairs today? Lots of high-scoring games. Do you expect this one to be similar?
No, I don't think so. I think it's going to be not that many chances, maybe at least, I don't know, tops 6-7 goals in total. I don't think that's a lot, talking about the current meta of FIFA.
Well, Tekkz is looking for some space here. Puts the ball through to Alawire and down the wing. Can he capitalize on this chance? A really close opportunity there, but misses it just wide.
I think that's the danger there for Daniel. Trying to defend Tekkz in those areas, the step overs, the skill moves, the dribbling. And just went wide of the post there. But the ball in behind there, the triggered runs we saw earlier on today, how effective he is at and making the most of them.
Tekkz with possession again. Has some bodies up front. But a misplaced pass there.
I think it's actually interesting to see the change of game style and game plan on Tekkz side from FIFA 19-20 when he was so aggressive. He did a lot of the skills, and now he's kind of a more patient guy, just passing the ball and actually trying to punish you if you do some offside traps. You can see the change as Tekkz mature as a player.
Absolutely, there's big changes in his gameplay. I remember the days of when he burst onto the scene with the skill moves in and around the area. Sort of every game with him was a...
What a ball over the top. Ruholin in one-on-one with the goalkeeper. Can he shoot? He does! Daniel takes the lead 1-0 over Tekkz in this first leg. Is that what you expected to the start of this match?
It's a difficult start there from Tekkz. Of course, you would expect there to be chances for Daniel, and he makes the most of it. Grab, we know, we play the game. The keeper movement here is perfect, in my opinion. He does enough. I think the keeper has to save. I'll be honest, I think the keeper has to save it, but...
He has to save it, especially because he moved the keeper and he was patient enough to could have changed to shot into the shot. But yeah, I think that should have been safe by Van der Sar. But yeah, Van der Sar is not playing that well.
Taking a look at our matchup between Neat and Geobundi. This is live at the moment. The score still sitting square at 0-0.
I actually kind of see that Neat's playstyle is beautiful to watch, and I think the country that respects Neat the most, I would say, is the UK. You guys love the way Neat plays.
Yeah, he's a player we speak about a lot in the UK when in terms of practicing and how good he is. Neat, of course, is a Ducks member like yourself, so you know a lot about him, more than, of course, any of us could know. What would you say his confidence levels are going into this? As you can see him building up, but a good tackle from Geobundi.
I think he's confident, but this is his first time in this kind of situations in an international event, the ECL. So even though he's confident, I think when... Whoa, that was good. I think when it's your first time in this kind of situations, there's got to be nerves over there because, I don't know, maybe your first time playing FIFA 18 or FIFA 17 qualifying for a Foot Champions Cup, you could be confident, but the experience wasn't there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's safe to say you'll show your bias towards Neat.
No, I won't. I won't.
We'll see.
I won't say a word.
Not even one celebration.
No.
Stone cold.
Surely.
No.
We got to have just
Liar.
one.
Liar.
Not one vamos, I'm telling you.
Not even a vamos.
No, not even that.
Well, I'll believe that when I see it. Ryan, you mentioned something going back to the goal that Daniel scored against Tekkz. Back in the behind the scenes about goalkeeping this weekend.
Yeah, I feel as if there's been a few opportunities where the keeper movement has been pretty accurate in terms of predicting the movement. The ball over the top here, the keeper does enough to close close down the space and get there just before the attacker. But again, goalkeeper movement, it doesn't necessarily mean the keeper's guaranteed to save it. It just increases the likelihood of them doing it. But again, we've seen some chances. I think for Tekkz, he'll be a little bit upset there. I think he'll be more so upset the fact that it was that easy to cut him behind.
Well, a chance for Tekkz to redeem himself. A good shot by R9, not green timed and saved by Van der Sar.
That should have been a goal, in my opinion. Clear chance. Van der Sar saved it. But let's see if Tekkz.
Another chance here. Ronaldinho has some space, looking to find numbers in the box, but Daniel has more. Maintaining that possession. Ronaldinho looking for space. Almost gets it through.
The gap was there. I
Yeah,
think the
it
pass,
was.
yeah,
It was.
It was there.
Defensive line just step back there just to intercept the pass. He could have even shot across goal there, but again, hindsight is a wonderful thing.
And Leah, if you talk about Ronaldinho, you got to talk about Tekkz, because he's been using it for the last, let's just say, 4 years, 5 years, and he just kind of enjoys Ronaldinho on the wing every single time.
They go together like PB&J, one would say.
You can say so.
We're nearing the end of the first half. Daniel still leading 1-0. How do you think that affects Tekkz going into the second half? No changes to be made yet, right?
No, I don't think so. I think we might see Tekkz using the 4-4-2 because he's just comfortable with it.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't say he needs to change his tactics because he's just playing well. You can see the stats, he's playing well. He's playing consistently well. He just needs a little bit more of those 1v1 situations.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course, we've been speaking about Tekkz, but his opponent is the one with the lead. Daniel 7 up 1-0 as we go into half-time. It's a great start for him, of course. Do you think that he could feed into the occasion a little bit? So maybe he might get a little bit nervous. We've opened in these situations where you're the underdog. You might be leading the game. You tend to just, your performance starts to dwindle as the game gets on. You get a bit more nervous. Do you think that could happen, or do you think?
Yeah, I think it could happen, but he's been playing the virtual Bundesliga for a lot, and that builds up confidence. I think these kind of players who burst into the scene after the COVID happened and everything, they kind of build their momentum and confidence online.
Yeah.
So it's not like back in the days when it was like FIFA 17, 18. You didn't play that much online, you qualified for a tournament, everything was new to you.
Yeah.
These things don't happen to new guys.
Let me throw that question back to you, Ryan. Obviously, Daniel going up against an opponent like Tekkz, getting closer to the end of the second leg. If he's still leading, do you think that, you know, beating someone like Tekkz to eliminate him, does that put any pressure on him? Can you tell me, maybe after this chance here, Ronaldo looking for that space, but Daniel's not letting him through.
Yeah, the McGeady cancel there in the box. Perfectly read there from Daniel, but I sort of agree and just echo the statements of what Gravison said. As we're able to look at the other game going on. This is currently live. It's still 0-0 in this game between Dux, Ni and Giovanni.
Giovanni has been on a run. He's played fantastic players, and Nip could be like the final Infinity Stone, you could say, as Thanos, but yeah. Good tackle by Lucio. Have any of you tried Lucio? I mean, Ryan probably has, but have you tried Lucio at
First
home?
owner, thank you.
Oh, I forgot we were talking about the best player out of all of us.
Yeah, that's right.
What's his win
You were
percentage?
last, by the way.
What's Lucio's win percentage in your club?
High, really high.
This is a good chance. Ginola on the ball. Nice defending.
Listen, I've told you, my record is positive. So that's important for me. Okay? Why are you laughing?
No, I believe you.
No, you don't. Chance here from Tekkz has Ginola in space. Great save by Van der Sar.
I thought that was a goal. Almost guaranteed, Gav. I thought I was going to find the back of the net there. Tekkz is coming into it, though. He's creating a few more chances, getting into the box a lot more. Just need that one chance to find the back of the net.
Yeah, I think twice he should have dream time and shot it, because with the R9 one and the Ronaldinho one as well, maybe a time finishing and the green one could have made it score a goal at least.
A good ball by Daniel, but read well by Tekkz.
Of course, you expect German crosses from a German player, but yeah. His defense has been on point, Daniel once at the moment.
He seems to not be feeling the pressure at this point?
It doesn't seem like it, yeah. German cross, maybe? No.
Another chance here, maybe a little rushed. Not quite as decisive as he needs to be in the final third. Tekkz on the counter-attack.
And we could probably talk about how Daniel actually is rocking the 5-4-1 at the back, but like in an aggressive way with his defenders at the back. Like I don't think with having 5 defenders at the back, you can allow yourself to be aggressive with the center backs, and I think he's doing it right.
Yeah, exactly. As we see Tekkz on the edge of the box here, trying to build up. As you can see, the 5-4-1 sort of taking up a lot of the space.
Fault.
There will be a free kick. We've seen Tekkz score from this range before. So just quickly checking some of the players that qualified last year in the top 8. As it stands, there's only one player following on from their performance from last year, and that is Umut. Tekkz would be the second player, but it goes to show how the levels each year are increasing. The amount of players that are able to perform at the highest level are continuously going up.
Yeah.
You guys next year?
I mean, hopefully. Hopefully. So Stokes doesn't call us an expert players again.
Taking a quick look at the match between Neat and Giovanni, there has been a goal, and it looks like the goal is from Neat.
Yeah, an easy tap in. That's why he's using the 4-3-2-1 with Cafu as a right back, just because he does those kind of first-time passes, just pass, tap in. Can't be. It's a tough choice to make actually, because I think you should go with Ronaldinho, Hullit, or another 9. But if you're a 4-3-2-1 player who attacks with his right back, are you gonna use Yaya Toure, Valverde? It doesn't make that much of a sense.
Give us a vamos.
No, I won't.
I'm sure I saw a little fist bump. Just a little one. Just a little one under there. Again, the triggered run. Look at this again. Tekkz in behind here with Alawaran. Park Ji-sung trying to track back for Daniel. Manages to push Tekkz all the way back and grab. This is what I'm talking about, the 5-4-1 here, the defensive structure. You can attack with, it attacks in a 3. With the wing backs, Tekkz still on the edge here.
Chance from Alawaran. Again, he goes to that left side of the goal, but is always saved. Do you think that, and I'm asking you this as like I would have learned myself also, in a situation like that, should he have gone far post instead? Or timed it?
Probably timed it, but I think those situations, you just gotta work your play a little bit more to have more percentages to actually score. But Tekkz is an old school player like us, and it's not easy to green time finish it like every single time.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's just onside as well for Tekkz here.
Chance here from Tekkz, defended well by Daniel. I need to tell you something. I learned how to green time just the other day. I turned it back on for the first time in 3 years. It's hard.
It is hard.
Maybe it's not hard. I can see the smirk on your face, okay? Maybe it's not hard,
it is hard.
but it's hard.
It's difficult.
To do it consistently?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a reason why I turned it off.
That's why it's like, for me, it's mind-blowing to see players like Emre Yilmaz or Anders green timing consistently. Yeah,
Anders around the area, green timing was, every single time basically got in the area. He managed to green time it. You say he turned it on, what for? eChampions? What was the record?
Anyways, moving on. So, no, but listen, I turned it on. It's off now because I was red timing everything. I also did a rainbow flick power shot, by the way. I just want you to know that. I scored that goal.
Stingray must be happy with that.
It's not easy.
No.
So.
Not at all.
As we approach the end of the first leg, Daniel still leading Tekkz 1-0. A mistake there from Daniel. Can Tekkz capitalize with possession? This is his last chance of this first leg. Daniel's got a lot of defenders back. He's not giving Tekkz much space. And there should be the full-time whistle.
That was nice defending.
Great defending. He recovered really well there from the slight error there that he made. I was expecting just to wipe him out there for, I would have taken a red card rather than have the attack, because he wouldn't have enough time to go forward, but he defends really well there towards the end of the second half in the first leg. 1-0. Not what I expected, if I'm being completely honest. I already gave my predictions at the start of the game.
Remember when you gave me some fuss?
I put my neck on the line. You were just sat there. I said, I gave my opinion. I
said,
didn't beat around the bush. I said Tekkz is going to win this game. It's not over yet. He can still win it, but Daniel's performing really well.
I said an underdog story. That's what I said.
I'm not
Check the VOD.
I might have said Tekkz was winning this as well.
What about Neat? Let's talk about Neat. Are you happy?
I'm obviously happy with the 1-0 result, but Jobundi, he actually played against the Stingray and he come back. So it's not over yet. 1-0 first leg, but it's still loads of time to be played. And I think when you have played already 3 matches, like, it's easier for you to just come back on the second leg and be electric in a way. In those first minutes, the kickoff, first minutes of the game, it's easier for you to be electric. And I think we didn't talk about Jobundi enough.
Yeah, I agree.
I think there's a lot to see from Giobundy in this second leg. But before we get there, let's hear from Richard and Mike about that first leg.
Thank you very much, guys, on the casting booth. Great job, as always. Anyone want 1-0? That's all I'm offering you. 1-0s. 1-0s across the board. Daniel beating Tekkz. 1 goal to the good, and Neat is 1-0 up as the favourite against Giobundy, joined by...
For those rigid, really close affairs, those cagey affairs that we kind of expect in this type of position. It means so much. You see the wiggling, the working, almost a finish, a nearly man. Maybe if it was time green, we would have been talking about it a little bit differently.
Don't get Gravison started on being time green, honestly. Twisted, turned, in and out of the defenders. Can't quite find the finish. Number 2. Look, I've not looked at these. I'm going to guess. We had 2 goals.
Oh, no, we got time.
And we got 2 moments left.
We got a lot of time to work with here. Beautiful over the top, first time finish. Also, no green, no verde on verde on verde. We didn't see that.
It moved him to the near post, and he still shot at the near post.
I think
we'll see it
in
here.
a certain regard, it's good goalkeeper movement, but it's from close range. It's top corner. It's a lot of power. It's overpowering.
Keeper's got to save it.
Okay.
Number 1, this is Neat's goal. 74 minutes on the clock. We have to remind you, if you win these games, you qualify for the eChampions League finals.
Oh, that's
great finish.
This was easily the goal between the 2 legs. It's well worked. It's very intricate. It's consistent with his gameplay. You see the tiki-taka, pass, move, and groove, extra pass, tap it home, R9.
So Daniel, he's on the stage. He's enjoying life. He's looking over to us, giving us a smile. He's 1-0 up, and he's 90 minutes away from pulling out a huge
that might
underdog
be the upset
story.
Of the tournament. Say all be all. A lot of people, once Tekkz got to this point, they already wrote it off that he signed his paperwork and he's going to be heading to Istanbul. But Daniel has different plans.
On the other side of it, I mean, Neat is leading currently, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he is getting on. I mean, when you look at Tekkz, at what he's been doing during the eChampions League, Mike, it's been great performance after great performance after great performance.
You just see beautiful step overs there, a little double piece, a 1-2 for everyone involved. Green time finish, of course. R9, change of direction, extra pass. David Ginola, goalkeeper, little scoop, goes the wrong direction. Top corner, best corner, as always.
And we have to remind you, this is from the group stages. These are some of his best moments up against Ekman JG10. He was leading the tie, extra pass, moving the ball, manipulating the space. He's got to do a little bit more of that if he wants to turn this game around, Mike.
A light freeze frame to hit that near post. It's always that game of kind of baiting the goalkeeper, moving him out of position, taking a half second to decide where you're going to place it.
As you see his stats from the eChampions League so far, Tekkz has been away for maybe 4, 5, 6 minutes. Daniel is pacing on the stage.
This might be a strategy. This could be new.
He's 90 minutes away from knocking out arguably not only the fan favourite in the entirety of the ecosystem, but one of the favourites to lift the eChampions League trophy. He's been there before. He's been to the final stages. He was finished 3rd last year, only behind Mateus Bonanno and Nicholas 99 FC.
In theory, if you're Tekkz, you're just hoping not to play an Argentinian.
And
they've all been eliminated. Yeah. So if he keeps pushing through, it won't be one of those positions, at least not in the ECL.
See the eChampions League trophy that everyone will be fighting for.
It's got to be said. I think that's my favorite trophy of any of the competitions. That thing looks heavy. You want to hoist that bad boy, give it a kiss. I saw you try to in the intro. They waved you down. They said, no go. Don't put your hands on it. Don't touch it, Richard.
I tried picking it up, and I got a stern telling off.
Tekkz is ready. He's just sat back down, so it's perfect timing to hand you back over to our commentators for the final leg of the eChampions League knockouts. Ryan Pessoa, Jaime Alvarez, and Leah Ravel.
Thank you very much, Richard and Mike. We are minutes away from the second leg in this final match of the day. Let's talk a little bit about Tekkz and Daniel. Obviously, Daniel leading 1-0. In our last matchup, we saw our current champion, Nicholas99, go home. How likely or how much of an upset would it be if we see Tekkz go home right after him?
I think it's a big upset, of course, because you expect Tekkz to play all the finals. I think it's been a long time since I've not seen Tekkz playing in a World Cup final situation. So if you're talking about the 8 best players in Europe, you expect Tekkz to be there, obviously.
Definitely. I think that if there's anything Tekkz can do is come back. He has the experience. He's been on this stage before. He knows what he has to do in this last 90 minutes. Do you see a comeback from him?
It's hard to say because I made a prediction and I'm already wrong, so I don't want to make another one and maybe jinx it a little bit. So I'm going to do what you do. I'm going to sit on the fence.
Okay.
I'm not going to say anything too much.
She does it, eh?
Yeah, exactly. I'm just going to say that
Whoa.
if Tekkz plays his game and plays his best, I mean, come on, we know what can happen, but the same goes for Daniel. He's in this position for a reason. He's 1-0 up against Tekkz, about to potentially send him home out of the eChampions League and secure himself a spot in Istanbul. So it's going to be a huge second leg for the German.
Talking a little bit about Daniel, obviously his game management in that last leg was very good. He was solid defensively. He capitalized on the chances that he had, and that's why he's 1 goal up.
Yeah. Last year's ECLs, we saw a lot of Germans playing in the finals, and that's what we were expecting this year again. That's why we cannot count Daniel out, because the Germans and the ECLs kind of a love story in a way.
Well, we are underway in our final match, an elimination match between Daniel7 and Fnatic Tekkz. All to play for both of these players. Daniel looking to maintain his lead, Tekkz looking to come back from a deficit. Let's see what will happen.
Let's see what will happen. I want to ask you, Ryan, if you were playing this tournament, which right back you think you would be using?
I think I'd probably use Valverde, if I'm being honest. I understand how Duxney is using Cafu. I understand it as well. It makes a lot of sense. But for me, I'd probably look towards solidifying the icons. I'd have Ruud Gullit, I'd have R9 Ronaldo, and either have Eusebio or Ronaldinho. As we see an attack here from Tekkz building up on the edge of the box.
Looking to find that right moment to break through the back line of Daniel7. Making some decisive passes.
It's another one of those McGeady cancels their grab. It hasn't worked out for him, but you just sense that he keeps trying it, keeps finding the space, but there's not a lot of space against the back 5.
Tekkz with possession again, looking to get through. Ronaldinho, a favorite of Tekkz, as we know, with some step overs. Does he have a chance to get a shot away? He managed to maintain that possession a couple times.
Lucio, I mean, we all know him. Something happening.
Grav, let's look at the score. Let's let you take this one, yeah?
Yeah, Olay Waran running the wing. Ginola into R9. And a goal. Yeah, a goal.
See how he's trying to play. He's trying to play it mellow. He's trying to keep nonchalant about that, but he's definitely celebrating inside.
I want to be professional. I'm not saying anything.
He's keeping it calm and collected. I respect it. I understand.
We'll see something out of him if Neat wins, I think.
Yeah, he's setting a good... He's more professional than me, Grav. I'll give you that. I can't say what I'd be doing if my teammate or someone part of the same organization as me was doing as well as Neat is doing. But we're going to see Daniel7 pushing forward for the first time in this leg. On the edge of the box here, trying to find some space.
Tekkz pressing hard, but he does get through that press with Ronaldinho. Player locking, but defended well by Fofana and Tekkz.
Nice defending. The player lock was good, but actually Tekkz predicted the player lock, and the defending was on point.
Tekkz on the break here with Alawiran. Has a few bodies in the box. Can he get the goal or find a player? He can't. And Daniel has been solid in the last leg and this leg as well, defensively.
Yeah, of course. The 5-4-1 makes things easier for you on the defensive side of things. But yeah, I mean, it's just too strong at the moment.
Well, we have an update from the other game, and Grav, it's all you.
Nope, I'm not saying a word. Ryan, commentate.
No, this is on you. You're going to take this one.
Let me hear it, Vamos.
Oh, this is crazy. Oh, sorry.
Yes, there it is.
That was,
there it is. And we have a chance here from Daniel. And Daniel, 7, takes the lead 2-0 over Tekkz in the second leg. As it stands right now, Daniel is on that flight to Istanbul.
Yeah, just as we were checking the goal there from Neat to make it 3-0 in aggregate, we've made it 2-0 in the main stage game. Daniel 7 in on goal here. Does the heel-to-heel drag around the goalkeeper. And it's an open goal. He's 2-0 up now against Tekkz. This is going to be a mountain to climb if we're basing off of what we've seen so far.
The heel-to-heel to drag is just like, it's just what you have to do if you're against the keeper. Daniel timed it perfectly, and he scored the second goal. But yeah, we're seeing some skills into roulette, then the heel-to-heel. Some nice skills.
This is a true David and Goliath story, and we all know the end to that one. Will we see the same thing in this match? Daniel needs to maintain that composure defensively because he knows that Tekkz is going to eventually throw everything forward. Another chance here from Daniel 7. Trying to find the space, defended well.
Tekkz just dwindling in possession. They're giving it away. It's still going to be the possession of Daniel. Pause is cued there. I anticipate that's from Tekkz. We're not too sure who that came from, Grav, but would you think he should change anything now? Maybe set up something different in case the game starts to go away from him, or?
Yeah, I think he has to put bodies forward. Maybe tactics, maybe triggering some runs when he's building up the play. But Daniel is doing a great job on the pressure after possession loss kind of stuff, because he has managed to actually get the ball back like 2 or 3 times with Ronaldinho, and I'm telling you, Leah, that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, exactly. So we're winning the ball up high up the pitch there, but for Tekkz, we spoke about triggering runs. We saw him in the previous rounds against Kamal, scoring that many goals in the first leg, seeing that game out as well, scoring almost double digits. We saw him in the round before, scoring a lot of goals from those triggered runs. We're barely seeing it so far, so it's kind of a situation where maybe just needs to be a bit more confident on attack.
He's got some space here. Can he find the net? Not quite, but I assume we will see something similar again. Grav, speaking a little bit about Neat and that other matchup, Neat losing yesterday 7-1. That's a big, big loss to take and then sit on for 24 hours. Obviously, it hasn't affected him too much, and I believe that this is live over there in that match as well. But obviously, he's come back with a vengeance, and it hasn't done too much to his playstyle.
Yeah, I think Obrun's playstyle played perfectly against Neat with the 5-4-1. I think Neat kind of attacked a little bit quick, and Obrun was able to absorb the runs that Neat did. But I think Giovanni is a better playstyle for him, as we are watching.
This could be a chance here that we see from Neat as well. Oh, there's some emotion.
I'm sorry. No.
Like to see a live goal. See Grav's live reaction to Neat scoring a goal.
Ryan knows this because he's trained against him. When Neat is in the zone, there's not much you can do.
Genuinely, in and around the areas, passing, he always makes the right decision. The extra pass, someone that always makes the right decision in most moments is Tekkz there, shooting on the edge. Going against what I was saying there. I think there's going to be a goal kick as well there. And there's going to be a corner, in fact, for Tekkz. Approaching the last stages of the first half in the second leg. He needs to create something. But there's just so many bodies behind the ball there for Daniel. He's looking to potentially keep possession here.
Taking a quick look at the game between Neat and Giovanni. Giovanni manages to get a ball over Van der Star and get a goal back.
Yeah, you don't like to see that.
I'm not saying a word. I'm not saying a word.
And that brings us to halftime between Tekkz and Daniel. Daniel leading this game 1-0 and leading on aggregate 2-0. A lot of work to do from Tekkz in this second half. What can we expect from him?
The thing is, it's been a while since I've seen Tekkz playing 135 minutes of FIFA and not scoring a goal.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've never seen it.
he hasn't had too many chances either. There's been a couple in the area. He's been getting into the situations just before he can pull the trigger. But when he does tend to shoot, there's always bodies in behind. That's what I was saying with the 5-4-1. You just have the tight space. If you have narrow width as well, you got the midfielders that track back. Yeah, it's a very difficult thing to break down, especially when someone's defending a lead. So it's going to be a tough battle for Tekkz to get back into it.
Daniel must be very happy, feeling very confident in this second half of the second leg. As we mentioned, an elimination game. If he holds this out, he goes to Istanbul. Taking a look at the game between Neat and GeoBundy. We spoke a lot about GeoBundy coming back against Sting. It looks like he might be doing the same against Neat.
Yeah, I think that was goal in the 45th minute of the game. That's an important goal.
Yeah, it really is. It gives him the lifeline, the belief that he can still come back into it. Of course, he was 3 goals down in the second leg. It's now 3-2 going into half-time, so it's going to be an all-important half. A beautiful first-time ball over the top.
And Ronaldo in some space. Can he get this in? Saved well by Van der Sar, but another really good chance for Daniel.
I think that grab, he got in his head a little bit with the goalkeeper movement. He was anticipating it. It didn't come. He went near post.
He scored that first goal near post as well. Thought he could get a second. Might have another one here with the ball in from Capdevia.
He was in. I thought he was going to head that directly. He looked to cushion it down to someone in the box.
Oh. The timing was there. The timing was there, Ryan, yeah? We both saw that.
Well, Tekkz on the attack here. Ronaldinho in some space. R9 in some space. Great goalkeeper movement from Daniel 7. I know we've said this a few times, but he's been really, really solid at the back.
Yeah. Oh, red time.
Gets a corner from it. Got to take those when they come and being a bit of a hypocrite. I think those red time shots shouldn't be able to hit the target, but we've seen some luck from red time shots today. It's going to lead to another chance for Tekkz. Beautiful dribbling, step overs.
Oh,
red time, the orange timed again.
Oh, that hurts so much to see after doing mechanically that good throughout the whole play. Oh, the time finishing on Tekkz side of things has been...
Taking a look at the match between Neat and GeoBundy. GeoBundy on a great run today, winning all of his matches to get to this point, and is through on goal, scores it, green time, and equalizes Neat.
Mechanically, that's a beautiful goal. Beautiful goal by GeoBundy. And we see Daniel on the run.
I think we have to emphasize how much of an underdog Daniel is coming into this game. His recent accomplishments, of course, FIFA 21 Global Series, the European qualifier number 5, finishing 4th, which is his highest accolade so far. And of course, this would be a monumental accomplishment and accolade for him if he's able to defeat Tekkz and secure his spot in the top 8. And of course, even outside of that, he hasn't accomplished too much in the FIFA scene. So again, this might be the thing to springboard him into success. You never know, he could still go on and make a name. But right now, this is the biggest game, in my opinion, so far of his career.
Definitely. And if we talk about FIFA 21 season, it was important at the moment, but it was an online online season.
This is in person. This is right here under the lights on the main stage, and he's performing extremely well. You can hear the celebrations across the stage. I wonder if we're going to get some updates on where that goal has gone, but this could be another goal here.
It's a close chance for Daniel 7. Talking a little bit about him being here at his first eChampions League under these lights on that stage. To perform like he is no small feat and a prestigious competition.
Absolutely. As we see Tekkz building up, passing it back, another block, as we're seeing there's so many bodies behind the ball. But we've seen some upsets before, and in the past we've seen some unfamiliar names making it. And there's another update, Grab. I'm going to lead this over to you. It doesn't look like it's going to be good.
No, it doesn't look like it. That's a nice lob through ball to Ronaldinho. And a nice goal. Yeah, that was a bit lucky, but still he managed to score the goal. 3-3.
3-3. That's a massive comeback, and there could be another goal here for Gio. Oh, what a tackle that is from Tekkz, their last-ditch challenge. But as I was saying, in terms of upsets, we've seen some players.
And Tekkz is through with Alawaira, and this could be the chance that he was waiting for. Scores it. That's what Tekkz does. That's the Tekkz we know and love.
Still 15 minutes more to play. Loads of time if we're talking about FIFA. He managed to keep his composure with Vejrgang. An easy finish for him. Does he still have time to come back from this?
Yeah, exactly. This is a huge moment for Daniel. Can he handle the pressure now? I felt like maybe Tekkz done slightly too much. I think Daniel maybe defended a little bit too well, but he could have switched off Fofana there, which meant he ran past Alawaran in possession. This is going to be a nervy last 15 minutes for Daniel, of course. This is going to secure his spot if he's able to keep the scoreline the same. But for Tekkz, he's going to have to throw the kitchen sink now. He's going to have to put bodies forward, maybe change formation, of course, go constant press. Gravison, there's so many things he could do just to try and press higher up the pitch, just to make that one chance.
And it's difficult to play against constant pressure. It's difficult to play against constant pressure when you're playing for a spot in the finals, but it's even harder to do it against Tekkz. So yeah, a lot of pressure on Daniel's shoulders right now. Is he going to be able to maintain his composure?
I don't know. I think that Tekkz, this could be the goal that he needed to boost his confidence. The floodgates might open, but we've seen Daniel be solid defensively this entire match and the last match as well, so he just needs to maintain some of that composure. Talking a little bit about Neat and Geobundi, both of those players, as far as we know, have not played in an eChampions League final. So brand new players will go. One of them will be on that plane competing for that trophy behind us.
I think Tekkz is using 4-4-2 at the moment, and this is a good chance for him.
Tekkz is looking to equalize this scoreline to at least have the opportunity to bring to extra time. And again, Daniel solid defensively. Tekkz is going to obviously be pushing a lot harder, but how can Daniel cope with that pressure?
He's done well there to play it out from the back. A little intricate dribbling as well. Maybe that was a little bit of a jinx there from myself there, just brushing the pass forward, but Tekkz retains possession now. 5 minutes left to go.
He's got bodies through, he's got space through, red timed. Not what he wanted to do in a moment like that.
Definitely, because not only you miss a good chance, you give Daniel the time to breathe now. So yeah, huge mistake by Tekkz.
Daniel's giving it away again here. Straight away, he could have done something different there. He's tried to play it long, and he's given possession back to Tekkz. 3 minutes left to play in this game. Of course, the winner solidifies their spot in Istanbul. The loser is eliminated, the final step. And for Tekkz, it'll be devastating, of course. He's had to play 3 games in a row, or 2 games so far, just to get to this stage. For Daniel, he lost yesterday in the winner's bracket. He was able to sit and see who his opponent will be, and Tekkz is needing to get a goal here, but it's another great tackle there from Daniel. 1 minute left, Leah.
Daniel's going to want to keep hold of that ball and see the clock out. He doesn't. He misplaces possession, gives it to Holland. Holland takes the shot. Van der Sar saves it. That was the chance that he needed, and that is done. Daniel 7 goes to the eChampions League final for the first time in his FIFA career.
Oh, that last chance.
Tekkz is going to be upset about that one.
Yeah, we talk about the goalkeeper movement throughout the whole tournament, throughout the whole day, throughout the whole match. And the goalkeeper movement was on point there. Whoa, that's gotta be so frustrating for Tekkz, but yeah, I mean, Daniel did a great job. Oh.
Well, congratulations to Daniel and commiserations to Tekkz, the upset that we didn't think we would see. Nicholas 99 and Tekkz not in the final. Grav, let's talk about this match. Neat and Geobundi tied 3-3 on aggregate.
Yeah, I think Geobundi's gonna have the last play of the game now. He should, as he's doing at the moment. And I think we're seeing 4-3-2-1 against probably 5 up the back. And let's see if Geobundi. Oh.
This could be the chance that Neat needs.
Could be a costly error.
Could be a costly error. Neat looking for bodies, doesn't want to make any mistakes. A ball in, but not quite. Grav is jumping.
I think they are both nervous because they did a lot of...
They're giving away possession there, giving it back to each other. That is it for no more time. A huge comeback from Geobundi. He was down by 3. We have to remember that. He was 3 goals down. A lot of players would have curled up and lost the game there, but he showed perseverance, he showed character, he came back into the game, and now he's given himself a a huge chance, a big boost of confidence.
Well, now we head to extra time between these two. As we mentioned, Gio Bundy on an incredible run today. He's fresh, his controller is warm, his fingers are warm. Neat's had a little bit of time off, but he scored 3 goals against him, so.
He should be warmed up at this moment, yeah. And I think they need to calm down for a bit for this extra time, because we saw a lot of mistakes. We didn't see that much of the game. We saw just the last 5 minutes of the game, but giving away possession 3 times on Daniel's side and 2 times on Neat's side is something you can't afford to do in this extra time. So let's see what's going to happen now.
Would you say the nerves are more going to be on Neat's shoulders right now? Just because, of course, he was 3-0 up. Let's keep it simple. He was 3 goals up, and he's given away the 3-goal lead. You feel as if it could work against him. You know him a lot more personal than any of us do here right now on stage. So how would you assess his character? Do you think he's got what it takes to bounce back?
He definitely got what it takes to bounce back and to score a goal, but
this could be a chance here for Gio Bundy. Close, but no cigar. If you were Neat's coach,
yep,
what would you tell him? Bias.
Be
completely biased.
I will probably cheer him up for a bit. Or I would be energized, because he's just so calm, so calm. And when you are coaching one of these players who are just so calm, sometimes you just gotta spice things up. You gotta pump him up for a bit. So I would just pump him up. Yeah.
So how do you say "let's go" in Spanish, Graf?
Vamos. Vamos. Let's go.
We are 7 minutes into the first half of extra time. And Neat is through. Janola tries to find the space with that ball roll, but perhaps not positioned well, placed well on goal, would you say?
Great chance, maybe a green time shot with his right foot, but he tried to ball roll and tried to guess the goalkeeper movement. The goalkeeper movement wasn't there for Jubundi, so huge chance for Neat, who didn't capitalize.
We talked a little bit about this before, but neither of these players have seen an eChampions League final in their career, so this would be a first time for both of them. And we have some veterans not in the eChampions League final this year, so we mentioned how prestigious this tournament is, and it could be the opportunity to make a name for some newer players. Chance here from Gio Bundy. Saved by Van der Sar.
Again, Gio Bundy did a really good job on the build-up. He could have done something more to just get a clearer chance. And this is good by Neat.
He's got the bodies up that he needs. And over the top ball through to R9. Can he get up and get that possession back? He can't quite. And out for halftime.
It's a nervy first. Obviously, the amount of times the players are giving away possession here. Just checking up on Gio Bundy's stats as well from the FIFA season so far. He's finished top 17 to 32nd in the European qualifier #1. And qualifier #2, he finished top 9 to 16 as well. So he started off the season, the 1v1 season, I should say, very, very well. He's taken that, of course, into the eChampions League, qualifying for this. Even this stage, qualifying for this stage was difficult. The stage before that was even difficult. Just even getting in amongst the top players, top 64 into the top 32 and potentially into the top 8 is not an easy thing to do. And the player, the Dutchman, is definitely showcasing his ability and why he deserves to be here as well.
And if you talk about Neat, you could potentially talk about an experienced player, because he's been competing since 3 years ago. But the thing is, he's been competing well online.
Yeah.
So this is his chance, not only for Neat, but for Jubundi as well, to show that they're not online players, as we call them.
It's a massive boost of confidence as well. We even have qualifiers coming up next weekend. Just even going into that, it gives you a huge boost of confidence, knowing that you've done it on the biggest stage of all against the biggest and best players, and you've performed extremely well.
We are underway in this second half. Di Natale through, tries to get the shot on goal, doesn't green time it, but perhaps some confidence there from Neat.
He's building up the play as well. He just needs that great time finishing, in my opinion.
Gio Bundy with the over-the-top ball that we know all too well in FIFA 23. Good ball down the wing there to Capdevia. Capdevila looking for his front man.
Good keeper movement, anticipated the cross. Was basically one of the only options he could execute there. Moved him out into the space. Now Giobandi can attack it. 8 minutes to go in this game.
Does well there. He does well to defend that. And again, we've seen a lot of penalty shootouts today. Could we see another one?
No, please. No, please. You want me to have a heart attack here? On the mic?
I don't think we want that, no. Neat with the possession, misplaces the possession. Over to Giobandi. Giobandi has some bodies up. Alawiran on the wing.
Oof.
This is the chance for Neat.
I think Grav would be screaming at him to keep possession here for the last attack. He's forced the ball forward, and Giobandi now is in his hands to create that last moment. Is he going to score before penalty shootouts just to have the final attack here to put himself in Istanbul? Is he going to run out of time? He has to go forward now.
And out of time it goes. Penalties. Exactly what you wanted, huh?
Yeah, exactly what we wanted. So let's go for it.
Well, let's see which one of these players make it to Istanbul. Ronaldinho up first for Giobandi, saved by Neat. Neat has to score this to maintain his lead, and he does.
Now it's time for Ginola to actually try to go maybe the middle, maybe left. He goes middle, scores. Now it's Neat turns. He's 1-1. Chance to go up. Di Natale. Under with the goalkeeper moving, trying to distract him. Di Natale is gonna go. Saved.
It's a big save there. It's now Giobandi to take the penalty. Which side is he gonna go? Top right corner, finds the back of the net, and we need a response here from Neat. He's currently down by 1 in the penalty shootout. Move to keep it level here. He has to score, and he goes top left.
Giobandi up to maintain his lead. And saved by Neat. Gravinson's turned around. Neat needs to score this. He does.
Don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Neat a chance to actually save it, Van der Sar, and go through to the finals of the ECL. Is he gonna go to the middle? He qualifies! He qualifies for the He qualifies for the ECL, and I'm throwing back to Ryan because I cannot take it anymore.
That was the emotion we're talking about. He tried to hide that. You can go on and you can express your emotion with Neat, of course. That's a huge moment for the young man performing on one of the biggest stages. Of course, this means so much to Gravison, one of the owners of Tekkz Esports as well. And the Spaniard advances into the final 8 of the eChampions League.
That was
see how much it means to them as well.
Exactly, all the emotion that Grav had built up for that whole entire matchup, but Neat does get on that plane, book that ticket to Istanbul. And commiserations to Giobandi. He should be extremely proud of his performance today, especially. He went on a great run.
Yeah, it's gutting to see someone upset after a performance. To come back from 3 goals down is not easy at this level, and he's done it to make it 3-3. Unfortunately, losing on penalties, but it could have gone either way when it comes to a penalty shootout. You could be the victorious person, or you could be the loser. Unfortunately for him today, he was the latter. Being consoled by one of his good friends, Danny Visser, and other members of the Dutch FIFA community. But I'm sure this won't be the last time we see Giobandi at a huge FIFA event. But again, focus on the winner. That is Tekkz, a massive, massive win, Leah.
Incredible win. His first time at an eChampions League final. I'm sure he's thrilled. I'm sure Tekkz is thrilled. I'm sure Grav is thrilled. And it's interesting to talk about the final and think about the players that we will see there in Daniel and Neat, and the players that we won't see there in Tekkz.
Nicholas, even Matthias, who didn't even make this stage, isn't going to be there as well. The runner-up of the eChampions League last year. There's a huge upsets, but of course, massive congratulations to all of the 8 players that have secured their spot in Istanbul.
Absolutely. Well, we heard through the grapevine that Mike was losing his mind in the back room there, so let's throw it over to Mike and Richard and see what they have to say.
Thank you very much. Great job on the cast. The emotion from Gravison right there. And you're joining us for plenty more emotion right now on the eChampions League post-show presented by Pepsi Max. Mike,
You can't write this up.
Oh, you don't get better than
the
this.
upset maybe of the year in terms of Tekkz losing that last round. That game, Neat was up 3-0. 3-0. And then it took penalty kicks.
And that's the bracket as you see it. Emre Yilmaz against Umut. Hezers versus Oberon. Vejrgang taking on Dilo, and the two players we just saw qualify in dramatic fashion. Daniel from HSV and Tekkz Neat. Truly amazing day of FIFA esports action, Mike.
It had everything you asked for. And we were waiting. We needed some dark horses.
Yep.
We got what we asked for. I got what I requested, at least. I manifested it.
Daniel, join us on the stage. You've done it. You've just pulled off one of the biggest upsets, maybe one of the biggest shocks in FIFA esports. How do you feel?
I'm very happy. I just gave my best. I played my best FIFA this year and defend well. It was a very hard game. And yes, I'm very happy and looking forward to the next event.
Speaking of a difficult game, let's watch that game and tell us what's going on, because there is so much happening. A lot of chances missed, opportunities created. Walk us through what's happening.
Yes, this is
the opening goal.
Yes, the opening goal. He moved the goalkeeper to the right corner, and this was a bit lucky for me.
Was there anything?
This is a similar goal.
Was there anything that Tekkz did that surprised you?
No, I think I surprised him. Yes, with this through balls, and yes, I defend very well.
You defended really well in the game.
You just beat Tekkz in a qualifying match.
I'm very happy. I just can't believe at the moment. I think this will come in the next few days, but now I'm very happy and looking forward to the next stage.
And we always like to use these moments. Is there anything you want to say back to all of your supporters? Maybe hit them with some German for everybody back home?
Yes.
Because I know a lot of people have been watching. I've seen the chat. I've seen everything on social media.
Yes, my parents are watching at home. Thank you for your support. To the other friends. And yes, thank for all.
You're welcome to tell them in German as well. It's good.
Danke an alle, die mich supporten. Ich weiß es wirklich sehr zu schätzen. Ich werde euch alle die nächsten Tage beantworten, die ganzen Nachrichten. Und ja, einfach danke, dass ihr mich supportet.
Daniel, incredible stuff. Mike, translator?
He said thank you. I appreciate everybody watching. I see you, and I will perform for you well in Istanbul. That's what I heard.
Daniel, incredible performance. We will see you in Istanbul. Thank you very much, and great game.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike. What a performance. He just beat Tekkz. It looks like he just stepped out.
I don't know. I just think he's shaking a little bit. I mean, that was a crazy matchup because there was a lot of opportunities created. There was chances missed. You could feel the stress on both ends.
Yeah, I mean, if he's that cool after just beating Tekkz in a qualifying game, I'd hate to see what he's like in an eChampions League final. We've got one more player. One more player to book their tickets. It's the one, the only, from Tekkz Gaming. Neat. Welcome to the stage. And we also bring in
Neat's translator.
His translator as well.
Looks familiar, though. I've seen this guy before.
Have you actually?
I mean, for Neat. Don't make it easy for himself, does he? How does he feel?
No lo has hecho fácil, ¿eh? Te ha costado hasta el final. ¿Cómo te sientes?
Nada, muy feliz. Diría que uno de los mejores momentos de la carrera que llevo. Y nada, ahora clasificado a las finales de la Champions. Mi primer gran torneo a nivel presencial, así que toca demostrar y aún no está nada dicho.
So, feeling really happy. I think this is one of my best moments in my whole FIFA career. He qualified for his big first major LAN event internationally, but he's not feeling like it's just that. He just wants to progress more, and he wants to win the title.
And I've got to know, while we have everybody here, how were you feeling when you're giving up these goals? 'Cause you're up 3 goals to 0, and then you see those, you start conceding on the other end. How is he feeling throughout that process?
¿Cómo te sientes cuando vas 3-0 arriba y empiezas a encajar goles y sientes que se te escapa el partido?
Pues probablemente en otro momento, en otra situación, hubiese perdido la cabeza y me hubiesen marcado también el cuarto, me hubiesen remontado. pero gracias también a la ayuda de Diego, mi coach, he mantenido la cabeza firme y no me he ido en ningún momento del partido, que era lo más importante. Y al final muy contento por esa victoria en penaltis, porque además en penaltis sabe mucho mejor.
In another situation, probably I would have just lost my mind and conceded a fourth, fifth goal. But thanks to Diego, my coach, I was cool, calm, collected, managed to keep my cool, and then managed to actually qualify in the PKs, which are even tastier.
I mean, we saw you run over. I don't think I've seen you move as quick to go over and to
No,
celebrate
It's
with
a
him.
light jog there. You're running the years back.
I mean, you see the gym, eh?
Thank you very much, Nick. Fantastic. We'll see you in Istanbul. Well done, my friend.
Te vemos en Estambul. Muchas gracias, Nit.
Nada, muchas gracias a vosotros, que es una maravilla contar con todo esto, que está a la altura de los jugadores que somos y del nivel que hay.
Thank you all for being able to make this tournament, which is a pleasure, and it's up to the level of the players and to the level of the whole tournament.
Great stuff. Thank you. We'll see you soon. Gravison, you can stay with us.
Yep.
Make yourself comfortable, because good translation.
I mean, I'm not that bad, eh?
Oh, good.
If you actually knew Spanish, which was my job, but it was so-so. Bicicleta is still there.
I don't have a clue. What I do have a clue about is it's time for hashtag ECL Showtime. We've got some awards to be given out right now for a number of our players. Before we get there, some of the best moments of the day, Mike.
A precise chip definitely makes me feel a certain type of way. There's something romantic about it. It's a story that needs to be told.
Great elevation. This one right here, Grav. Just so many great goals today.
It was the moment of that as well. That was the comeback against Umit.
Yeah, I think that was, I'm not sure if it was Stingray against Giobundi, and then the chip, as you said, but yeah, those were great goals. And we saw a lot of Ronaldinho, actually, yeah?
God, that man gets busy. Talk about the skill moves, the step overs, the intricacies. We talk so much about the details and the particulars, but he just gives you some extra sauce. Talk about having something special, something spicy, as you were saying.
We saw...
He's giving you some dipping sauce, some extracurriculars.
We saw so many great goals today, but there was one player who stood out more than the rest as we get into our FedEx top goal scorer right now. There's only one man, if you think about it. It was the man who kept on going.
Close.
He was 10 clear.
It's not even close.
The top goal scorer, presented by FedEx, the one, the only, Anders Vejrgang.
Talk about entertainment. I don't know that we've seen a competitor throughout all years that reacts to so much happening. Conceding, scoring, good tackle, bad tackle, over the... I don't even know where he has the energy.
I mean, even when he concedes a corner, he screams at the... it's crazy, but I want to see a slap from him in the finals. Yeah, that was it.
I'll coach him for the slap.
10 more, by the way. Just when you look at that, 10 more goals. Granted, he didn't play as many games as he could today from dropping down to the losers bracket, but just an incredible player, a once-in-a-lifetime FIFA player, and I think as FIFA fans, we need to enjoy what we see when he plays.
It's something special, it's something unique, and again, he's kind of been on the scene for a couple years, but we just didn't get to see him compete. So I'm happy as well that he was able to get the job done in a LAN environment, kind of sent a message to anybody that had questions. Here's the answer. He's now in the top 8 and probably feeling more confident than ever. To get by the players that he got by, come on.
Yeah, absolutely. So we know Anders was the top scorer. However, who'd won the goal of the day, presented by Oppo? We had so many to choose from, but there was one that stood out among the rest, Mike.
And I feel like we have to go back to this Tekkz Daniel game, and mainly because this goal is that separation. This is what allows him to push forward. The biggest upset that we've seen in the tournament, look at that, a little roll to roll with the heel to heel with the ball roll, of course, takes it around the goalkeeper. It's not something that we hadn't seen before, but it's credit to Daniel being prepared and taking his chances when needed, something that Tekkz really struggled to do.
Rav, you were commentating that game. What was it like in the commentary booth? I mean, no one expected that.
No one expected that, but Daniel managed to keep his cool. His defending with a 5-4-1 was out of this world. And when he had 2-3 chances, he just capitalized and actually scored a couple of goals. But even though, obviously, we got to congratulate all these players, we got to also give props to Nicolas, Tekkz, the likes of players who've been competing since 5-6 years ago, still being at the highest level. And sometimes you don't think of them when they lose, but still, what they're doing for the community day in, day out, is amazing.
We've had 2 of our awards given out. There's 1 award left to go. It's the PlayStation Player of the Day. And if you've watched from start to finish, there is one man that stands out among the rest. He scored 33 goals here this weekend. Anders Vejrgang.
But it's not even the goals that he scored and the production on the offensive end, but who he played against, who he beat. Listen to this. Dolomatik, world champion. Danny Pitbull just won Serie A. Nicholas, world champion. That all happened today.
Yep. Yeah,
he got the job done, and even the guy that he lost to, Oberyn, he's qualified, looking as good as ever.
The Player of the Day, presented by PlayStation. Gravison, what a player.
What a player. And if you had actually doubts about him as a LAN performer, those are just out of the question, you say, Mike, because, I mean, they're just out of the question because he performed well in the online events, but then he showed up in the CL qualifying for the top 8.
Well, over 1,000 players entered the online qualifiers. We now have 8 remaining. Istanbul awaits $75,000 at the eChampions League trophy. Emre Yilmaz, Umut, Hezes, Oberyn, Vergas, Kırtadilo, Neat, Daniel, we'll see you in Istanbul.